The Book of Heaven. Volume 19. Jesus, my love and my life. Help me to overcome my weakness and reluctance to write. Make your own will write for me, so that there is nothing of me but only what you want. And you, my heavenly mother and mother of the divine will, come and hold my hand while I write. Lend me the words. Allow me to understand with ease the concepts that Jesus transmits to me so that I may describe worthily the most holy will and may my Jesus be pleased. I thought to myself, why does blessed Jesus so often call me the little newborn of his will? Maybe it's because I'm still bad and, not having taken a single step toward his will, rightly he calls me that. While I was thinking about this, my adorable Jesus, surrounding me with his arms, hugged me very tightly against his heart, saying, I don't want to deny anything to the little newborn of my will. Would you like to know why I call you that? Newborn means being born. Since not only must you be reborn in each of your deeds in my will, but my very will, to remake oneself of all the oppositions of human wills, wants to be reborn so many times that human wills have opposed his own. So you have to always be a newborn. It is easy to revive someone as much as you want and to preserve it without the growth of human will. But, when the soul grows, it becomes more difficult to keep it without the existence of its ego. And that's not all. It is advantageous, necessary, and suitable for her. As for my own will, let my newborn be one with the act of Jehovah. It does not need a succession of acts, since this unique act confers on the divine being the magnitude, splendor, the immensity, eternity, power. Finally, he holds everything. This allows him to get out of this single act everything he wants. Thus, our newborn of our will, uniting with the one act of the Lord, is required to do only this single act. That is, to be always in a state of rebirth, making our only will. And in this single act it is continually reborn, but to what is it reborn? Has a new beauty, holiness, light, to a new resemblance to his Creator. By your rebirth in our will, the divinity is, in fact, paid in return, you being the fruit of creation, and feels the joys and happiness that the creature must bring back to her. She squeezes you on her divine breast. It fills you with joy and infinite graces, bringing you further knowledge about our will and by reviving you to our will. In addition, these repeated births make you die at your will, to your weaknesses, miseries, to everything that is not our will. How beautiful is the fate of my little newborn, are you not satisfied? You see, I too am born once. And this birth allowed me to be reborn continuously in each consecrated host and every time the creature returns to my grace. My first birth meant that I could be reborn forever. Divine works are like this. It only takes once for the act to repeat endlessly. And it will be the same for my little newborn in my will. Once born, the birth certificate will continue. That's why I watch so that your will does not enter you and I surround you with my grace so that you are always born in my will and mine is always born in you. Being in my usual fears, my always kind Jesus showing himself in all his goodness. He said to me, my daughter, don't waste your time. For every time you take care of yourself, you lose an act in my will. Do you know what that means? You lose a divine act, which embraces everything and all, containing all the goods of heaven and earth. It is much more than my will, since it is an uninterrupted act, which never stops its course. Nor can you wait for you when your fears immobilize you. It is up to you to follow her will, in her continuous course. It is not for her to wait for you when you are about to follow her. Not only are you wasting your time, but trying to calm your worries in order to put you back on the path of my will. You force me to deal with things that do not concern the divine will. You deprive your own angel who is close to you. Since, each act performed in her by following her course, is an additional fortuitous bliss which he enjoys at your side. A paradise doubled with joy. How he feels happy with his fate having you under his protection. Since the joys of heaven are in common, your angel offers the unforeseen beatitude, received by you, and its double paradise to the whole celestial court. As the fruit of the divine will of his protégé. Everyone is partying, exhilarating, and praising. Power. Holiness. The immensity of my will. So, be vigilant. In my will one cannot waste time. There are too many things to do. It is wise that you follow the act of a god, never interrupted. 3. Following this, he disappeared leaving me wondering seeing the harm I caused. I said to myself. How is it possible that, living in the divine will, forgetting everything else as if there existed for me nothing but the eternal will, I participate in everything related to this kind will? Then Jesus, returning, added. 4. My daughter, I just think that the one who was born in my will, learn about his secrets. In addition, it is very simple and practically innate. Suppose you go to live in a house for some time or forever, where harmonious music and fragrant air breathe new life into you. Well, it wasn't you who brought them. But, living in this house, you benefit from his music and his fragrant air, thus regenerating your strength for a new life. Let's say that this house contains magnificent paintings, captivating things, gardens that you have never seen anywhere with so many different trees and flowers that it is impossible to list them all. Exquisite dishes that you have never tasted. Oh! How much you recreate yourself, delight and enjoy grace. Autant de belles choses. Ces plats si savoureux. Et pourtant rien ne vient de toi, mais tu en profites du seul fait d'habiter dans cette maison. Or. Si cela se passe ainsi dans l'ordre naturel. Dans celui surnaturel de ma volonté encore plus facile à réaliser. The soul entering into it, will, forms a unique act with the divine will and, being of the same nature, it participates. Its actions, and to what it possesses. To live in my will. She is first stripped of the clothes of the old Adam, the culprit, 4. Then put on the clothes of the new sanctified Adam. This garment represents the very light of the supreme will. It is through it that are transmitted to the soul powers, divine, noblemen, to communicate to all. This light takes away everything that is human, by restoring to him the physiognomy of his Creator. Isn't that wonderful? That it may share all that the divine will possesses, being, at the same time, life and will? So be vigilant. Be careful and be faithful. Your Jesus is committed to allowing you to live always in his will, taking your guard so you can never get out. I felt oppressed and very reluctant to open my soul to manifest what Jesus was telling me. So I would have liked to be silent forever so that nothing more would be revealed. I complained to my sweet Jesus and told him, you would deliver me from an enormous weight by asking me not to reveal anything more about what is happening between you and me. I would be so happy. Don't you see my repugnance, the effort it costs me? At the same time, my ever-kind Jesus moving in me said to me, my daughter, would you bury the light, the grace, the truth, thus preparing the tomb for your Jesus? The silence that surrounds the truth buries the truth, while the word, resurrecting it, brings back light, grace, goodness, and more. For the word of truth comes from the Fiat Supreme. The word had its divine field at the moment when, by pronouncing the word Fiat, I made creation appear. I could have done it even if I kept quiet. But I wanted to use the word Fiat, so that the word may also be of divine origin and, so that, possessing the creative power, the one who would use it manifesting what belongs to me, may have the power to communicate these truths to those who have the chance to listen to it, the word. For you it's even more important. For, all that I tell you, is the major part of the original word. It is this very fiat that returns again as at the moment of creation. He wants to divulge the immense goods of my will, dispensing this great power over all that I manifest to you from her. Afin de pouvoir véhiculer dans les aims la nouvelle création de ma volonté. C'est comme cela que tu m'aimes, en creusant la toi ma volonté avec ton silence. J'étais encore plus effrayé et affligé tu avant. J'ai mis à prière Jesus pour tu il me fasse la grâce d'accomplir sa volonté. Monde bien-aimé, comme volant me sol ager, sorti de moi et me surround très fort sur son saint cœur, me redonne de la force. A cet instant même, le ciel s'ouvrit et j'ai entendis tout dire en coeur. Gloire au Père, au Fils et au Saint-Esprit. And I don't know how, but I replied, as he was in the beginning, now and always and in the centuries of the ages. So be he. What was it? Asterisk in the word Father one could see the creative power. Dripping everywhere. Everything conserving and bringing everything to life. Just his breath was enough to keep integrity, beautiful and always knew what ill created. Asterisk in the word Son we saw all the works of the word. Renewed. Ordered. Ready to fill heaven and earth and to give oneself for the good of the creatures. Asterisk the word Holy Spirit invested everything with a love. Eloquent. Working and invigorating. But how to say everything? My poor spirit was immersed in the eternal beatitudes. My adorable Jesus, reminding me of myself, said to me, "My daughter, do you know why you were given the second part of glory? My will being in you, it was up to you to bring the earth to heaven to give, in the name of all, with the heavenly court, that glory that will remain eternal in the centuries of centuries. Eternal things, which therefore never have an end, exist only in my will. He who possesses it communicates with heaven, participating in what is done in the celestial regions, as in action with the domains of heaven. Finding me in my usual state, my ever amiable Jesus came to me and, taking me by the hand, drew me to him upwards, between heaven and earth. Fearful, I would be against Jesus, clinging to his most holy hand and, giving free rein to my heavy sorrow, I said to him, Jesus, my love, my life. Some time ago you wanted to make me a true copy of my heavenly mother. Nevertheless, we did not learn much from her, nor of the immense graces that you lavished on him at every moment. She didn't tell anyone about it, keeping everything to herself. Either the gospel did not divulge anything. We only know that she is your mother, that she gave birth to you, eternal word. But we know nothing about the graces and favors between her and you. On the other hand, concerning me, you want that I manifest your words and that what is happening between you and me is not a secret. I'm sorry, but what is the similarity between me and my mother? And my sweet Jesus, clutching me on his heart with full tenderness, said to me, "My daughter, courage, don't be afraid. Concerning my mother, we only knew what it was necessary to know. Kjat son fils venu, grâce à elle, de livrer les générations et tu el fut la première ou. Dans son âme, jeus monde premier champ d'actions divines. Tout le reste, faveurs, étendues de grâces reçues parl, resta confined dans le sanctuaire des secrets divins. Par contre en sut, et c'est la chose la plus importante, la plus grande, la plus sainte, que les fils de Dieu étaient son fils. Ceci était, à sesu, un immense honneur l'élevant au-dessus de toutes les creatures. So, being aware of the plus, about my mother, the minus was not necessary. The same will be true of my daughter. Will know that my will have had its first divine field in your soul, and everything that is important for my will to be recognized and how She wants to do everything for the creature to return to its origin, waiting for him in his arms impatiently, so that nothing separates us anymore. If this were not disclosed, how could we hope for this great good? How can we prepare for such a great grace? If my mother had not wanted to reveal that I was the eternal Word and His Son, what benefit would the redemption have brought? The little known good, while being great, does not allow to transmit the good that He possesses. My mother did not oppose it, so my daughter must also accept my will. All other secrets, the flights you make in my will, the goods you take, the intimate things between you and me, will remain in the sanctuary of divine secrets. Fear not, your Jesus will know how to satisfy you in everything. My poor soul swimming in the endless sea of the divine will, my ever-loving Jesus showed all creation in action. What order! What harmony! How many different beauties! Everything had the seal of an uncreated love running towards creatures, who, things, descending to the bottom of hearts cried out in their silent language. Love, love him who loves so much. I was in a sweet enchantment looking at creation. His silent love hurt my poor heart even more than a powerful voice, to the point of making me fail. My sweet Jesus, holding me in his arms, said to me, "My daughter, all creation cries out glory and adoration for our Creator, love for creatures. Therefore, creation is a glory, a silent adoration for us." Car was left with no choice, neither to grow nor to decrease. We took her out of us, while keeping it in us, that is to say in our will. Extolling, though mute, our power, beauty, magnificence and glory so much so that it is ourselves who boast. Our power, our glory, our infinite love, made of goodness, harmony, and beauty. Creation brings us nothing as itself. Although it is the culmination of our divine being, it serves as a mirror to man, showing him how to look at and recognize his Creator, giving him sublime lessons of order, harmony, holiness, and amu. One could almost say that the Creator himself, taking on the air of Divine Master, gives as many lessons as created works. Out of his creative hands, from the largest to the smallest. This was not the case in the creation of man. Our love for him was such that he surpassed all the love we had put into creation. That is why we endowed him with reason, memory, and will, putting our will on the table, so that he may multiply it 100-fold. Not for us, who do not need it, but for its good, so that he does not stay mute and always in the same state as other created things, but may he grow even more. En gloire en richesses, en amour et en ressemblance avec son Créateur. Pour il puisse avoir toutes les aides possibles et imaginables, nous sommes mis à sa disposition, notre volonté. Pour il accomplice, avec la même puissance que la nôtre. Le but, la croissance, la ressemblance avec son Créateur à laquelle il aspire. Notre amour, en créant l'homme, se livre à un jeu risqué en mettant nos choses dans le petit cercle de la volonté humaine, comme sur la table. Our beauty, wisdom, holiness, love etc. and our will which was to be guide and actress of his actions. So that, not only does it help him grow in our likeness, but also gives him the form of a little God. Seeing these great goods refused by the creature, our pain was immense. Our risky game at that time, failed, but although unsuccessful, it was still a divine game that could and should recover from its failure. Then, after many years, my love wanted to repeat this risky game again, and it was with my Immaculate Mother. In her our game did not fail, he fully succeeds. Therefore, we gave and entrusted to her all things better, being in competition, we by giving, and she by receiving. Now you must know that our love wants to do this risky game with you, so that, with the Heavenly Mother, you will make us win. Thus we will have our revenge for the failure provided by the first man, Adam. Then our will remakes of its gains, can again dispose of its goods and distribute them with love to its creatures. Since being a winner in my game, I was able to resurrect the Son of Redemption to save lost humanity, thanks to the Blessed Virgin. Thus, thanks to you, I will make the sun of my will reappear so that it may trace its way in creatures. Pouring into yourself so many graces, so much knowledge of my will, is none other than my risky game that I form in you. So be vigilant so that I do not have to feel the greatest suffering in the history of the world. By suffering the failure of my second game. You will not do this to me. My love will emerge victorious and my will be fulfilled. Jesus having disappeared, what he had just told me made me dreamy, although all abandoned to his supreme will. Regarding what I write, only Jesus knows the torment of my soul and my great reluctance to put on paper these things that I would have liked to bury. I wanted to fight against the same obedience. But Jesus Fiat won and I continue to write what I don't want. My sweet Jesus, returning, seeing me worried, he said to me, "My daughter, why are you afraid? Don't you want me to play with you? You will have nothing to do but to engage the small flame of your will, received by me during your creation. This means that the risk of my property will belong to me. Don't you want to be my mother's equal? For this, come with me before the divine throne. You will find the little flame of the will of the Queen of Heaven at the feet of the Supreme Majesty." She gave it to the divine game. Because, to play, we must always bet something belonging to us. Otherwise, the one who wins will have nothing and the one who loses will leave nothing. I came out the winner of the game with my mother. She lost the small flame of her will. This was a happy loss. She left her as a permanent tribute to the feet of her Creator. She shaped her life in the great divine fire growing on the sea of divine goods. This allowed him to obtain the desired Redeemer. Now it is up to you to put the little flame of your little will next to that of my inseparable mother. To shape you also in the divine fire and to grow to the reflections of your Creator. In order to obtain, from the Supreme Majesty, the desired Fiat. We will be able to see these two little flames, deprived of their own lives, at the feet of the Supreme Throne for eternity. At the first the redemption was granted and to the other the fulfillment of my will, the sole purpose of creation, redemption and revenge for my risky game in creating man. In no time I was in front of this inaccessible light. And my will, in the form of a small flame, was placed next to that of my Heavenly Mother following her in what she was doing. But how do you express what you could see, understand and do? The words I lack I stop there. Then my sweet Jesus answered, "My daughter, I have overcome the little flame of your will and you have overcome mine. Without losing yours you could never have won mine. Now we are both happy, victorious. But the big difference of being in my will lies in the fact that only once is enough for an act, a prayer, an I love you. So that they repeat themselves forever. From the moment they took their place in the supreme will. For when one performs an act in my will, it remains uninterrupted, repeating itself eternally. The action of the soul in my will is different from the divine action. Since the act does once, does not need to be renewed. What about your many I love you in my will, always repeating the same refrain, I love you, I love you. They will be so many wounds for me. They will prepare me to grant the greatest grace. May my will be known, loved, and fulfilled. Therefore, in my will, prayers, works, love are the domain of the divine order. One could say that it is I who pray, who acts, who loves. What could I deny to myself? What could I not be satisfied with? I digress in the holy divine will. I wanted to hug everything and give everything to my God. As if these things, offered by Him, belonged to me. Giving Him in return. For each thing created. A little word of love, a thank you, an I bless you, an I adore you. My always kind Jesus, coming out of me, with His Fiat omnipotent. Called all creation. Put it on my lap to give me a gift. And with a tenderness full of love, He said to me, "My daughter, everything belongs to you. Everything that comes out of my will, everything that she preserves and possesses, belongs by right to the one who lives in her. My Fiat omnipotent enlarges the sky, the sprinkled with stars, gave life to the light, created the sun and everything else. He remained in creation as a life, triumphant, domineering and conservative. She who earns my will wins all of creation as well as God himself, so in the name of righteousness, she must possess all that my will possesses. Much more. For creation was created silent so that the one who would make her live in my will, give her the word. Making all things created by me speaking and no longer silent. Consequently, you will be the voice of heaven and ta parole resonnera d'unbout à l'autre de l'atmosphère céleste disant. J'aime, j'adore et te rends gloire au monde créateur. Tu seras la voix de chaque étoile, du soleil, du vent, du tonnerre, de la mer, des arbres, des montagnes, de tout, en répétant sans cesse. J'aime, bénis, honore, adore et te remercie celui qui nous a créés. Oh! Tu el sera belle la voix de ma nouvelle née dans ma volonté, de la petite fille de ma volonté. Elle me rend parlante tout la création. La création sera plus belle que si j'élevais d'autres de la parole. J'ai aimé tellement au point de vouloir entendre ta voix. Dans le soleil, aimant, honorant, adorant, j'ai ver elle entendre. Dans les sphères célestes. Dans le murmure de la mer. Dans le frétillement du poisson. Dans le chant, le gazouillis des oiseaux. Dans l'anneau qui belle, la tourterelle qui gemmet, j'ai verti entendre partout. I would not be happy if, in all the things created, of which my will occupies the first place, I did not hear the voice of my little newborn who, endowing the creation of the Word, gives me love, glory and adoration for all things. So, my daughter, be careful, having filled you a lot I want as much in return. Your mission is immense. For the life of my will, which embraces everything and who owns everything, must be fulfilled in you, without ceasing. 3. Following this, thinking about it, I say to myself, how can I do all that my Jesus asks of me? Be in every created thing. Have an act for each fulfillment of the supreme will. Making his echo mine, if I am only a newborn in the divine will? I would have to grow at least a little bit. To be able to spread myself better from everywhere as my beloved Jesus wants. So, while I was asking myself this question, coming out of me he said to me. 4. Do not be surprised to be the newborn of my will, knowing that my own Immaculate Mother is too. Since the newborn is between what the Creator is and what the creature can be and take from God. Having been the newborn of my will, she fashioned herself in the image of her Creator and became the queen of all creation. Thus she dominated over everything. It echoed that of the divine will. One can also call newborns, in the eternal will. In addition to the sovereign celestial, the saints, the angels, the blessed. For the soul, once out of his mortal body, comes back to life in my will if it is not reborn in her. Not only can it not enter the heavenly homeland, but she can't save herself either. Because no one enters into eternal glory without having been born by my will. Nevertheless you must know the difference between the newborn of the supreme will in time and those who are reborn at the gates of eternity. Like what? My Queen Mother was the newborn in the time of the divine will as such, had the power to bring down her Creator to the earth although immense, she reduced him to her womb. She dressed him in her own nature and offered him as the savior of human generations. Being newborn, it formed expanses of grace, light, holiness, science. To be able to shelter the one who had created. Possessing the power of the life of the supreme will. She could do everything, get everything and even God could not deny anything to this celestial creature. Since what she asked corresponded to the desires of her own will. So, the one who is newborn in time in my will is formed by residing in the exile of the seas of grace and leaving the earth, takes with him the full extent of the goods that the divine will possesses, that is, God. To bring back from exile this will, this God who reigns in heaven, is a real feat. It's hard for you to understand clearly the enormous benefits, the wonders of a newborn in the time of my will, but be assured, you can do anything. Much more, because my will would do it in the place of your little being. Whereas, for the one who is reborn in my will after leaving the earth, it is the divine will that brings him these immense expanses, so that the soul may be reborn in her. His God is not with her, but he allows her to reach her. What is the difference between one and the other? Thus, making you the newborn of my will, I could not do you with higher grace. If you want to grow, let my only will grow. Following this, thinking about it, I say to myself, how can I do all that my Jesus asks of me? Be in every created thing. Have an act for each fulfillment of the supreme will. Making his echo mine, if I am only a newborn in the divine will? I would have to grow at least a little bit, to be able to spread better from everywhere, as my beloved Jesus wants. So, while I was asking myself this question, coming out of me he said to me, don't be surprised to be the newborn of my will, knowing that my own Immaculate Mother is also, since the newborn is between what the Creator is and what the creature can be and take from God. Having been the newborn of my will, she shaped herself in the image of her Creator, becoming the queen of all creation, and, as such, she dominated over everything, giving her echo to that of the divine will. 1. I write for the sole purpose of fulfilling God's one will. On this subject I thought to myself, my ever-kind Jesus keeps telling me that I must become the copy of my Heavenly Mother, which means all embraced. Take care of everyone to be able to get the much-desired Fiat, as well as the Sovereign Queen obtain the long-awaited Redeemer. But how can I do this? She was holy, designed without the original fault, while I am one of the smallest and poorest creatures, full of miseries and weaknesses, conceived, like all the children of Adam, in original sin. How could I follow the flights of the Sovereign Lady in the divine will, to access the long-awaited Fiat? Que monde du Jesus vout faire regner sur terre. Pendant que je songe à cela, monde adorable Jesus, sortant de moi et me seront très fort dans ses bras me dit. 2. My daughter. My mother was conceived without the original fault so that she could conceive of the much-desired Redeemer. For it was just, proper that the one that would give me life, be free from the germ of fault, all by being the noblest, the holiest of creatures, but of a divine nobility and holiness comparable to that of its Creator, possessing all grace and ability, allowing him to give birth to the Holy of Holies, the Eternal Word. This is what creatures are sometimes asked to do, according to the value of the objects to be preserved. If they are precious things or things of great value, sparkling vases are used corresponding to the precious things they must contain. Whereas, if the objects are ordinary and worthless, we will use earthen vases, without worrying about keeping them under lock and key as we would with those of Grand Prix. On the other hand, they will be exposed, according to the refinement of the vase and the way to maintain it. It can be deduced that the content is of high quality and value. But I had to receive his blood to be conceived in his womb, thus it was right that both his soul and his body should be clear and enriched of all possible and imaginable graces, privileges and prerogatives. May God give and the creature may receive. So if my dear mother had all this in her, having as its mission to bring down to earth the long-awaited Redeemer, same to you, having chosen you for the desired Fiat, willed by heaven as by earth, awaited with so much impatience by the divinity itself, hoped for almost more by God than by men, I had to give you all the grace, allowing to deposit, in a soul and a body free of corruption. Not only the knowledge inherent in my will, but also her own life that she, will, had to form and develop in you. Thus, using his power, if she could not free you from the original fault, she attenuated him and stood firmly on the hearth so that he would not produce corrupt effects. This means that your original fault, crushed by my will, has no more life. This was fair, vis-a-vis of the nobility, dignity and of holiness of the supreme will. If in you resided evil effects, my will would be surrounded by shadows, fogs. This would prevent it from to spread its rays of truth like the sun in the middle of the afternoon, even less to make you the center of the unfolding of his divine life, for it is so clear and it cannot adapt to living with the slightest flaw. 3. Hearing this, trembling I said, Jesus, what are you saying to me? Is that possible? Yet I feel so miserable and small and I need you, your help, your presence to be able to continue to live. You know what deplorable state I am in when I am deprived of you. Alors Jesus, interrompant mes dires, ajuda. Ma fille, net ton pas. C'est la sainteté de ma volonté qui est required. S adjacent de la chose la plus grande aussi bien dans le ciel que sur terre. Si au moment de la rédemption j'ai vin sauver le home. Maintenant c'est ma volonté dans les creatures que j'ai vin sauver. C'est à dire, faire connaître. Le but de la création, de la rédemption. Bies tu el distribue. La vie tu el vote inst or en els. Les droits qui lui correspondent. Therefore, saving a divine will in the midst of creatures is the most grandiose, and my recognized and reigning will be above the benefits of creation and redemption. It will be the crowning achievement of my works and the triumph of ours. If my will were not recognized, loved, and fulfilled, neither creation nor redemption would have achieved their goal, and the benefit would be incomplete. Creation and redemption will come out of my almighty fiat, that our glory may be complete and so that the creature can receive all the effects and goods they contain. Everything must return to our will. My poor spirit was swimming in the immensity of the eternal will. But how to tell it? How to understand it? What impressed me the most was the fact that the fiat had to go beyond even the good of redemption. With in addition, the unbearable reluctance to express what has been said above, for fear that obedience will impose on me the writing. How much would I have liked to keep him quiet? But we do not discuss with fiat. Because, in any situation, he must emerge victorious. Returning, my gentle and always benevolent Jesus, said to me, my daughter, it is indispensable that you report this. Not for you, but for the dignity and holiness due to my will. Do you believe that all the work done in your soul for 40 years and much more I have done it only for you, because I love you? Ah! No. It was above all for the dignity linked to my will. I made sure that, reigning in you, she would find my work, my incessant prayers inviting him to come, the throne of my works, of my sorrows on which to be able to dominate and make it his home, the light of his own knowledge and so she finds in you honors and her own divine glory. This is why the explanations concerning the supreme will were indispensable. For the respect due to him, you should also know that my will is greater and more infinite than the redemption. What is greater always brings greater benefits and benefits. My will is eternal, in time and in eternity, having no beginning or end, while the redemption, although she was eternal in the divine spirit, had a beginning in time, being the product of the eternal will. This means that it was not the redemption that gave life to the divine will, but, quite the contrary, my will which conceived it. He who has the power to procreate, by nature or necessity, must be more fruitful than the one who receives life. And that's not all. Encreant. La divinite fit sortir d'elle même les ombres. De sa lumière, de son savoir, de sa puissance. Effleurant de son être tout la création. Ceci fit que la beauté, l'harmonie, l'ordre, l'amour, la bonté de Dieu. Qu'elle en retrouve dans toute la création. R. Divine similitudes. Shadows of the Supreme Majesty. While my will, and not our resemblance, nor our shadow, manifested itself in the field of creation, as a life in all things, she became life, the basis, support, vivification and conservation of all that came out of our creative hands. So it is to the Supreme Will that we owe all. My own redemption knelt before her, imploring that every act, every palpitation, every suffering, until my sigh, come to life in order to make the creatures flow helpers, even save their lives. One could say that my redemption is like a tree of which the divine will is the root. As long as it produced the trunk, the branches, the fuelis, the flowers of all the goods of the church, it must be to produce the fruit of life held by the root of this tree. We gave birth to creation for the sole purpose of to make known and love our will more than life itself. Thus life settled everywhere so that it might be fulfilled. Everything else, and redemption is one of them, was given as support to facilitate our purpose. If our primary intention does not succeed, how can we obtain the completeness of our glory and, at the same time, to offer to the creature the establishment of our property? Besides creation, redemption, and the fiat thy will be done in heaven as on earth symbolize the Sacro, Holy Trinity. Divine persons are inseparable, they are two. With one helping the other, triumph and glory returns to all three. Our will always had the first place in all our actions. Creation and redemption were in retreat, or even lost, in the immensity and infinity of the Supreme Will. It envelopes everything. She holds all that was done by us on her throne where she reigns and dominates. So she is the whole. What will be your wonder when it will bring greater benefits than other works, and man will receive this life, which he already has in him without being aware of it? She groans, sighs, being compressed, drowned, weakened. She wants to make her life while she is prevented from doing so. Therefore, be careful. For, learning of my will, man will be shaken. It will be as cement for a termite, who inflicted original sin on the tree of human generations. Thus, the root having been reinforced, the creature will be able to live in her this life that she rejected with so much ingratitude. 1. Having received communion, I began to call everyone, my Queen Mother, the saints, the first man Adam. Follow up of all generations until the last man who will come to earth, and all that was created, so that we may all be prostrate together around Jesus, worshipping him, blessing him, loving him so that he does not miss anything of all that he has created, nor a beating heart, nor the sun's rays, nor the immensity of the sky studded with stars, nor the sound of the sea, the little flower that exhales its perfume either, wanting us all to be together around the host of Jesus, to give him the honors due to him. His will reminding me that everything was mine, so I wanted to give everything to Jesus. In doing so, Jesus seemed happy to be surrounded in this way of all generations and of all that he had created, and as he hugged me, he said to me, 2. My daughter, whom I am happy to see around me all my works. They sent back to me the joy and happiness that I gave them by creating them, and in my turn, I reward them with a new happiness. This is the great good that my will brings. Concentrating all her possessions in the one who lives in her. No good is lacking in him. It binds the soul to all that belongs to him. Thus, if the creature had not escaped from my will, I would have found in each and every one, goods, light, strength, science, love, beauty. They had to belong to all, not to you, not to me, to the natural and spiritual order either. Each could take what she wanted. Human life in my will should have been the symbol of the sun, so that everyone would take as much light as he wishes without anyone missing it. But since she, creature, turned away from my will, the goods, the light, the strength, the love, the beauty were divided, as if halved between the creatures. So it was the end of order, harmony, love for God and for each other. O. Sile solile povate se divisor en un multitude de rayons. Se detachant du centre de la lumière. These same rays would eventually become darkness. So what about the earth? Ah! No one would have his light to him and everything for him. So it was with my will. The man evaded her. He lost all goods, light, strength, beauty, etc. As a result, he was forced to live in poverty. Again, be careful. Live continuously in my will. In order to own everything. So that I can find everything in you. 3. Following these words I said to myself. If true life, in the divine will, grants us so many goods, why my heavenly mother, becoming one with the will of God, could not obtain with the much desired Redeemer, the Fiat your will in heaven as on earth. Thus she doing. Return the man to this supreme Fiat from which he came out. Giving him back all the goods and purpose of his creation? Even more. That being like God's own will. She had no food foreign to God, she possessed the same divine power. Thanks to this, could get everything. Moving again in me and sighing, my sweet Jesus added. 4. My daughter. In all that my mother did and that I accomplish, my primary intention was that my Fiat could rule the earth. It would not have been for neither proper, nor true love, nor of great generosity, let alone to act as the God that I am. If, coming into the world, I wanted to give to the creatures the smallest thing, that is, the means to save his soul, and not the biggest thing, my will which has in it not only the remedies but all goods existing in heaven as on earth, and also salvation and holiness, but the same holiness that elevates him to that of his Creator. Oh! If you could penetrate into every prayer, deed, word, and sorrow of my indivisible mother, you would find the Fiat sighing and getting. Also, penetrating every drop of my blood, every beat of my heart, every sigh, step, work, pain, and tear. You would see the Fiat in first place. That I was looking forward to, by asking for it for creatures. Although the primary intention was the Fiat, my goodness had to go down to the secondary end. It's almost like a teacher who, knowing the most advanced sciences, could give noble and sublime courses worthy of him. But school children are illiterate, and then he must lower himself by teaching them the ABC to achieve, little by little, his primary goal, to impart the lessons of the science he possesses. To train so many teachers worthy of such a master. If this teacher, not wanting to bring himself to give courses of a lower level, persisted in propagating his great knowledge, the pupils, being illiterate, would not understand it and, lost in this sea of science, would let him down. The poor master, not wanting to put himself at the level of his students, could therefore disclose neither the small nor the great good of his science. Now, my daughter, when I came to earth, the creatures knew nothing of the things of heaven. If I had spoken of Fiat and true life in him, they would have been unable to understand it. Not knowing the way that leads to me, they were, for the most part, lame, blind, infirm. I had to descend under the aspect of my humanity which covered this Fiat. Fraternize with them. Get closer to everyone to be able to teach the first rudiments, the ABC of the Supreme Fiat. All that I transmit, do, and suffer, as a goal. To prepare the way, the kingdom, the dominion of my will. This is common, in the accomplishment of our works. Start with minor things. as a preparatory act for major things. Didn't I pair he with you? At first, I obviously didn't talk to you. The principle of the divine fiat. Nor of the height, the holiness that I wished to make you attain in my will. Nor by making any word to you concerning the high mission to which I called you. But I held you like a little girl with whom I had fun learning. Obedience. The love of suffering. Detachment from all. The death of your ego. And you were consenting. I was looking forward to the place that my fiat was going to be able to occupy in you, as well as the sublime teachings belonging to my will. It was the same in the redemption. The purpose was for fiat to reign in the creature again, as at the moment when it came out of our creative hands. We are not in a hurry in the execution of our works, for we have at our disposal not only the centuries but all eternity. We are going slowly, while coming out victorious. First we prepare and then we act. The fact that I ascended to heaven did not take anything away from my previous power on earth. It is still unchanged, both in heaven and on earth. Have I not called and chosen my mother from my heavenly homeland? I did the same for you. By calling you and choosing you with as much power, which no one can resist, for my fiat. I will go even further by telling you that to get it, fiat, you have more resources, much more important than those whom my beloved mother had within her reach. Therefore, you are happier. For she did not have the support of his mother, nor of his actions for the desired Redeemer. Had only the continuation of the deeds of the prophets, patriarchs, Old Testament maids, and great goods forth by the coming of the future Redeemer. While you have a mother and her works helping you. Helpers, sorrows, prayers. The very life not planned but carried out of your Redeemer. There is no goods, no prayer done or to be done in the church, that are not with you helping you to obtain the long-awaited fiat. The primary purpose being the fulfillment of my will. What I did, as well as the Queen of Heaven and all the good ones, is therefore with you to reach their finality. Therefore, be vigilant. My mother and I will always be at your side. You will not be alone in waiting for the desired triumph of our will. 1. My poor spirit was lost in the divine will. An endless light invaded the small circle of my intelligence. Although it seemed concentrated in my mind, it spread outside, filling the whole atmosphere and, penetrating to heaven, as if it were gathered in the divinity. But how do I express my feelings and understanding in this light? Entering this light, one felt the fullness of happiness, nothing could tarnish. Joy, beauty, strength. The penetration of divine secrets and the knowledge of the supreme arcana. Then, while I was swimming in this light, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, 2. My daughter, this light, this so delightful stay that does not know, nor decline, nor at night, is my will. In her everything is complete, happiness, strength, beauty, knowledge of the Supreme Being, etc. This endless light that is our will. It springs from the bosom of the divinity. As a legacy of man, the best that can be given to him. She came out of our womb, carrying with her a part of our goods so that the creature may inherit it, forming it all beautiful and holy and in the image of the one who created it. So you see what it means to do and live in my will. It possesses all the goods existing in heaven as on earth. I want you to know them, otherwise how could you love them, own them and use them in all circumstances without knowing them? Ne sachant pa k2 is un forte res divine a ta disposition, un rien t arbitra. Si2 ne sais pas si der la but divine. 2 noceres pas etre elis avec mol te sentent different de mol et. 2 horas pas elades de America el accord pour que le fiat regni sur la terre. Si2 ignores que tout ce que jai cries a toi. 2 amours pas dans tout chose et. Jene reis pas la plénitude de l'amour vrai. C'est pour elle pour tout le reste. Tant que tu ne seras pas au courant. De tous les biens de ma volonté. That everything belongs to him and that you own everything. It would be like a poor man who is given $1 million without telling him that this amount of money is in his slum. The poor, unaware of possessing this good, continues his miserable life, malnourished, dressed in rags and drinking in small sips the bitterness of his poor. On the other hand, if he knows it, he takes advantage of his chance by turning his slum into a palace. Feeding abundantly, dressing decently, and drinking the sweet sips of his wealth. In fact, as long as you don't know your possessions, it's as if you don't have any. That is why, quite often, I increase your capacity. By bringing you other knowledge about my will. By sharing with you all that belongs to him. That you may possess not only my will but all that is his property. Moreover, to come and reign in the soul, my supreme will wants to find there his property, his domains. The soul must appropriate them so that, reigning in her, it finds its own domains where it can extend its regime, its command. For if she finds in her soul neither heaven nor earth, what will she reign over? This is the reason why my will must be gathered in you, and you must love him, know her, own it, so that in you she may find her kingdom, dominate it and sustain it. Thinking back to what Jesus said, seeing my smallness more than ever, I said to myself, how can I concentrate in myself all that the divine will possesses? I feel like the more he tells me, the smaller I become and feel incapable, so how is that possible? But Jesus, returning, added, my daughter, you have to know. My heavenly mother could conceive of me, the eternal Word in her immaculate womb. Because she did the will of God as God did it himself. Concerning all other prerogatives such as virginity, the design without the original stain, holiness, expanses of grace, they were not sufficient means to beget a God. All these prerogatives did not give him, nor the immensity, nor clairvoyance to be able to conceive of an immense God who sees everything. Even less, fertility allowing him his conception. In fact, she would not have disposed of the seed of divine fecundity. While, possessing the supreme will as his own life, doing the will of God as God did himself, she received the germ and, with him, immensity, clairvoyance. This allowed me to be conceived by her in a manner consistent with her nature, so there was no shortage of, nor immensity, nor of all that is similar to my being. So, my daughter, all that belongs to my will be of the same nature for you too. If you will do the divine will as God does himself. The will of God in you and the one that reigns in God are one. So, it is not marvelous that all that is God's, supported, preserved, and dominated by this will. Or to you too. It is therefore essential to know what belongs to him. Because, when you know and love the goods you own, you acquire the right of possession. Doing God's will as God himself does, was the highest point, the most important, the most necessary for my mother. In order to obtain the desired Redeemer, all other prerogatives were the superficial part. The decency, the dignity that was due to him. It's ready for you. To acquire the much desired fiat, you must come to do God's will as he himself does. 1. Being in my usual state, completely immersed in my kind Jesus, my mind was lost in divine notions. Although it was the silence on my side as well as on the side of Jesus. I cannot say what my understanding was. But Jesus, repeating his words, added, my daughter, everything I do in the soul exceeds, 0 how much, what I did in creation. You see. To the manifestation of each knowledge of my perfections. To every truth belonging to the divinity, it is a new heaven that I extend into the soul. The soul rises in truths known to resemble its creator. I form new suns in the space of these heavens. For every grace poured out and for every renewal of the union with myself. Immense seas extend into the soul whose love and reciprocity form a sweet whisper, and The impetuous waves rise to heaven and pour out at the feet of the divine throne. The soul practices its virtues and the body contributes to this exercise, thus one could call the body the small terrain of the soul where I let bloom the most beautiful meadows and I have fun always creating new flowers, new trees, and fruits. I am a unique act, done once and for eternity. Thus creation had to be too, my unique act never ceases to preserve it always new, honest, and fresh. Thus my creation in souls repeats, never stops. Form things more and more beautiful, surprising and new, unless some close their door stopping my creative act. At that time, I have another solution. I agree. I multiply my repeated act in souls who have left their doors open, delighting me and continuing my office as creator. Do you know where my act is never interrupted? In the soul that lives in my will. Ah! Yes, in her only I can do what I want freely. For, my will, which contains the soul, prepares it to receive my fiat out of the creation. Therefore, my will in the soul and mine hold hands. Kiss doing immense miracles. So be always watchful and may your flight always be in my will. Following this came to mind the resurrection of our Lord. Returning, Jesus added, my daughter, my resurrection completed. Selah. Gave me all the honors. Called to life all the works I did throughout my life on earth and formed the seed of the resurrection of souls and even bodies in universal judgment. For without my resurrection, my redemption would have been incomplete and my most beautiful works buried. Thus, if the soul is not resurrected entirely in my will, its works remain incomplete, and if the cold creeps into divine things, it will be devastated by passions, tyrannized by the vices that will prepare the tomb where to bury its sins. Without the life of my will, there will be no more. That which revives the divine fire, which kills all the passions in one fell swoop and resurrects all the virtues. My will is more than a Sunday. It eclipses, fertilizes everything. It transforms everything into light and forms the complete resurrection of the soul into God. I thought, my sweet Jesus says great admirable, very high, marvelous things about the will of God. Still, I don't feel like creatures have any the concept it deserves. Nor that they are impressed by the marvels she holds, on the contrary. It seems that they put it on the same level as the virtues. Perhaps more attached to them. That to the most holy will of God. Then my ever-kind Jesus, moving within me, said to me, my daughter, do you want to know why? It is the fact of having the dirty palate. Being accustomed to the ordinary food of this low world, such as the virtues. And not to the heavenly and divine one as my will. Only persons for whom themselves, the earth, things, have no value or are all aligned with God, can taste heavenly food. The virtues practiced on earth are rarely free. Human goals, self-esteem, of his own glory, the pleasure of showing oneself and pleasing others. One can compare all these ends to the tastes of the ordinary palate of the soul. Often, we act more for these tastes than for what virtue represents. That is why virtues have more growth. The human will always having something to gain. Whereas, the human will is the first thing that my will terraces. Not tolerating any human end. She is celestial and wants to give to the soul what is divine and belongs to heaven. Thus the ego is fasting and dying and feeling dying. Losing hope of finding food, he decides to feed on my will and by tasting it, his palate being purified, he smells the true taste of the food of my will. So much so that he would not change it, even at the cost of his own life. My will does not get along with things that are vile and small, as do the virtues that are practiced on earth. But she wants to use everything and everyone, as a support at her feet, to change the interior of the soul and the virtues itself into divine will. In a word, she wants her heaven in the depths of the soul, who, without her, would remain stuck, not being able to carry out her divine life. The big difference between the virtues and my will, between the holiness of one and the other, therefore lies in the fact that virtues can be creatures and form, at most, human holiness. But my will is God's and His holiness is all divine. What a difference! Unfortunately, creatures with the habit of looking down, feel more attracted by the small lights of virtues than by the great sun of my will. Just as I found myself out of my body, the sun began to shine. All things changed their appearance. The trees being luminous, the flower receiving life from its fragrance and the various colors that sunlight brought to each flower. This light giving life, in small sips to all things these were formed, developed. Yet there was light, heat, but we could not see anything else. So where were you talking about? These different effects, those varied shades that nature received? My sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, that the sun possesses the germ of fecundity, that of the essence of all colors. The light is greater than the goods it holds, and so it hides them. You can't give what you don't have. This is why the sun could not have given nor fertility, nor the sweetness with fruits, nor the colors with flowers, nor create so many wonders on earth, transforming it from the abyss of darkness to the abyss of light, if he had not had in him the effects he produces. The sun is the symbol of my will. As soon as she rises in a soul, it revives it, covering it with graces, giving her the most beautiful hues of divine colors. She transforms her into God. She does everything at the same time. It is enough to give birth to her for her to perform merveils. By giving, she loses nothing, as does the sun, bringing so much good to the earth. Quite the contrary, remaining glorified in the work of the creature. Our being is always in perfect equation. It can neither grow nor decrease, but do you know how it goes? Imagine a sea full to the brim. A wind can invade the surface and cause waves that make it overflow. The waters rise again and the level returns to the way it was before. The sea has lost nothing. This is how it happens between the soul and God. We can compare the soul to the small wind that forms the waves of the divine sea. It can take all the water it wants, but the level of the divine sea will always remain the same because our nature is not subject to mutations. So the more you take, the more pleasure you will give me, and I will remain glorified in you. In relation to this I am thinking about the difference between the one who submits to the will of God and the one who allows himself to be dominated by the human will. On this, in my mind I saw a person, curved, whose forehead touched his knees, covered with a black veil, surrounded by a thick scramble preventing him from seeing the light. Poor thing! She seemed drunk and staggering, sometimes falling to the right, sometimes to the left. She was really pitiful. The moment I had this vision, my sweet Jesus moved within me and said to me, my daughter, this is the image of who allows himself to be dominated by his will. Human will curves the soul in such a way as to force it to always look at the earth, that she ends up knowing and loving. It is this knowledge and love which cause these emanations that form this dense and black brilliard, who completely envelopes it, and which prevents him from seeing heaven as well as the beautiful light of eternal truths. That's why the dowry of human reason, intoxicated with the things of the earth, her step not being firm, she capsizes, right and left. It sinks deeper and deeper into the thick darkness that surrounds it. So there is nothing worse for a soul than to be dominated by his will. Conversely, the one who submits to my will grows straight, so that she can no longer bend to the earth but always looks at heaven. Doing this, it produces emanations of light that envelop it, and this cloud of light is so dense that he hides things from the earth and makes them disappear. In return he makes the things of heaven reappear, and the soul knows heaven, and loves it since they belong to him. My will makes the step firm, the soul is in no way likely to waver. With the beautiful dowry of healthy reason, being illuminated by the light that envelopes it, It passes from one truth to another. This light makes him discover the divine arcana, unimaginable things, the heavenly joys. Consequently, to submit to my will is for the soul the best thing that can happen to him. Having supremacy over everything, occupying the first place of honor in creation, never leaving the point from which God took her out. And God always takes her on his paternal lap, singing to him his glory, his love, and his eternal will. Being on the lap of the Heavenly Father, the first love is for her, as well as the seas of grace that constantly overflow from the divine womb. The first kisses, the most loving caresses. We entrust our secrets only to her, because, being the nearest end, the one who is most with us, we share with him all that is ours, forming his life, his joy, his happiness, as much as it makes our joy and happiness. It is therefore not surprising that the soul, his will being one with ours, possessing our will and our own happiness, may bring us joy and happiness, which leads us to congratulate each other. I thought, in my poor mind, of the difference between the one who allows himself to be dominated by the supreme will and which allows itself to be dominated by the human will. My greatest and unique BIAT added, "My daughter, my will has creative power. It thus creates in the soul strength, grace, light, and the same beauty that she asks the soul to fulfill in return. The soul then feels in it a divine force, as his own. A grace sufficient for the good he must perform or for a suffering he must undergo. As a light which, being of its same nature, shows her the good she does, and, seduced by the beauty of the divine work carried out, rejoices and celebrates. For the works carried out in the soul by my will have the imprint of joy and eternal feast. This rejoicing was begun at the moment of creation by my fiat and then stopped following the rupture between the human will and the divine one. But when the soul that operates and dominates the supreme will, the party resumes its course and the entertainment, the games, the delights begin again between the creature and us. Unhappiness, pain not existing in us, how could we give them to creatures? Suffering reaches them when they leave the divine will. To close oneself in the limited field of human will, it is only once back in the supreme will that they find the joys, happiness, power, strength, light, beauty of their Creator, and by appropriating them, they feel in themselves a divine substance, as a second nature, which infuses joy and happiness into their own pain. That is why between the soul and we it is always the party, in mutual laughter and delight. While the human will does not have the creative force that, when the soul wants to practice the virtues, gives patience, humility, obedience, etc., on the contrary, the soul feels sorrow, fatigue in the practice of these virtues. The divine force that sustains it, the creative power that nourishes them and gives them life, is lacking. This shows their inconsistency. They pass easily from virtues to vices, from prayer to dissipation, from church to entertainment, from patience to impatience. This mixture of good and evil is the cause of the creature's misfortune. On the other hand, the one who makes my will reign in her feels firmness in the good. Everything makes her happy, brings her joy. Especially since the things we have created bear our imprint, our seed of joy and happiness. They were created to make man happy. Everything created has our mandate, to bring joy and happiness to the creature. Besides, doesn't sunlight bring all this? A blue sky, a flowery meadow, the murmur of the sea, are they not a pleasure for the eyes? A sweet and tasty fruit, very fresh water, and many others, aren't they a pleasure for the palate? All created things say to man, in their silent language, "We bring you the happiness, the joy of our Creator." But do you want to know who echoes their joy and happiness? The one in whom my will reigns and dominates. Because this will that reigns with integrity in them, possessed by God Himself and reigning in the soul, becomes one Each brings to the other oceans of joy, happiness, and satisfaction. That is, a real party. That's why my daughter, every time that you merge into my will, that you walk in all that I have created, to seal your love, your glory, your worship for everything created by me, to congratulate you, I feel a renewed joy, happiness, glory. As in the act in which we took out the creation. You can't understand what pleasure you have for us. Seeing your smallness. Who, wanting to embrace everything in our will, pays us in return through love, glory for all things created. Our joy is such that we leave everything aside, in order to savor the joy and the feast that you offer us. In fine, living in the supreme will is the greatest thing for us and for the soul. It is the Creator's access to His creature since He pours into her. He gives it its shape. He transmits to him all the divine qualities, so that it may reproduce our works, our joy, our happiness. Feeling so small and unable to do anything, I asked for the help of my Queen Mothers so that together we may love, worship, glorify my supreme and one good, for all and on behalf of all. In the meantime, I saw myself in an immensity of light, huddled in the arms of my Heavenly Father, identifying myself to the point of becoming one with Him and no longer feeling my life but that of God. But how do I explain what I did and felt? Then my sweet Jesus, coming out of me, said to me, "My daughter, all your sensations, your full abandonment in the arms of our Heavenly Father, no longer feeling your own life is the image of life in my will. For, in order to live in her, it is necessary to live more of God than of oneself, better. Nothingness must yield life to the whole in order to be able to do everything and to have His act above all the acts of each creature. Such was the life of my Divine Mother, the true image of life in my will. His way of life being so perfect. May God share with Him unceasingly of all that she had to do to live in the supreme will. She received the act of supreme adoration, putting Himself above every worship lavished by creatures towards their Creator, true worship coming to life in the three divine persons. Our perfect harmony, our mutual love, our one will constituting the deepest and most perfect adoration in the sacral Holy Trinity. Thus, if the creature is worshipping before me, but his will is not in accordance with mine, his words are without effect, so there is no worship. My mother took everything from us, so as to spread in everything and to put yourself on top. The acts of each creature, of all love, of every step, word, thought, of every created thing. The fact of having put his primordial act on all things earned him the title of Queen of all and of all. Surpassing, in holiness, love and grace, all the present and future saints and all the angels together. The Creator spread in her, by giving him so much love, sufficient to allow him to love him for all, communicating to him the supreme harmony and the unique will of the three divine persons. This is how she could worship in a divine way, to supplement all the duties of creatures. If this had not happened, it would be wrong, or just a way of speaking, then to affirm that the Heavenly Mother was above all in love and holiness. Except that when we speak, they are not words, but facts. She had everything in her. Consequently, having found everything in all, we gave him the whole, electing him Queen and Mother of the Creator Himself. Which means, daughter of my supreme will. Then the one who wants to own everything must contain everything and go to the top as the first act of everyone's actions. The soul must be above all love, worship, glory of every creature. My will is the whole. This is why we can affirm that the mission of the Sovereign Queen and yours are only one. 4. To be able to attain the divine attitude. Have in you a love that says I love you. Worship on the part of all. A glory spreading over all that was created. You must follow, step by step, His way of being with God. You must be our echo and that of the Heavenly Mother. For she alone lived perfectly and fully in the divine will, can serve as your guide and teacher. Ah! If you knew how much love I surround you, how jealously I watch you so that your life in my eternal will not be interrupted. You must know that I am doing more for you than I am doing for my own heavenly mother, since she did not have your needs, neither trends nor passions in any way preventing the course of my will in her. With great ease the Creator poured into her and vice versa. So much so that my will always triumphed. She needed neither be pushed nor lectured. Whereas, as far as you are concerned, I must redouble my attention seeing some small passions or trends reappear in you. Or when your human will would like to have some acts of life in you, I am obliged to rebuke you. The power of my will destroys what arises in you and which does not belong to him. My grace and love must sink into this corruption that the human will is forming. Or prevent, by early graces, that corruption settles in your soul. I love very much the soul in which my will reigns and where the supreme Fiat has its divine field of action, the only purpose of all creation and redemption itself. This soul costs me dearly, even more than creation and redemption. Creation was the beginning of our works for creatures. The redemption is the middle. Fiat will be the end. When the works are accomplished we love them more having acquired the complete value. As long as a work is not finished there is always something to do, to work, to suffer. It is difficult to give it its fair value. While once finished, it remains only to own and enjoy the work. Its final value completes the glory of its Creator. This is why creation and redemption must be enclosed in the supreme Fiat. You see how much you cost me and how much I love you? The Fiat that works and triumphs in the creature is for us the greatest thing. For the glory we must receive through creation is returned to us, our purpose and our rights have their full power. Therefore, if I have plenty of attention for you, if I manifest myself in you and if my love for creation and redemption is gathered in you, it is because in you I want to see the triumph of my will. Feeling very small in myself, I made sure to blend into the holy divine will, running with her to accompany her in the accomplishment of her works. I thanked her in return, at least, with my little I love you. At that moment, my sweet Jesus coming out of me said to me, "My daughter, courage, do not worry about your smallness. What must take precedence is that your smallness remains in my will. Being so, you will blend into her. My will, like the wind, will bring to your act the freshness it possesses as comfort to all creatures. The warm wind to ignite them with my love. The cold wind to extinguish the fire of passions and to finish. The wet wind so that the germ of my will can develop. Have you ever felt the effects of the wind? How he knows how to change the air, almost suddenly. Switching from hot to cold. From humid air to very fresh and invigorating air? My will is more than the wind and your deeds in it, shaking it, stir the winds it contains producing admirable effects and all these winds together invest the divine throne bringing to their Creator the glory of His will operating in the creature. Oh! If everyone knew what it means to work in the supreme Fiat, the wonders it contains, they would all compete to act in Him. You see, our will is so immense that we ourselves make it the depository of our works. We deposited creation in our will so that it would always remain beautiful, fresh, honest, new, as when it came out of our creative hands. Likewise for redemption so that she may always be in the act of redeeming my birth, my life, my passion, and my death so that they too may be constantly in the act of being born, living, suffering and dying for the creature. For only the will holds virtue, power. To always keep in action the work that one realizes and to reproduce this good as many times as we want. Our works would not be safe if we had not put them back into our will. If this is the case of our works, all the more it should be those of the creatures. Because, without it, they will encounter enormous dangers undergoing so many changes. Our satisfaction is therefore at its peak when the creature deposits its acts in the supreme will. These same acts, although small, these little things of the creature compete with ours. We have fun seeing that she places her little things in our will. Gold. If our will was the depository of creation and redemption. For fiat on earth as in heaven, my own will must be its custodian. That is why I am pushing you, fearing that it will not happen that way. If you do not make this deposit of you as a whole, of your little acts and even of your little things, my fiat, not triumphing completely over you, will not be able to execute his fiat on earth as in heaven. I spend very painful days in the absence of my sweet Jesus, as if I were breathing a poisoned air sufficient to give me not one but my dead, and at the moment when I succumb to the mortal blow, I feel the life-giving, salubrious air of the supreme will that serves as an antidote preventing me from dying and keeps me alive so that I may suffer repeated deaths under the incalculable weight of deprivation of my immense and unique good. Oh! Deprivation of my Jesus, that you are painful, you are the true torment of my poor soul. Oh, Supreme Will, may you be strong and powerful and, giving me life, you prevent my flight to the heavenly homeland. To find the one who makes me sigh so much and whom I desire. Have mercy on my painful exile, mercy on me who lives without the one who is the only one who can give me life. But while I felt crushed under the weight of his absence, my kind Jesus moved inside me, staring at me. To his pitiful gaze, I felt myself moving from death to life. I was performing my usual deeds in his will. He said to me, "My daughter, at the moment when you were printing your I love you in my will on all things created, the whole creation felt the love of her Creator redouble in her. Since created things are not endowed with reason, this love flowed fiercely to their Creator, the Heavenly Father. Seeing this love redoubled in creation, thanks to the little newborn of her will, not to be defeated in love, multiplies by 2 his love, making him flow on all his creations, following the same path as his little daughter and concentrating it in the one who gave him his redoubled love, waiting, with paternal tenderness, the new surprise, that his newborn redoubles his love again. Oh! If you knew the currents and waves of love that come and go, from earth to heaven, from heaven to earth, as well as the whole creation, they hear, although it is in a silent language and deprived of reason, this redoubled love of the one who created them and of the one for whom they were created. They all start smiling and partying, pouring out, benevolently, their effects on the creatures. Life in my will makes everything move, invests everything, performs, in creation, the work of its Creator. Fiat on earth as in heaven has a prodigy, a more harmonious note, a more beautiful characteristic that he does not enjoy or possess in heaven itself. In heaven, he has the prodigy of an absolute winning fiat. No one can resist him. Any rejoicing coming from the fiat supreme in the celestial regions. Here in exile, in the depths of the soul, it contains the prodigy of a conquering fiat, new conquests. While in heaven he has nothing to conquer, everything is his. Dans l'aim voyages mondae fiat nest pas absolu. Mais volant que l'aim participe à sa propre œuvre. Ils amuse à se manifester, à commander, jusqu'à la prière d'œuvre avec lui lorsque l'aim cède se les sant investor parle fiat supreme. De telles notes harmonie uses se forment, d'un côté comme de l'autre. Que le créateur même se sent recré par ses propres notes divines à travers sa creature. Ces notes n'existent pas au ciel. Not being a stay of works but of rejoicing. My fiat on earth has the prerogative to imprint in the soul its own divine action. To allow him to repeat his actions. Even if my fiat is a winner in heaven, it will not be possible to say in the celestial region, I did an action to attest to my love, my sacrifice to the fiat supreme. Here on earth my fiat is conqueror. If he loves the throne, he loves new conquests more. What wouldn't my fiat do? To conquer a soul. To make her work in her will? How much has he not already done and is not doing for you? Following this I saw my sweet Jesus on the cross, in the greatest suffering. I was devastated by the privations he was experiencing, not knowing what to do to relieve him. Then Jesus descended from the cross, threw himself into my arms and said, "Help me to appease the divine justice that wants to strike the creatures." In the meantime, a very strong earthquake occurred provocatively. Great damage in the countries, and leaving me terrorized, Jesus disappeared and I was in myself again. I thought to myself, my sweet Jesus, when he speaks of his will, he quite often mentions the sovereign Queen of heaven or creation. It amuses him so much to speak of the one and the other that he constantly finds opportunities, pretexts to manifest what his most holy will operates sometimes in the Heavenly Mother, sometimes in creation. Now, just as I was asking myself this question, my kind Jesus moved in me and huddled me against him with infinite tenderness. He said to me, "My daughter, I have very good reasons for this. You must know that my will was always honest, leaving its field of action free, only in creation and in my Heavenly Mother. Therefore, by calling you to live in my will in the same way as they, I had to propose them to you as an example and image to imitate. Which means that in order to achieve great things, making sure that everyone benefits from them, unless he does not wish to do so, it is paramount that my will act in the soul with integrity. Look at how my will is integral in creation, and being so, she remains in her place, having in her the fullness of this good that served her creation, which allows her to always be new, pure, noble, and fresh, participating in all the goods she possesses. But the most beautiful thing is that, while giving herself to all, she loses nothing, always remaining as God created her. What has he lost the sun by giving so much light and warmth to the earth? Nothing. What has he lost the blue sky by lying in the atmosphere, the earth producing so many different trees? Nothing, and that's how it is for everything I've created. Oh! How admirably the creation exalts this saying about me, he is both old and new. One can conclude by saying that my will in creation is the center of life, fullness of good, order, harmony, keeping the whole in the place she has chosen. Where could you find a more uplifting example, a more perfect image of life in my will if not in creation? That is why I call you to live in the midst of things created as their own sister, to learn to live in the supreme will holding you, too, in the place I choose, so that I can enclose in you the fullness of the good of which my will wants you to be the custodian, so that whoever would want this good can take it. You, being endowed with reason, must surpass them all, giving in return to their Creator love and glory for all created things, as if they were all endowed with reason, thus replacing all creation. It will be the mirror in which you will look at yourself to copy life in my will without having to move, serving as a guide and teacher, giving you the most pointed and perfect lessons of life in my will. But my Heavenly Mother surpasses them all. It is the new sky, the brightest sun, the brightest moon, the most flowery earth, everything, it has everything. If every created thing contains the fullness of the good granted by God, my Mother holds all the goods together. Since, endowed with reason, and my will integrates alive in it. Fullness of grace, light, holiness growing at every moment. Each of her acts gave life to suns, to stars that my will formed in her in such a way that she surpassed all creation, and my will integrates and permanent in her, did the greatest thing, that of obtaining the desired Redeemer. My Mother is therefore the Queen of creation, for having surpassed the whole. My will finding in her the nourishment of her reason. My Mother, with integrity and permanentness, made her live in her, in perfect agreement, giving each other's hand. My will possessed the life of every fiber of his heart, word, thought. Is there anything a divine will cannot do? She can do everything, there is no power or something she cannot do. It can be said that she did everything, and even what others could not accomplish. She did it on her own. Therefore, do not be surprised if I point the finger at you. The creation and the sovereign Queen. Because I have to highlight the most perfect models. Where my will has its durability. Never finding any obstacle to his divine field of action. Where to perform things worthy of herself. So, my daughter, if you want my supreme Fiat to reign as in heaven, The most important thing we still have to do for human generations. Make my will reign as sovereign in you. Living with integrity and permanent. Don't worry about the rest. Nor your disability. Or the circumstances. Nor new things that can arise around you. For, my fiat reigning in you. They will serve as matter and nourishment for his completion. That said, in my heart I thought. It is true that my Queen Mother made the greatest of sacrifices, which no one has ever made. By annihilating his will to submit to God's will. Embracing with her all the sufferings, the sorrows. To the point of heroically sacrificing one's own child to fulfill the supreme will. She had to make this sacrifice only once, the suffering that followed being the consequence of her primordial act. Unlike us, she also did not have to struggle in circumstances different, in unexpected encounters, in unexpected losses. For us it is a permanent struggle and fearing to succumb to our bellicose human will. Our own heart comes to bleed. That the supreme will always has its place of honor and supremacy over everything. What monitoring should be used and often the struggle exacerbates more than the punishment itself. As I thought about all this, my kind Jesus moved within me in telling me, my daughter, you are wrong. This was not the only major sacrifice of my mother. His sacrifices being as numerous as his sorrows, sufferings, encounters, circumstances with which his life and mine were confronted. His sentences were always double, mine being more important than his own. My wisdom did not change its meaning with my mother. Whenever she was faced with a sorrow, I asked her for her agreement. Hearing this fiat, that she repeated in every sentence, circumstance, even in each of her palpitations. This fiat before a resonance so soft, suave, and harmonious. I wanted to hear him repeat at every moment of his life, and I then asked him incessantly, Mom, do you want to do this? Do you want to suffer this pain? My fiat brought him the oceans of goods he owns. By making him understand the intensity of the punishment he accepted, and understanding in a divine light what she had to endure step by step. It was for her such a martyrdom, infinitely superior to the struggle suffered by the creatures. The germ of fault does not exist in her. That of the struggle had no place and my will had to find another ploy so that she would not be below the other creatures in pain. Since, in order to have the right to become equitably queen of suffering, she had to surpass, in trial, all other creatures. How many times have you experienced it yourself? While you felt no struggle. My will making you understand the sorrows to which she subjected you, the force of pain petrified you and defeat by punishment. You became the little lamb in my arms. Ready to accept other penalties. To which my will wanted to submit to you. Ah! Wasn't your suffering greater than your own struggle? The struggle is a sign of violent passions. While my will, if it brings pain, it gives at the same time courage and, knowing the intensity of the sentence, grants it such merit that only a divine will can give. So, as with you, from the fact that, for everything I ask of you, I ask for your agreement, your consent. So I did with my mother so that the sacrifice would always be new. This gives me the opportunity to converse with the creature, to converse with it. And that my will may have its divine field of action in the human will. While I was writing what is mentioned above, I had to stop, captivated by a beautiful and harmonious song. Followed by an unknown sound, which enchanted everything and all. Harmonizing with all creation and the heavenly homeland. I write all this out of obedience. At the same time, my Jesus said to me, my daughter, listen how beautiful it is. This sound, this song is none other than a hymn composed by the angels in homage, glory, and honor to the marriage of the divine will with your human will. Heaven and all creation experience immense joy and cannot hold it back, they play music and sing. That said, I found myself in myself. At the moment when I felt completely immersed in the supreme will, my sweet Jesus came out of me and, clutching me tightly against him, put his mouth against my lips, transmitting his omnipotent breath to me. But how to describe what was happening in me? This breath penetrated to the depths of my most intimate fibers, filling me to the point of no longer feeling my smallness, my existence, but Jesus only and completely in my whole being. After giving me his breath several times, not seeming satisfied until I was filled with this divine breath, he said to me, "My daughter, being born in my will, it is just, necessary and proper for you to live, grow, and nourish yourself in her by acquiring the prerogatives of true daughter of my will. No foreign trait or thing not belonging to my will, must appear in you. Thus, according to your physiognomy, your ways of doing and speaking, even in your way of loving and praying, we will know that you are the daughter of my will. You see, then, how much I love you and with what jealousy I cherish and feed you. With my own breath, because, for the one who must live in my will, the only breath can preserve in her the life of integrity and permanent in my own will, I thus perpetuate this breath, freed from my chest with so much love during the creation of man to transmit to him my likeness, in the soul living in my will, by forming my true images and the great wonders that I wanted to achieve in the creation for which everything was made. For this reason I long for the one who lives in my will, because she will be the only one who will not disappoint me in the objective of creation. She alone will enjoy, legitimately, the things created by me, because, my will being one with hers, what is mine is hers by saying, by her full right, heaven, earth, the sun, and everything else is mine, which is why I want to enjoy it, at the same time honoring that supreme will that created them and reigns in me. On the other hand, the soul in whom my will is not sovereign, has no right, and, if he enjoys it, it is as a usurper, my property not belonging to him. He is an intruder in my property, but my goodness being immense, I make him benefit from it by charity, and not by right. That is why, often, the elements are unleashed at the expense of man who has no right to do so, and of the things of the earth, he is left with only the charity of the Creator. She who lives in my will is like a queen in the midst of creation, and I rejoice to see her reign among my possessions. Then I continued my prayers, and my sweet Jesus came back to show me the two fountains of light that came out of his most holy hands, one of which descended on my poor soul, and thanks to the ingenuity of Jesus, it went up at the same time like a continuous current, and Jesus had a lot of fun in the middle of these fountains of light, and, attentive to the fact that this light remains riveted on me, he said to me, "My daughter, these fountains of light that descend from my hands are my will descending from heaven and tracing her way in the soul to accomplish what she wants to do in her. In doing so, my will forms, through my hands, the other fountain of light that rises to heaven, bringing the fulfillment of my will in the creature to the eternal Creator, and, as it ascends, it immediately descends redoubled, continuing its divine action in the creature. My will is in perpetual motion. It never stops. If its movement ceased, which is impossible, creation would have no more life. The sun, the eternal sky, the trees, the water, the fire, the creatures, everything would dissolve in nothingness. This means that my will, with its eternal evolution, is the life of all things created. It binds everything. It is more than the air that allows us to breathe, develop, push everything that comes out of our hands. You therefore understand the affront suffered by the creatures, who, while she is the life of everything and the center of all things, without her nothing and no good would exist, do not want to recognize her domination, nor her life that flows in them. That is why the one who recognizes the life of my will in it and in everything. This is the triumph of our will and the conquest of our victories. It is the counterpart of our love to perpetual motion, our will binding it to all creation, making it do all the good operated by my own will. Therefore, everything belongs to her, and I love her so much, to the point of not knowing how to do anything without her, because, by virtue of my will, we are the same life, the same love, one palpitation, one sigh. Saying this, he threw himself into my arms, lost in love, and disappeared. I was about to blend in with the divine will, as usual, saying, "Supreme Majesty, I present to you, in the name of all, from the first to the last man living on earth, all the tributes, adorations, praises, the love that each creature owes you in repairing for all and for each sin. At the same time, my kind Jesus moving within me said to me, "My daughter, this kind of prayer belongs to my will, for only she can say, I come in the name of all, before the Supreme Majesty. Indeed, thanks to her omnivorence and immensity, she can see everything, embrace everything, and say, not as a way of speaking, but in reality, I come, in the name of all, to bring you what the creatures owe you. No human will can actually say, I come in the name of all. This means that my will reigns in you." That said, my Jesus continued to pray aloud, and I, the next one, found ourselves before the Supreme Majesty. Oh! How good it was to pray with Jesus. Everything was invested with his words and deeds, and his will being everywhere and in everything created, his creative words, his adorations, and all that he did, resonated from all sides, and I, feeling beside Jesus all tiny and amazed, he added, "My daughter, do not be astonished, my will, by the BILOCATION, reigns in God and, at the same time, in the soul and, in the divine way, prays, loves and operates in it. It is therefore impossible for us not to appreciate, to love, to listen to our will. Bilocalized in the soul, because it carries as in its belly, our joy, happiness, love that overflowed from our bosom in our exceptional work of creation, renewing the feast, the joy experienced by creating so many beautiful things worthy of us. Not to love the one who gives us the opportunity to relocate our will, making her reign in her and giving us love, adoration, divine glory. It is the prodigy of wonders to live in my will, because everything depends on the will of both God and the creature. How many things could we do, but, not wanting it, we do not do them. When we want to, we are only love, power, eyes, hands, and feet. Finally our whole being focuses on this act that the will wants to do. On the other hand, if it does not want, none of our attributes moves, as if they had no life for what our will does not want to achieve, which means that she has supremacy, power over our being, directing all our attributes. So, what we could give the creature the greatest was our will, concentrating in it our whole being. Could we give a more intense love, a more brilliant miracle? What we distribute to the creature seems to us ridiculous compared to letting our will reign in it, because our other gifts are the fruits of our works, of our powers, whereas in giving our will, they are not the fruits but our own life and our own powers. Which one has more power, fruit or life? Certainly life, because in giving the life of our will, we are at the same time giving the gift of the source of all our goods, and the one who owns the source of the goods does not need the fruits. And even if the creature gave us everything, making the greatest sacrifices without offering us his little will to allow ours to reign, it would be as if it gave us nothing, because, as long as things are not reproduced by our will, while being great, we look at them as if they were foreign to us, not belonging to us. Thinking about what Jesus explained, I said to myself, is it possible that the divine will comes to be relocated? To rule in the creature? As in his own seat, in his divine womb. Jesus added, "My daughter, do you know how this is going? Let us suppose that a king, taken by love for a small slum, decides to inhabit it. His voice can be heard inside this slum, from which orders leave, his works come out. There are the dishes that suit him and a seat worthy of his rank. The king has not changed anything that suits his royal person, except housing, passing from the palace to the small slum, of his own will and with his greatest pleasure. The slum is the soul and the king my will. How often I hear the voice of my will. Who prays, speaks, teaches in the little slum of your soul. How many times I watch my works come out supporting, invigorating, and conserving all the things created by your little slum. My will does not take into account smallness, quite the contrary. She loves him very much. What she seeks is absolute supremacy. For with absolute supremacy, she can do what she wants and put what she loves. As usual, I melted into the holy divine will, praying to the Heavenly Mother to join me in taking my hand, so that, guided by her, I could give back to my God all the love, adoration, and glory that everyone owes him. At the same time, my beloved Jesus moving within me said to me, "My daughter, you must know that the first before the Supreme Majesty are those who have lived in my will and have never come out of it. My mother came into the world 4 years later, yet she was before God before Adam. His deeds and love are in the front row before creatures, that is, his actions precede all those of creatures. For she was the closest to God, maintained by the closest bonds of holiness, union, and likeness. Living in our will, his actions became inseparable from ours and, being inseparable they were closer, of the same nature as his Creator. In our will there is neither before nor after, everything is like the primordial act. So who lives in my will, even coming last is always in front of everything. Therefore, one will not look at the time when souls will come out in the light of time, but whether the life of my will has been at the center of their life reigning and dominating all its acts as she reigns and dominates within the divinity. These will be the first. Their actions, accomplished in our will, will rise above all the acts of the other creatures who will remain in the back, and will thus be our crown. To have appealed to my mother, in my will, to give me back love, adoration, glory, my will has brought you together and the love, adoration, and glory made by the Sovereign Queen have become your deeds. And yours, those of my mother. My will has pooled everything, some being inseparable from each other and hearing in you the voice of my mother, her love, her adoration, her glory. It is your loving, adoring and glorifying voice that I heard in my mother. That I was happy to find the mother in the daughter in the mother. My will brings everything together. One could not speak of true life and true fulfillment of my will, if all that belongs to him, as well as his achievements, were not centered in the soul that lives, reigns and dominates in her. If not, the kingdom of my will would be disunited, which is impossible. For my will, gathering all its accomplishments, transforms them into a single act. If it is said that she creates, saves, sanctifies etc., these are the effects of this single act, which never changes its action. To conclude, for those who live in my will, its origin is eternal, inseparable from his Creator and all those in whom my will has held its kingdom and supremacy. My spirit swimming in the immense sea of the eternal will. My sweet Jesus took me out of my body just as the sun rose. What a delight to see the earth, the trees, and the flowers in their transformation. All coming out of a nightmare that oppressed them. All of them rising to this new life that light brought them, acquiring the beauty and development that light and warmth gave them to grow. Light helping in the fertilization of trees, the color of flowers, dissipating the shadows above the sea, giving it its silver reflections. How to depict all these effects produced by the solar rays investing the earth, covering everything with their shiny jacket? That would be too long to describe. As this vision presented itself to me, my beloved Jesus said to me, "What a beauty the sunrise is! How much he changes nature and transforming it into his own light. It gives each thing the effects that produce the good containing them. But for this, he must invest them, touch them, shape them, penetrate them to the deepest, in such a way as to give them the sips of light, enabling them to breathe life into the good they have to produce. If on the other hand, the trees, the flowers, the sea were not invested by the light, she, the light, would be for them as dead. They would remain under the influence of the darkness that would become their tombs. The virtue of darkness is to give death, the virtue of light is to give life. This means that, without the rays of the sun from which all created things depend and come to life, there would be nothing good on earth. It would even be appalling and horrible to see. It can be said that the life of the earth is related to light. Ma fille, le solile est le symbole de ma volonté. Tu es pu constater combien ses rayons sur la terre sont beaux et enchanteurs. Quels sont ses effets? Combien de tints différents? Quel but, quelles transformations c'est réaliser la lumière? In fact, this sun was placed by its creator to give life, growth and beauty to all nature. Therefore, If the sun is working on this to accomplish the task entrusted by God, the sunrise of my will upon the creature, which was given to man to infuse him with the life of his Creator, is all the more beautiful and dazzling. He transforms it in contact with his light, dispenses to him the varied hues of the beauty of his Creator, and, by penetrating and shaping it, it administers to it sips of divine life so that it grows and produces the effects of the goods contained in the life of its Creator. What about the earth without the sun? But the soul without my will would be even uglier and more appalling. As at its origin, as the nightmare of passions and vices, more than darkness, preparing for him the tomb where to bury him. You have seen that the sun's rays can do a lot of good. Provided that trees, flowers, etc., let themselves be touched by the light, remaining with your mouth open to receive the sips of life administered by the Sunday. Likewise, my will can do so much good, bring as much beauty and life, as long as the soul let himself be touched, invested, shaped by the hands of light of my will. If she allows herself to be imprisoned by her, surrendering herself entirely in her, my supreme will realize the greatest prodigy of creation, that is, the divine life in the creature. Oh! If the sun could form, reflecting its light, so many suns on each tree, in the seas, on the mountains, in the valleys, would he not exist in nature? Greater enchantment, more radiant beauty, other additional wonders? Yet what the sun does not do, is realized by my will in the soul living in her, waiting, like a little flower with her mouth open, to receive the sips of light that my will gives him, to form in it the life of the divine Sunday. So, beware, drink at every moment these sips of light of my will, so that the greatest of wonders may be realized in you. May my will have its divine life in the creature. Following this, I say to my supreme and only good, my love, I unite my intelligence with yours so that my thoughts may come to life in yours and, spreading in your will, flow on every thought of the creature. As we rise together before Heavenly Father, we will bring to Him the tributes, the submission, the love of every thought of every creature, obtaining order and harmony with their Creator. Of all the intelligences created, but also with the eyes of Jesus. With His words, His actions, with His steps, to the beating of His heart. In Jesus, I felt completely transformed, finding me as if in action, with all that He did and did, to integrate the glory of the Father and with the good that creatures enjoyed. His actions and mine were one love, one will. On this my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, how beautiful is prayer, love, the action of creatures in my will. These are acts filled with all divine fullness. The fullness being so great, allows them to embrace everything and all, and God Himself. Same. You know. We will be able to see infinitely your thoughts in mine, your eyes, your words in mine, your actions and your steps in mine, the beating of your heart in mine. Because one will gives us life. A single love stimulates us, pushes us, binds us, and makes us inseparable. That's why the sun of my will surpasses, eternally and surprisingly, the sun of the atmosphere. Look at the huge difference. The sun that God created, touches the earth, also illuminates it, produces countless marvelous effects. While not separating from its source, it descends, rises, touches the stars. All of His light always remains in His sphere, otherwise He could not invest all of His light equally. But sunlight does not penetrate the heavens to illuminate the throne of God. Does not penetrate God Himself. Does not make a single light with the inaccessible one of the Supreme Entity, nor can it invest the angels, nor the saints, nor the Heavenly Mother. While the light of the sun of my will, when she reigns over the soul with all her fullness, penetrates everywhere, into the hearts and minds of creatures living below on earth. But the most surprising thing is that, rising, it illuminates all creation, bringing to the sun, to the stars, to heaven the kiss of the supreme will. the divine will reigning in creation and the Son of the Supreme will reigning in the soul. Meet, kiss, love and congratulate each other, while remaining in creation. For the Son of my will never leave anything behind him, takes everything with him, penetrates into the heavens, investing them all, saints, angels, the sovereign queen, kissing them all, by giving them new joys, other pleasures, a new love, and that's not all. By pouring oneself into the womb of the Lord, the divine will, be localized in the creature, embraces, loves, worships the will that reigns in God Himself, bringing Him everything and all, and diving with her, it reappears again making its course. The fullness of the Son of the Eternal will being in the soul. This Son is at His disposal and, by issuing His deeds, He loves, prays, repairs, etc. This Son resumes a new course providing everyone with surprise of His light, of His love, of His life. While this Son of the Eternal will gets up and takes its course, by lying in the bosom of the divinity, another rises and makes his way, enveloping the whole, even the heavenly homeland, with his golden sunset within the supreme majesty. The bilocations of my will are innumerable. This Sun rises with every act performed by the creature in this Sun of the supreme will. This is not given to the Sun from the atmosphere. This one that is always one, not multiplying, oh! If the latter had the virtue of resurrecting as many suns as the number of times he runs on earth, how many suns would we see? What enchantment, how many additional goods would the earth receive? So how many benefits can the soul living completely in my will, giving his God the possibility of bilocating his will, allowing him to repeat the wonders that only a God knows how to perform. After saying this, he disappeared and I found myself in my body. At the same time I was praying, by making my habitual adoration to my crucified Jesus. I felt my sweet Jesus near me, surrounding me with his arms. He hugged me very tightly against him. He showed me, at the same time, my last deceased confessor, who seemed thoughtful, collected, but said nothing. Looking at him, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, your confessor has left great things in front of me." Every time he began a mission, a commitment, he did not neglect anything, accomplishing it exactly, being very attentive. He made great sacrifices. If necessary, he did not hesitate to expose his life so that his office would be carried out properly, fearing, by not carrying out the mission entrusted to him, to be himself the obstacle in the completion of the said mission. This means that he appreciated and gave the right value to my actions. In doing so, he attracted grace allowing him to fulfill his commitment. This may seem ridiculous, when that is the main thing. For when someone is called to an office and does his duty concerning that office, he does it to please God, and where there is the fulfillment of one's own duty, there is holiness. Having come to me with the fulfillment of his own duties, how could I not have paid him as he deserved? While Jesus was recounting these facts, the confessor, centering in an even deeper recollection, reflected the light of Jesus on his face, but he still did not speak. Thus Jesus repeated his words. "My daughter, if an individual holds a position, if he is wrong, he is not attentive to the duties that his mission imposes on him, he can go into great trouble. Suppose that this individual is a judge, king, minister, mayor. If he is wrong and neglects his own duties, it can cause the ruin of families, countries, or even entire kingdoms. If a private person, who does not hold this given function, committed this fault, these lack of attention, it would not cause too much nuisance. This is why errors in functions weigh more, bringing heavier consequences. When I call a confessor, by giving him a charge, this one concerns one of my works, seeing neither the attention nor the involvement in the own duties that this office entails, I do not grant him, nor the necessary grace. nor the light sufficient to make him understand the importance of my work, nor can he trust seeing that he does not appreciate my mission. My daughter. Who exactly carries out his mission, he does it to obey my will. While the one who acts otherwise, does so for human purposes. What a difference between one and the other. In the meantime, I saw two people in front of me. The first collected stones, old rags, rusty iron, pieces of clay, only heavy and worthless things. The poor, he sweated, he pained under the weight of this junk, especially since it did not bring him the necessary to satisfy his hunger. The other went in search of small diamonds, small stones, and precious stones, only extremely light things but of incalculable value. My sweet Jesus added. He who picks up junk is the metaphor of the one who acts for human purposes, the human always bearing the weight of matter. The other is the metaphor of the one who operates to accomplish the divine will. What is the difference between one and the other? The little diamonds represent my truths, the knowledge of my will which, harvested by the soul, forms so many diamonds for oneself. If one loses or does not pick up some of these junk, there will not be too much damage. But if you lose or don't harvest one of these little diamonds, the damage will be great. For their value is priceless, as much as that of a god. If he was led astray by the one who was in charge of harvesting it, how will he account for having caused the loss of a stone of infinite value that could bring so much good to other creatures? Then my sweet Jesus put his heart in me and making me feel his beating, he said to me, "My daughter, I am the rhythm of all creation. If he were missing, all created things would have no life. I love so much the one who lives in my will that I cannot do without her. I always want her with me doing what I do. So you will throb with me. Among the many prerogatives you will have, I will give you that of the rhythm of all creation. The beat is life, movement, heat. Being so with me, you will give life, movement, warmth to everything." As he spoke, feeling me move and throb in all created things, Jesus continued. "Whoever lives in my will is bound to me and I cannot do without his company. I don't want to be alone because the company makes the works we support more beautiful, more enjoyable, more fun. That is why your company is necessary for me. To cut my isolation in which the other creatures leave me." I thought to myself, if the creature had not evaded the supreme will, it would have allowed everyone to obtain holiness, beauty, science, light, and the same knowledge as our Creator. I was thinking about that. Besides, I wonder if it is not he who brings out these thoughts, doubts, and difficulties in my mind. He would have the opportunity to talk to me and serve as my teacher. My beloved Jesus said to me, "My daughter, you are wrong, my wisdom would not adapt to form a single holiness, beauty. To communicate one science and my own knowledge to all. If there had been a supreme agreement between my will and theirs, the reign of my will having liberated its field of action, they would be all saints although all distinct from each other. All beautiful, but varied, of a beauty more beautiful than the other. According to the holiness of each I would have communicated a separate science allowing both to know the various attributes of their Creator. You should know that of all that can be given to creatures, they take only small drops. So much the distance between the Creator and the creature is immense. Although we offer things that are always new and distinct. In addition, having given life to creation to amuse us, where would have been our pleasure? If we had endowed creatures with one holiness, beauty, and knowledge of our incomprehensible, immense and infinite being, our wisdom would have quickly become bored by doing only one thing. What would we say about our wisdom, love, and power? If, in creating the globe, everything had been only heaven, or earth, or sea. What glory would ours have been? On the other hand, the multiplicity of things we created extolling wisdom, love, and power, shows at the same time the multiplicity of holiness and beauty in which creatures were to be born. They were created out of love for the latter. You see how beautiful the sky is with stars. Yet the sun is too, but they are distinct from each other. The sky has one function, the sun another. The sea is beautiful, the land is flowery, the high mountains, the extent of the plains they are also, but the beauties and functions are distinct. A garden is beautiful, but how many trees, different flowers does it contain? There are. The small flower, beautiful in its smallness, the violet, the rose, the lily, all beautiful but having their own color, size, perfume. The small plant and the large tree. Isn't a garden delivered to an expert gardener an enchantment? My daughter, in the order of human nature, there will always be someone who will surpass heaven in holiness and beauty. Someone the sun, someone the sea, the flowering land, the height of the mountains, the small flower, the small plant and the largest tree. Even if man were to evade my will, I will multiply the centuries to have all the order and a profusion of created things as well as their beauty in human nature. I would surpass it by making it even more admirable and enchanting. I blend it into the holy divine will. After going around all the things created, to seal my I love you so that it resonates everywhere and on all. Thus returning to my Jesus all his love. I had come to the point of giving back to my God all that love he had at the time of his conception in the womb of the Heavenly Mother. At this very moment, my beloved Jesus, coming out of me, said to me, "My daughter, to conceive of me, I the Eternal Word, my inseparable Mother, received seas of grace, light and holiness from the Supreme Majesty. They did so many deeds and went beyond all love, virtues and deeds of all generations, necessary to obtain the desired Redeemer. I live dance the Sovereign Queen love. All creatures and all acts combined to deserve the conception of the Word. I live in her. The return of the love of all. Our glory reintegrated and the acts of all the redeemed, even those whom my redemption was to serve to condemn because of their ingratitude. My love then showed one last time and I was conceived. This is why the right to be called mother is innate in her, is sacred, since embracing all the acts of generations, replacing all, it was as if she had given birth to a new life of her maternal viscera. You must know that when we operate, we bring to the chosen creature to perform a task, so much of love, light and graces, to receive in return all the glory of the work entrusted to her. Our power and wisdom would not risk, from the beginning of the mission, to put the creature in a state to fail. Therefore, the creature called in the primordial act. Our work must be safe in it. We must win all the interest and glory equivalent to the work entrusted. Even if, subsequently, this work was communicated to the other creatures, running the danger, by their ingratitude, of failing. It would be more tolerable to us because the one to whom it, the work, was entrusted at the beginning, made us perceive all the interest of the faults of other creatures. That is why having given him everything, all we received in return, so that all the capital of the redemption may remain intact and, thanks to her, our joy was completed and our love returned. Would a wise man put his capital in a bankrupt bank from the beginning? First he inquires. After he entrusts his capital. Over time, the bank may file for bankruptcy. But the damage is less important, thanks to the interest received allowing it to replenish its capital. If man does so, all the more God can do it. His wisdom is immeasurable. It is not just any work, a small capital, but it is about the immense work of the redemption and the cost of the infinite and incalculable value of the eternal Word. A unique work. Unable to bring the eternal Word down to earth again, it was necessary to bring it to safety within the celestial sovereign. Having entrusted to her everything, the own life of a God, she, being faithful to us, had to answer for all. To be guarantor and responsible for this divine life that was entrusted to her is what she did. Now, my daughter, what I did and willed of my Heavenly Mother in the great work of redemption, I want to do it with you in the great one of the Supreme Fiat. The work of the Divine Fiat must embrace everything, creation, redemption and sanctification. It is the basis of everything, the life that flows in everything. Everything is enclosed in it. Having no beginning, it is the beginning of all things, the end and fulfillment of our works. You see, then, how overabundant the capital entrusted to you is. You don't realize it, but do you know that we entrust you to the Fiat Supreme? We entrust you all creation, all the capital of the redemption end, that of sanctification. My will is universal and it is she who operates in all things. It is just that, what belongs to him, be entrusted to you. Would you perhaps want my will without his works? We do not know how to give our life without our works and our possessions. When we give everything. The Heavenly Queen, after receiving the Word, concentrated in her works and possessions. By giving you the supreme will, reigning and dominant, we give you all the works belonging to him. Doing so, we bring you full graces, knowledge, capacities, so that Fiat, from the beginning, cannot fail in you. Sheltering him, you must give him back love, the glory of all creation, redemption and sanctification. Therefore your task is important, universal and must embrace everything and all in such a way that, if our will, communicated to other creatures, were to fail, we must find in you the reconstitution of the void left by others. By putting it in safety in you, giving him love, glory in all the deeds to be done by creatures, our glory will always be complete, and our love will receive its righteous interest. You will be faithful to us, responsible and guarantor of the divine will that has been entrusted to you. As Jesus spoke to me about it, a great fright took hold of me and, understanding all the weight of my responsibility, and strongly fearing that I might endanger nothing less than all the weight and works of a divine will, I said, "My love, thank you for your great kindness to me, but what you want to give me is too important. I feel crushed by a weight and my smallness and incapacity have neither the strength nor the ability. Fearful of harming you and of not being able to embrace everything, turn to another creature more able to protect all this capital of your supreme will, thus being able to receive the interest equivalent to such a great capital. I had never thought of such a responsibility, and now that you show me its importance, I feel my strengths leaving me and am afraid of my weakness." Jesus, holding me close to him to relieve me of the fear that was crushing me, added, "My daughter, courage, do not be afraid, it is your Jesus who wants to give you too much. Do I not have the right to give what I want? Do you perhaps want to put a limit on my complete work that I want to entrust to you? What would you say if my Heavenly Mother would accept me, the Eternal Word, without his property and the acts necessary for my conception? Could it be true love and true acceptance? Of course not. You would therefore desire my will without my works and without the acts that suit him. You must know, so that your fear may abandon you, that all that I have spoken to you, that is, this great capital, it is already in you. After helping you exercise to give me back the glory and love of all creation, redemption and sanctification, making you everything and all embrace. Having seen that the equivalent interest came to me easily, then I wanted to make known to you, with more clarity, the great capital of my will, that I entrusted to you, so that you may understand the great good that you possess. I can, therefore, sign the contract of the capital entrusted to you and, at the same time, make you the receipt of the interest you give me. Not knowing him, we could not have made either the contract of capital, nor the receipt of interest. Hence the need to be aware of it. Why are you so frightened as to send me to another creature? Don't you already have in you a love that says I love you on the part of all and everything? A movement that makes me that of all and that everything you do embraces in the name of all. That you bring to me as in one embrace, the deeds, the prayers, the glory, the reparations of all? If you already do it, what are you afraid of? 7. At the same time I saw around me other souls. Jesus went to them and he passes them through. He touched them watching for the movement of his divine life in their homes, but nothing came. Then he came back to me and, taking my hand, he squeezed it very tightly. At his touch, a light came out of me and Jesus was happy to say to me, 8. This light is the movement of divine life in you. As you could see, I went to other creatures but I did not find my movement. How, then, can I entrust the great capital of my will? I elected you, period. Be careful and fear not. Accompanying my sweet Jesus in his painful agony in the garden of olive trees to the point of shedding his blood, especially at the moment when all the weight of our sins poured out on his most holy humanity, oh! How I would have liked to lighten his atrocious sentences. While I felt sorry for him, he said to me, my daughter, my will holds the power of life and death, my humanity knowing no life other than that of my divine will, every time sins poured out upon me, she made me feel a distinct death for each sin, my humanity groaned under the real death inflicted on me by my supreme will, but this divine will, by giving me this death, brought back the new life of grace to the creatures. As far as the creature can be detestable, wicked, if it has the chance to bring into it an act of my will, even when it is about to die, it puts, being life, the germ in the soul. At that moment, possessing this seed of life, one can hope for its salvation, the power of my will ensuring that this act of life within the soul does not perish and can be converted into death, my will holding the power to give death, while she and all her acts are immaterial and immortal. Now, if a single act of my will contains the seed of life, what will not be the chance of those who embrace in their soul, not one, but acts repeated of my will? It receives not only the germ but also the fullness of life, putting its holiness in safety. Then my poor spirit got lost in the holy divine will making in her my usual deeds, I felt like everything was mine. By going around all the things created, printing everywhere my I love you, my worship, my glory to the Creator, I became acquainted with how much God did for the creature and how much He loved us. The Supreme Will seemed to revel in disclosing the new surprises of His love, so that I could follow His actions, allowing me to possess what came out of His creative will. My smallness was lost in His immense possessions. On this, my sweet Jesus came out of me and said to me, my daughter, when my Queen Mother was born, all eyes were on her. As if at one glance, all the pupils looked at the one who was to dry their tears by giving life to the sighing Redeemer. The whole creation was centered in her feeling honored to obey her signs. The divinity herself was all hers, taking care of her, preparing her, and forming within her, with surprising graces, the place where the eternal Word was to descend to incarnate. If we did not possess this virtue that allows us, while working, acting, speaking, to give to one without forgetting the others, everyone would have told us, you leave us, thinking only of this Virgin, giving and concentrating everything in her so that she may bring the one on whom we put our hopes, our life, all our good. We can therefore call this time, where the Sovereign Queen came into the world, my mother's hour. Now, my daughter, we can say that your time has come. They are all riveted on you, their voices becoming one. Praying to me. Pressing me. That my will may take back all its divine, absolute rights over you. Thanks to her total domination, she can pour back into you all the goods she had decided to give if the creature had not evaded her will. Therefore, heaven, the Heavenly Mother, the angels, the saints, are turned towards you. That my will may triumph. Their glory in heaven is not complete until my will has triumphed completely on earth. Everything was created for the total fulfillment of the Supreme Will. Until heaven and earth return to this circle of the eternal will, they feel like they are halfway through their works, their joy and bliss. Because the divine will, having not had its full fulfillment in creation, cannot give what she had planned. The fullness of her possessions, her effects, joy and happiness that are in her. They all sigh after you. My own will is all yours, listening to you. Spare you no grace, no light, and all that it takes to create in you the greatest of wonders. Such being its culmination and its total triumph. Which one do you think is the most prodigious? A small light remains hidden in the sun, or That the sun remains hidden in the small light. Me, it would certainly be more extraordinary for the small light to contain the sun, moreover it seems impossible to achieve. Jesus, what is impossible for the creature is possible for God, the little light being the soul and the sun being my will. Now, she must give so much to the small light in order to shape it like a circle. To be able to lock my will into it. The nature of light is to spread its rays everywhere. So while she will remain triumphant within this circle, she will spread her divine rays. She will give to all the life of my will. This is the prodigy of wonders from which all heaven sighs. So, leave a lot of room for my will. Do not oppose anything, so that what was established by God in the work of creation may be realized. As I did my usual deeds in the divine will, an inaccessible light enveloped my little being. As if all the works of my Creator were present. I said I love you to everything created, I sent a momentum for each momentum. An adoration and a thank you for gratitude for all creation. I understood that the light that gave me this I love you for all things, this momentum, this adoration, was the same. I was in the grip of the light that enlarged me, made me smaller. She made my smallness what she wanted. I was in this state and I did not see my sweet Jesus. So I was unhappy and I said to myself, Jesus has left me. In this blessed light I do not know where to direct my steps to find him, seeing neither his beginning nor his end. Oh! Holy light, make me find the one who is all my life, the one who is my supreme good. At the same time that I gave free rein to my suffering of being deprived of Jesus, with full kindness, he came out of me and very tenderly said to me, 2. My daughter, why are you afraid? I do not abandon you, it is rather my supreme will that hides me in you. The light of my will is endless, infinite. We do not see the limits, nor where it begins, nor where it ends. On the other hand, my humanity has its confines, its limits. Because my humanity is smaller than my eternal will, I am enveloped, hidden in it. But when I am with you, I let my will act, and I rejoice in his divine work, your little soul. I am preparing a new apprenticeship course. I will make known to you, evermore, the wonders of my supreme will. Whenever you swim in her, be certain of my presence. Best of all, I do what you do. I hide to let him do more important things. And I rejoice in these fruits. You must also know, my daughter, that true light is inseparable. Look, the sun of the atmosphere also has this prerogative. It possesses the unity of light. It is so compact in its sphere that it does not lose a single atom and it fills the whole earth with light. This light never divides. It is so compact in itself, united, inseparable. She never loses any of her sunlight. In one unit, the sun spreads its rays, casts out darkness all over the earth. In one unit, the sun removes its light and does not even leave a trace of its atoms. If sunlight were divisible, its light would have diminished long ago and it would no longer have the strength to illuminate the entire earth. One could thus say, divided light, desolate land. The sun can claim victory because it has all its strength and all its effects in the unity of its light. The earth receives so many wonderful and innumerable effects and can call the sun the life of the earth. This is due to the unity of its light. For centuries, it has not lost any atom that God has entrusted to it. He is always triumphant, majestic, and fixed. He continually worships and celebrates in his light the triumph and glory of the eternal light of his Creator. My daughter, the sun is the symbol of my eternal will. This symbol has the unity of light. My will possesses it even more. This is not a symbol but the real light. The sun can be defined as the hatching of the inaccessible light of my will. You have seen its immensity. There is no globe of light like the sun, that immense expanse where the human eye can glimpse neither the beginning nor the end. Yet all this infinite light is only a sui act of the eternal will. The fact that this uncreated light is so compact, makes it inseparable, indivisible. Therefore, more than the sun, it possesses the eternal unity in which the triumph of God in all our works is founded. This triumph of the unity of the Supreme Will has the center of its sea, of its throne within the Holy Will. From this divine center leave its resplendent rays. They invest the whole heavenly homeland. All saints and angels are invested with the unity of my will. They receive all the countless effects. They appropriate them. Thus they confer upon them one unity with the supreme unity of my will. These rays are given to creation. It forms its unity with the soul that lives in my will. Look, the unity of this light of my will sitting in the center of the three divine persons is already anchored in you. As a result, one thing is light and act. Another is my will. The moment you do your deeds in her, they are already incorporated into this single act of the center. And the divinity is already in you doing what you do. The Heavenly Mother, the angels, the saints, the whole creation repeat your act. All in chorus feel the effects of the supreme will. Watch, listen. The never-before-seen prodigy of this unique act that fills heaven and earth, and the Trinity itself, which unites with the creature, itself as the unique act of the creature. At the same time I saw the eternal light fixed within me, and I heard the chorus of all heaven and all creation in its silent language, but how can I describe all that I understood of the unity of the light of the supreme will? Jesus added, My daughter, for every act to be good and holy, its origin must come from God. It is necessary that the soul that lives in my will, lives in the unity of this light. Her adoration, her love, her momentum, and all that she can do, must begin in divine unity. She must receive the origin of her actions from God Himself. Thus, His adoration, His love, His momentum, is the same adoration that the three divine persons have among themselves. The same mutual love reigning between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Its momentum is that eternal impulse that never ceases to give impetus to all. The unity of this light brings everything together. What God does is done by the soul. What the soul does is done by God. God does this by His own virtue. The soul does this through the unity of the light that surrounds it. This means that the prodigy of living in my will is the prodigy of God Himself. All other works, though good and holy, are overshadowed, vanish in the face of acts done in the unity of this light. Imagine the sun which, in the unity of its light, spreads its rays that invade the whole earth, and that the creatures put in front of the dazzling sunlight all the lights of the earth, electric light, private lights, as far as they can put some. Their light would seem petty vis-a-vis the sun, as non-existent. No one would use these lights to illuminate his steps, his hands to work, his eyes to see. All would use the sun. All these lights remaining idle, would not bring anything to anyone. It's the same for all the other works. If they are not realized in the unity of the light of my will, they are like the little lights before the great sun. They are almost not noticed. But those lights that in front of the sun do not serve, nor are visible, nor beneficial, as soon as the sun has disappeared, acquire their small value. They bring a little well-being. They are the light in the darkness of the night, and they serve the work of man. But they will never be the sun, nor can they bring the same benefits as the sun. The purpose of creation, however, was to keep everyone in unity. All things had come out of the bosom of the unity of light of the supreme Fiat. The creature was the only one who did not want to achieve this goal. She came out of that unit. It was reduced to begging for the effects of this light. It is almost like the earth begged from the sun, vegetation, and the development of the seed hidden in its womb. What a sorrow, my daughter, being king, to find herself like a beggar, asking for the AUM6NE who should have been at his service. Jesus, all afflicted and dolent, was silent. And I understood all the suffering that pierced him, feeling it penetrate into me to the depths of the most intimate fibers of my soul. Wanting at all costs to relieve Jesus, I returned to my usual deeds in the unity of His will. I knew how easily He could go from suffering to joy every time my smallness plunged into the inaccessible light of His will. Thus Jesus, loving with me, love healed his wound, and He was able to continue His words. My daughter, I am growing you in my will. Never inflict on me the throbbing pain of seeing you come out of the unity of the light of the Supreme Fiat. Promise me, swear to me that I will always be the newborn of my will. Me, my love, console yourself. I promise you, I swear. And you must promise me to always hold me in your arms, immersed in your will, never abandoning me if you want me to be forever the little girl of your will. I tremble and doubt myself, especially since, the more you speak of this supreme will, the worse I feel because the nullity of my nothingness is felt more. Then, sighing, Jesus added, My daughter, the fact that you feel your nothingness a little more is not opposed to life in my will. On the contrary, it is your duty. All my works were formed on nothingness. The whole can therefore do what it wants. If the sun had the reason and if it was asked, what are your benefits, your effects, how much light and heat do you contain? He would answer, I don't do anything. I only know that the light God has given me is invested with the supreme will. I do what ISIS wants, stretching out where she wants and producing the effects she wants. In doing so, I am nothing, the divine will in me doing everything. For all my other works, all their glory is to remain in nothingness to give to my will, all the room for ISIS to act. Man alone wanted to do without the will of his Creator, wanted to operate his nothingness, believing himself good at something. The whole, feeling neglected by nothingness, came out of man, who found himself superior to all, below all. So let your nothingness always be under the thumb of my will if you want the unity of its light to be. Operates in you and reminds a new life of the purpose of creation. The light of the divine will envelopes me unceasingly. My little intelligence, in the immense sea of this light, takes, as soon as it can, quelques gouttes de lumière et quelques petites flammes des innombrables vérités, connaissances et bonheurs continus dans cette mer interminable de éternel volant. Mais, souvent, je n'arrive pas à mettre sur le papier les mots adaptés à ce peu de lumière. Je dispose par rapport à la quantité que je laisse. Car ma petite et pauvre intelligence prend ce qui suffit à la remplir. Le reste je suis obligé de le laisser. This is what happens to a person who dives into the sea. It is soaked, water flows from all sides, perhaps into its viscera. But, once out of the sea, what does it take away from all the water of the sea? Very little, or almost nothing compared to the one that remains in the sea. And having been in the sea, can she say how much water, how much and how many species of fish are there in it? Certainly not. On the other hand, she will be able to describe the little she has seen of this sea. Such is my poor soul. As I was in this light, my sweet Jesus came out of me saying, My daughter, this is the unity of the light of my will so that you may love her evermore, and she confirms you even more in her. I want you to know the great difference between the one who lives in my will, in the unity of this light, and the one who resigns herself submitting to my will. For you to understand, I will give you a similarity with the sun on the horizon. The sun from the celestial vault spreads its rays on the surface of the earth. Look, between the sun and the earth there is a kind of agreement. The sun touches the earth and the earth receives light and touch from the sun. Now, the earth receiving the touch of light and submitting to the sun, receives the effects contained in the light. These effects transform the face of the earth. The sunlight makes it green, blooms it. Trees grow, fruits ripen, and there are plenty of other wonders, always produced by the effects of sunlight. But the sun, in giving its effects, does not give its light. On the contrary, it jealously retains its unity and the effects are not long-lasting. We thus see the poor land sometimes flowered, sometimes stripped, changing with each season, undergoing continual mutations. If the sun provided the earth with the effects and also the light, the earth would change into the sun and would no longer need to beg for its effects. For, having in it the light, it would become the patroness of the source of the effects contained in the sun. Such is the soul that resigns itself and submits to my will, living from the effects that ISIS contains. It does not possess light. It does not possess the source of the effects contained in the Sun of the Eternal Will. It sees itself a bit like the earth, sometimes rich in virtue, sometimes poor, changing with each circumstance, much more than if it were not subject to my will. It would be like the earth if the sunlight did not touch it. For it is by being touched by its light that it receives the effects, otherwise it would remain miserable, without producing a single thread of grass. This is how Adam found himself after sin. He had lost the unity of light. So he had lost the source of the benefits and effects possessed by the Son of my will. He no longer felt, in himself, the fullness of the Divine Son. He could no longer see in him this unity of light fixed in the depths of his soul by the Creator who, by communicating his likeness to him, made him his true copy. Before sin, he possessed the source of the unity of light with his Creator. Each of his acts was a ray of light that invaded all of creation, fixed himself in the center of his Creator, bringing him love and the return of all that was done for him in creation. He was the harmonizer and formed the tuning note between heaven and earth. By evading my will, his deeds, which, like rays, spread in heaven and earth, shrunk, much like the trees and flowers in the small area of its land. No longer in harmony with what surrounded it, it became the discordant note of all creation. Oh! Let him fall low. He wept bitterly for the loss of the unity of light, which lifted him above all created things and made Adam the little god of the earth. Now, my daughter, from what I have just told you, you understand that life in my will means possessing the source of the unity of his light with all the fullness of the effects that ISIS contains. As a result, light, love, adoration etc. emanate from each of his acts. They contain an act with each act, a love with each love. Like sunlight invades everything, harmonizes everything, concentrates everything in itself. Like a resplendent ray, it gives back to its Creator all that He has done for all creatures and the true note of agreement between heaven and earth. What is the difference between who possesses the source of the goods of the Son of my will and who lives from His effects? The same as between the sun and the earth. The sun always possesses the fullness of light and effects. It is perpetually radiant and majestic in the celestial vault. He does not need the earth. Although it touches everything, it is intangible. He does not let himself be touched by anyone. If someone ventured to stare at him, he would eclipse him, blind him, defeat him. While the earth needs everything, letting itself be touched, despoiled and, if it were not for the sun and its effects, it would be a sinister prison full of misery. So there is no comparison between those who live in my will, and who is subject to him. Adam, before sin, possessed the unity of light as long as he was alive, he could not recover it. For him it happened as for the earth that revolves around the sun. It is not fixed, rotates, and opposes the sun forming the night. To stop him again, thus being able to sustain the unity of this light, it took a repairer who was superior to him, a divine force to straighten him. This is the role of redemption. My heavenly mother possessed the unity of this light and could distribute it to all, even more than the sun. Between her and the Supreme Majesty, neither the night nor any shadow ever settled. On the contrary, it was always in broad daylight and at all times. This unity of the light of my will made the whole divine life flow into her. She brought him seas of light, joys, happiness, divine knowledge. Seas of beauty, glory, love. Triumphant, she brought to her Creator all these seas as her own. She showed him her love, her adoration, so that he might succumb to her beauty. And the divinity sank new and even more beautiful seas. His love being immense and of the same nature as ISIS. She was able to love for all, to supplement for all. His smallest acts in the unity of this light were superior to the greatest acts and the acts of all creatures together. That's why we can call sacrifices, works, love of other creatures. Small flames in relation to the sun. Droplets vis-a-vis the sea. In comparison with the acts of the Sovereign Queen. For, by virtue of the unity of the light of the Supreme Will. She triumphed over everything and she surpassed her own Creator by imprisoning him in her womb. My mother possessed the unity of the light of my will and ruled over everything. Thus she was able to train this unprecedented prodigy. And she was able to administer to the divine prisoner the acts worthy of him. Adam lost the unity of light. He fell and formed the night, the weaknesses, the passions, for himself and the generations to come. This sublime Virgo never did her own will and remained perpetually righteous and in the eternal Sunday. For her, it was always the day. It brought the day of the Sun of Justice for all generations. This Virgin Queen has preserved in the depths of her immaculate soul the unity of the light of the eternal will. This is enough to give us the glory of all, the acts of all and the return of the love of all creation. The divinity, thanks to her, by virtue of my will, felt the return of the joys and happiness that ISIS wanted to receive through creation. We can therefore call her, the Queen, the Mother, the Foundress. The mirror of my will. Dans l'équal tout le monde peut se regarder pour recevoir d'elle, la vie de ma volonté. Après cela je me sentis comme imprégné de cette lumière. Je comprenais le grand prodige de la vie dans l'unité de la lumière de la suprême volonté. Monde du Jesus, revenant, ajuda. Ma fille, Adam en l'état d'innocence et ma mère céleste postéint l'unité de la lumière de ma volonté. Cen était pas leur propre vertu, mais communiquée par Dieu. Monde humanite la postate par ma propre vertu. Car, en l'ily avait. Non seulement l'unité de la lumière de la suprême volonté, mais aussi le verbe éternel. Moi, j'étais inséparable du Père et du Saint-Esprit. Ainsi la vraie et parfaite bifurcation peut se produire. C'est à dire, en restant au ciel, j'ai descendis dans le sein de ma mère le Père et le Saint-Esprit étant indissociables de moi. Yux aussi me suivirent tout en restant, en même temps, dans les cieux. Pendant que Jesus parlait, j'ai me demandé si les trois divines personnes avaient souffert tous les trois, ou seulement Jesus, le Verbe. Jesus, en poursuivant, me dit. My daughter, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, being one with me, followed me. I was, at the same time, in heaven with them. But the duty to suffer, to satisfy, and to redeem man fell to me. I, the Son of the Father, took charge of reconciling God with man. Our divinity is intangible, cannot feel the slightest suffering. It was my humanity, which with the three divine persons inseparably surrendered to the divinity. Martyrdom suffered. He satisfied in divine mode. My humanity, possessed not only the fullness of my will as his own virtue, but the Word himself. Thus my inseparability with the Father and the Holy Spirit went beyond more perfectly both innocent Adam than my own mother. For them it was grace, while for me it was my nature. They had to draw from God, light, grace, power, beauty. In me there was the source that brought forth light, beauty etc. Thus, the difference between the one who was innate in me and that of my mother who was due to grace was so great that she remained eclipsed before my humanity. My daughter, be attentive. Your Jesus, hold the spring that springs forth, always having to give you, as well as you to take. Despite all that has already been said about my will, I am not finished. It won't be enough for you, nor the short life of exile, nor all eternity, that I may make known to you the long history of my supreme will and to list for you the great wonders it contains. Doing my usual deeds in the supreme will, I tried to trace all that my Jesus, my heavenly mother, creation, and all creatures did. My sweet Jesus helped me to remember all those whom I omitted to mention, not having the capacity, and with all his goodness he reminded me of his act by saying, My daughter, in my will all my deeds are present, arranged among themselves. Take a look. Here there are those of my childhood, with my tears, my vagaries. Even that of when, little child, passing through the fields, I was picking flowers. Come and put your I love you on the flowers I pick and on my hands that lie down to pick them. In these flowers. It was you whom I was looking at. It was you that I was picking like my little flower of my will. Do you not want to keep company with all my childhood acts with your love and by having fun with me in these innocent acts? Look at the rest, little child, tired of crying for souls, I was taking a little nap but, before closing my eyes. It is you whom I wanted to reconcile with sleep. Wanting to see you first kiss my tears by printing an I love you. In each tear end. With the refrain of your I love you, allow sleep to close my eyes. While I sleep do not leave me alone. Wait for me to wake up so that, as you have closed my sleep, you open my alarm clock with your I love you. My daughter, who was destined to live in my will, was inseparable from me. Because, at the time, you were not there. My will showed you to me. Gave me back your company, your deeds, your I love you. Do you know what an I love you in my will means? This I love you contains an eternal happiness, a love. At my infantile age this is enough to make me happy and to form, around me, a sea of joys allowing me to put aside all the bitterness that the creatures gave me. If you do not follow all my deeds, your actions will leave a void in my will. Without your company, I will feel isolated. I want your connection to everything I did. The will that unites us is one, the act can only be two. Follow me again, look when at the age of 2 or 3. I walked away from my mother and, kneeling, with my little arms open in the shape of a cross, I prayed to my heavenly Father, that he may have mercy on mankind. I embraced, with my little arms, all generations. My position was poignant. So small, on his knees with little arms open, crying, praying. My mother could not have resisted seeing me. His maternal love so strong, would have made him succumb. You, who do not have the love of my mother, come. Support my little arms. Dry my tears. Put an I love you where I put my little knees so that it is less painful. Finally, throw yourself into my little arms. That I may offer you to my heavenly Father as a daughter of my will. It is since that time that I call you. When I found myself alone, abandoned by all, I said to myself, if everyone leaves me, the newborn of my will never leave me alone. Isolation is too painful for me, so my actions await yours and also your company. But how can I write down all that my sweet Jesus told me about the deeds of his life? If I had to mention them all, it would be too long, filling entire books. So I stop. Following this, I say to my kind Jesus, my love, if you desire so much that your most holy will be recognized and reign, with its full power, in the midst of creatures, why, at your coming to earth with your heavenly mother who, having obtained the desired Redeemer could have obtained the desired Fiat, you could not realize, at the same time as the redemption, the fulfillment of your most holy will? Your visible presence would have helped, admirably facilitated the reign of the supreme will on earth. On the other hand, that it is done by this poor, petty and incapable creature, it does not seem to me to be up to the height of his glory and triumph. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus answered me. My daughter, everything was programmed, the time and the hour, both for the redemption and for my will on earth so that she might reign there. It was established that my redemption would serve as a helper, not being the origin of man and arose, as a means, after man had distanced himself from it. Conversely, my will was the origin of man and the end in which he must close himself. All things began in my will and everything must return to her, and even if some fall behind, none will escape eternity. It is also for this reason that my will has supremacy. For redemption to take place, I had to have a virgin mother, conceived without the darkness of original sin, being obliged to incarnate, it was fitting for me, the eternal Word, that, in order to form my most holy humanity, my blood should not be infected. Now, to make known my will, for her to reign there, I do not need a second mother according to the natural order. On the other hand, I needed a second one according to the order of grace. For my will to reign, I do not need another humanity but to make it known. Thus, attracted by her wonders, her beauty, her holiness, and the benefits she brings to the creature, she herself can submit to her power all in love. In electing you for the mission of my will, according to the natural order I have taken you into the ordinary lineage. But, for the dignity of my will, according to the order of grace, I had to raise you very high, so that no more darkness remains in your soul, which could have caused the reluctance of my will to reign there. If in order to redeem man my humanity needed the pure blood of the Immaculate Virgin, to form in you the life of my will, it needed purity, whiteness, holiness, the beauty of your soul. My humanity having been formed in the womb of my mother, this humanity was given to all, of course to those who wanted it, as salvation, light, holiness. Thus, this life of my will in you will be distributed to all, so as to make themselves known and take His power. If I had wanted to free you from original sin, like my Heavenly Mother, so that my will would come to life in you, no one would have cared about being inhabited by my will. It seemed like, for the life of the Supreme Will to reign in us we must be the second mother of Jesus and have her privileges. On the other hand, knowing that you belong to the same lineage as them, conceived like them, if they so wish and appealing to their good will, they too will be able to know the Supreme Will. What must be done for her to reign in them, the benefits that flow from them, the earthly and heavenly happiness prepared, in a distinct way, for those who will make my will reign. My redemption was like the tree of my will planted in you, watered by my blood, cultivated and dug with the sweat of my brow in inaudible suffering, fertilized by the sacraments. Initially, it was necessary to make the tree grow. Then the flowers grow and, in fine, may the heavenly fruits of my will ripen. To ripen these precious fruits, my 33 years were not enough. The creatures not being ready, willing to taste these delicacies so delicate that I gave them, all heaven. So I just planted the tree, leaving all possible means for him to grow beautiful and gigantic and, in due course, for the time when the fruits will be ripe and ready to be picked, I have chosen you especially so that you may know all the good that she possesses and, having raised the creature again to her origin, she will put aside her will which was the cause of her fall and, eating these precious fruits, their taste will be so sublime that he will help to remove all the rot of passions and his will restoring power to my will. She will embrace everything in her in one and the same embrace, uniting everything, creation, redemption, and the fulfillment of the purpose for which everything was created, that is, so that my will may be known, loved, and fulfilled in heaven as on earth. Me, Jesus, my love, the more you say and the more I feel the weight of my smallness, fearing that it may hinder the kingdom of your will on earth. Oh! If my mother and you had done it directly from the earth, your will would have had its full effect. Interrupting my words, Jesus added, My daughter, our duty is fully realized, it is up to you to fulfill yours. It is your duty. The Sovereign Queen and I are not touched by suffering, we are impassive and in a state of complete glory, so suffering has nothing to do with us. On the other hand, as far as you are concerned, sorrows come to your aid to be able to obtain the supreme fiat, new knowledge, new graces, and I, while being in heaven, I will remain hidden in you to build a kingdom to my will. My power is always the same, doing to heaven what I could do if I were flesh and blood on earth. When I decide, and the creature is consenting, completely surrendering to my will, I invest it by making it do what I will do myself. Be attentive and do your duty. I felt full of flaws, especially for the repugnance experienced when it comes to writing intimate things between our Lord and me. The weight I feel is so painful that I would give anything to avoid doing it, but obedience to who is above me imposes it on me, and although I want to protest, expressing my reasons for not doing so, I always end up giving in. Besides, after such an argument, I felt full of flaws and wicked, and when Jesus arrived, I said to him, Jesus, my life, have mercy on me, look at my flaws and how wicked I am. Jesus, with kindness and tenderness, answered me. My daughter, do not be afraid, I am here to watch you and be the guardian of your soul so that the slightest sin cannot enter it, and, where you and others see defects and wickedness, I do not find any. I see rather that your nothingness feels more the weight of the whole, because the more I raise you intimately to me, by communicating to yourself what the All wants to do with your nothingness, all the more you feel your nullity and, almost frightened, crushed by the All, you would like to avoid manifesting, let alone putting on paper, what the All wants to do with this nothingness. Anyway, despite your repugnance, I always win making you do what I want. This also happened to my Heavenly Mother when she was told, Hail Mary, full of grace, you will give birth to the Son of God. Hearing this she was frightened, trembled, and said, How is this possible? But replied, Let it be done to me according to your word. Feeling all the weight of the whole on her nothingness, of course she became frightened. That is why, when I tell you what I want to do with you and your nothingness is frightened, I see the fear of the Sovereign Queen renewed and, compassionately, I lift up your nothingness, strengthen it so that he can sustain the whole. So don't worry, think instead of having the whole thing and you operate it on. As I continued my usual deeds in the Supreme Will, embracing everything and all to bring to my Creator the acts of all in one. Alone, my sweet Jesus came out of me and, embracing at the same time as me, he joined me in doing all that I did, saying to me very lovingly, My daughter, I love so much the acts done in my will that I personally commit myself to keeping them in the unity of my supreme light, making them inseparable from my own actions. If you knew how jealous I am of these acts that glorify me in a divine way, each of them being like the beginning of a new feast in the whole celestial creation and homeland, these acts, flowing like rays of light in my will, wherever it may be, bring new joys, feasts, and happiness. These acts are the joys, the feast, the happiness that the creature forms in the will of its Creator. Is it not for you that the creature can form and bring celebration, joy, and happiness to its Creator by making our will reign everywhere? This is what happened to my Queen Mother, who always worked in the unity of the light of the Supreme Will. All her actions, her role as mother, her right to be queen remained inseparable from her Creator, the divinity. By identifying the acts of beatitude to congratulate the Heavenly Fatherland, at the same time releases the acts of the Heavenly Mother, allowing all the saints to be invested, not only of our joys and our beatitudes but also of the maternal love of their mother, the glory of their Queen, and of all his deeds converted into joys for the whole heavenly Jerusalem. This is how all the fibers of her maternal heart loves with the same love all the children of the Heavenly Fatherland, distributing to all her joys as mother and her glory as queen. She was a mother of love and suffering on earth for her children, who cost her dearly, as much as she cost the life of her Son God. By virtue of the unity of the light of the Supreme Will that she possessed, her deeds remained inseparable from ours. In heaven, she is a mother of love, joy, and glory to all her heavenly children. That is why all the saints have a greater love, more glory and joys, thanks to their sovereign mother and queen. This is the reason why I love so much the one who lives in my will, descending to her to do what she does, to raise him in the womb of the Lord, so that his act may become one with his Creator. As a result of this, thinking of God's blessed will, many things were spinning in my mind. It is not necessary to put them in writing. My sweet Jesus, returning, added, My daughter, the triumph of my will connects creation to redemption. It could be called a unique triumph. The man's fall was caused by a woman. It was thanks to a virgin woman who gave birth to my humanity linked to the eternal word that, 4,000 years later, the remedy for the fall of man was brought. Now the remedy found, must my will alone remain without its full fulfillment? It holds its primordial act both in creation and in redemption. That is why, 2,000 years later, we have chosen another virgin as the triumph and completeness of our will. It is she who installs her kingdom in your soul and makes herself known to it, thanks to her knowledge. She allowed you to rise so that you could live in the unity of her light. She formed your life in her and the divine will formed hers in you. She has installed in you her domination. She makes the connection to extend her dominion to other creatures. The Word, descending into the womb of the Immaculate Virgin, was not only to her. Indeed, by creating the bond of connection with the creatures, I made myself available as a remedy, for all. This is what will happen to you. For, having formed her kingdom in you, the Supreme will establish his communications to make known to creatures all that I have taught you about her. Knowledge. The means to live in her. His wishes. She desires that man returns to his arms. That he reintegrates his origin into the eternal will from which he came. These roots of transmission, these links of union. The propagation of light, the small breeze. These are the means to make them breathe the air of my will. To disinfect the air of human will. And the impetuous wind to conquer and eradicate the most rebellious wills. Every knowledge concerning my will has a creative power. The whole thing is to bring out this knowledge so that its power manages to touch their hearts, deeply. Subjects them to my domination. Was it not the case of the redemption? As long as I was with my mother, during the hidden life in Nazareth, everything was passed over in silence around me. The fact of having remained hidden with my heavenly Queen, served admirably to form the foundation of the redemption, and to be able to announce that I was already among them. But when were his fruits known by the people? When I went out in public, I made myself known. I spoke to them with the power of my creative word. Since everything I did and said was disclosed and divulged even today. In peoples, the fruits of redemption had and still have their effects. If, on the other hand, no one had been aware of my coming to earth, the redemption would have been dead and without effect for the creatures. It is therefore knowledge that has given life to his fruits. The same will be true of my will. Knowledge gives life to the fruits of my will. For this reason I wanted to renew what I did for the redemption. Choose another virgin. Remain hidden with her for 40 years or more. Isolating it from all as a repetition of Nazareth. Being free with her to inform her of all history, of the wonders, of the benefits that my will contains, thus forming in it the life of my will. I chose Joseph as the guardian, cooperator, and overseer of the sovereign Queen and me. Therefore, I have put at your side the vigilant assistance of my ministers as cooperators, tutors and custodians of the knowledge, benefits, and wonders contained in my will. My will wants to establish his kingdom among the peoples, so I want that you deposit in them this heavenly doctrine, like new apostles. Forming with them, at the beginning, a circle serving as a conjunction with my will and transmitting it, subsequently, to the peoples. If this was not or had not been the case, I wouldn't have insisted so much that you write. Nor would I have allowed the daily visit of the priest, but I would have left all my work between you and me. So be careful and let me free to do what I want. How do I express how confused I was after Jesus' words? Remaining silent, from the bottom of my heart I repeated Fiat, Fiat, Fiat. After very painful days being deprived of my sweet Jesus, I couldn't take it any more, moaning under a press that crushed both my soul and my body, regretting my heavenly homeland, where, not even for a single moment, I would have remained separated from the one who is all my life and my supreme and one good. Having reached the end of my strength, without the presence of Jesus, I felt my soul fill with him, seeing myself as a veil covering him, as I thought of him, accompanying him in the sufferings of his passion, especially in the act where Pontius Pilate showed him to the people by saying, "Behold the man," my sweet Jesus said to me. My daughter, the moment Pontius Pilate said, "This is the man," they all cried out, "Crucify him, crucify him, we want him dead." Just as my own heavenly Father and my inseparable wounded mother, and not only the present but also all the absent and all the past and future generations, if some did not express it in words, they did so by facts, for no one asked that I live, and the fact of being silent confirms the words of others. This cry of death on the part of all was very painful for me, and I felt as many deaths as the number of cries "Crucify him." I felt as if drowned in suffering and death, all the more so, noticing that none of my dead brought new life and those who received life through my death, did not benefit from the full fruit of my passion and death. My suffering was such that my groaning humanity was about to succumb, making its last breath, but, at the moment of death, my supreme will, by its omnivoyance, showed to my dying humanity, all those in whom the eternal will would have reigned with its absolute power, which would have allowed them to have the complete fruit of the passion and of my death. My mother, at their head, was the custodian of all my possessions and the fruits of my life, passion, and death, not letting out the slightest sigh she kept the precious fruit, and it is through her, that they were to be transmitted to the newborn of my will as well as to those in whom the supreme will would have had her life and her kingdom. When my dying humanity saw the full fruit of my life, passion, and death, saved and safe, it was able to resume and continue the course of the painful passion. It is therefore only my will that bears all the fullness of my possessions and the complete fruit within creation, redemption and sanctification. Wherever she reigns, all our works are full of life, there are no things half done or incomplete, while where she does not reign, although there may be some virtue, everything is misery and incomplete. If there are fruits, they are green and do not ripen, and if they take the fruits of my redemption, they take them moderately and in small quantities, and thus they grow weak, sick, and feverish. Therefore, the little good they do is laborious, feeling crushed by the little good done. Conversely, my will empties the human will, filling it with divine force and life in the good end, therefore, which makes it reign in it, does good without difficulty, the life it contains allowing it to operate good with irresistible force. My humanity found life in my passion, my death, and in whom my will was to reign, and as long as she does not have her kingdom in souls, creation and redemption will always be incomplete. After which I began to do my usual deeds in the supreme will, and my sweet Jesus, coming out of me, followed with my gaze all that I did, and, seeing that all my acts identified with his and by virtue of the supreme will, followed the same path as his own, giving twice the same good, the same glory to our Heavenly Father, taken by an excess of love he squeezed me on his heart, saying to me, "My daughter, although you are small and newborn in my will and live in her kingdom, your smallness is my triumph, and when I see you operating in her, I am, in the kingdom of my will, like a king who has sustained a long war, his ideal being victory, and who, finding himself victorious, regained confidence after the bloody battle, the privations endured and the wounds inflicted still visible on his person, his triumph taking shape thanks to the conquests accomplished. The king wants to admire everything, his gaze revels in the reign. Conquered and, triumphant, he celebrates. I am such as him, my ideal in creation being the kingdom of my will in the soul of the creature. My primary objective was to reproduce in man the divine Trinity by virtue of the culmination of my will in him, but man having evaded her, I lost my kingdom in him. For nearly 6,000 years I had to sustain a long battle, but, though long, I have never ceased to believe in my ideal or in my primary purpose, and will never cease. I came into redemption to realize my ideal and primary purpose, that is, the kingdom of my will in souls, so much so that to come, my first kingdom of the supreme will was created in the heart of my Immaculate Mother, outside of whom I could never have come to earth, despite the suffering and deprivation and the fact that I had been wounded and killed. The kingdom of my will was not realized. I built the foundations, making preparations, but the bloody battle between the human will and the divine continued. Now, my little girl, watching you operate in the kingdom of my will, the way you go about it, the fact that he is becoming more and more established in you, I feel victorious in my long battle, and everything presents itself to me as a triumph and a feast. My sufferings, my privations, and my wounds smile at me, and my own death gives me life again in my will in you. Thus I feel victorious over creation, of redemption, which allow my newborn of my will, the long turns, the rapid flights, the endless walks in the kingdom of my will, of which I am proud and, delighting. I am with my eyes all the steps and acts of my little girl. You see, we all have an ideal, and once he is realized, we are content. That of a small child is to attach himself to the bosom of his mother, and, when he cries and sobs, it is enough that his mother gives him the breast so that he stops crying, covering the smile. Victorious, he sucks until he is satiated and suckling, triumphant he falls asleep. It is the same for me, after having wept for a long time, seeing the bosom of the soul open the doors to install the kingdom of the Supreme Will, my tears stop and rush me on his breast and sucking his love and the fruits of the kingdom of my will, I fall asleep and rest as a conqueror. Similarly for the little bird, whose ideal is the seed, seeing it, it flaps its wings, runs, rushes on the seed and, once caught in its beak, triumphant, it resumes its flight. I am such that the bird, flying and twirling, turning to form in the soul the kingdom of my will so that it makes me find the seed of my food, I myself taking no food other than that created in my kingdom and, when I see this heavenly seed, even more than the little bird, I fly to feed on it. For everyone, everything lies in being able to realize the ideal that we have set for ourselves, which is why, seeing you working in the kingdom of my will, I see my ideal realized having the return of the work of creation and redemption and the triumph of my will established in you. So be attentive, so that the victory of your Jesus is in you permanently. Following this, my sweet Jesus moved in me and very tenderly said to me, "My daughter, tell me, what is your ideal, your goal?" Me, Jesus, my love, my ideal is to fulfill your will and, my goal, to ensure that no thought, word, deed and work comes out of the kingdom of your supreme will, but that they are conceived, nourished, grown, forming their life and, if necessary, their death in her. I know that in your will the deeds do not die, once born, they live eternally, so it is to the kingdom of your will in my soul to which I aspire, being my ideal, my first and last goal. Jesus in love and feasting added, "My daughter, since your ideal and mine are one, I gather our goal, bravo, bravo, to the daughter of my will and, both being the same, you two have endured a long battle to conquer the kingdom of my will, enduring suffering, deprivation, even remaining prisoner of your little room, relegated to your little bed to obtain that kingdom which we both have so desired. It has cost both of us dearly, but now you and I are triumphant and conquering, and you too are the little queen in the kingdom of my will and, though small, you are still a queen being the daughter of the great King, of our Heavenly Father, as the conqueror of such a great kingdom, you hold creation, redemption and the whole of heaven, everything belongs to you, because your rights of possession extend wherever my will reigns with integrity and permanence and all await you to give you the honors that are necessary for your victory. You are also the little girl who cried so much and sighed her Jesus, but when you saw me, your tears stopped, throwing you into my womb, victorious, you began to suck my will and my love, and, triumphantly, you rested in my arms while I rocked you so that your sleep would last longer, thus being able to enjoy my newborn and extend within you, triumphant, the kingdom of my will. You are, at the same time also, the little dove that swirled and twirled around me and, speaking to you of my will, sharing with you the knowledge of his own, his possessions, his wonders and even his pain, you flapped your wings and, rushing on the seeds prepared before you, you pecked, nourished you, resumed, triumphantly, your flight around me waiting for me to give you other seeds of my will. Again, pecking and feeding yourself, you resumed your flight, victorious, manifesting the kingdom of my will. Which means that, having the same prerogatives, my kingdom and yours are one and, having suffered together, it is right that we enjoy our conquests together. What had just been said surprised me enormously, I thought, but is it absolutely true that the reign of the Supreme Will is in my poor soul? I felt embarrassed, and if I wrote all this it was out of obedience. Jesus caught me writing and, coming out of me, he put his arms around my neck hugging me very tightly so that I could not continue to write, my poor mind being elsewhere, but Jesus, having also quickly left, I resumed my writings. To allay my fears he tells me, "My daughter, my heavenly mother was able to give me to others because she conceived me in herself, made me grow and nourished me. No one can give what he does not hold and, possessing me, she could give me to other creatures. Now, I would not have told you so much about my will if I had not wanted to form his kingdom in you, or you would not have loved it so much if he did not belong to you. We keep things that do not belong to us reluctantly, being embarrassing and representing a weight. Not having in you the spring springing from the kingdom of my will, you could never have recounted or put on paper what I tell you. Not having possession, you would have neither the light nor the love to manifest it, and if the sun shines in you, with its rays, the words in your mouth, the knowledge, and in what way he wants to reign, it means that you possess it, and your duty is to make it known as it was that of the sovereign Queen who made me known and offered me for the salvation of all. This morning, having made my usual Holy Communion in the most holy will of God, I offered it to my dear St. Louis, and not only communion, but also all the goods it contains, for possible glory. In doing so, I saw that all the goods of the Supreme Will, like rays of light, beauty, and different colors, flooded the dear saint, giving him infinite glory. So my sweet Jesus, moving within me, said to me, "My daughter, Louis is a flower and a saint hatched from the land of my humanity, made shining by the lampposts of the rays of the sun of my will. My humanity, though holy, pure, noble and hypostatically united to the Word, was of the earth, and Louis, better than a flower, came out of my humanity, pure, holy, noble, possessing the root of pure love. That is why one can read on each of his leaves the word love, but what makes it more beautiful and radiant are the rays of my will, to which it was always exposed, these rays giving such a development to this flower that it became a singularity in heaven as on earth. If Louis is so beautiful because he comes from my humanity, what about you and those who possess the kingdom of my will? These flowers will not hatch from my humanity, but will take root in the sun of my will. It is in her that the flower of their life is formed, growing and blossoming in the very sun of my will, which, jealous of these flowers, will hide them in its own light. On each of their leaves we will read all the peculiarities of the divine qualities. They will be the enchantment of all heaven, and all will recognize in them the complete work of their Creator." That said, my sweet Jesus opened his chest, showing an immense sun where he was going to plant all these flowers, and his love and jealousy were so great, that they were not to hatch outside his humanity, but inside himself. Performing my deeds in the supreme will, as usual, embracing everything, creation, redemption and all others, so that my Creator may have in return the love and glory that we all owe him, my sweet Jesus, moving within me, said to me, "My daughter, the little girl of my will must not only think of defending the universal rights of her Creator, returning to him the love and glory that all owe him, in unison, but he must find everything in her, because our will envelopes everything and all, and, who lives in her, possesses universal modes, being able to give us everything and allow us to remake everything. Being our daughter, she must defend the rights of the sovereign Queen who worked universally, having a love, a glory, a prayer, a reparation, a pain for her Creator, for all and for each creature, not letting escape any act of creatures, destined for their Creator, keeping everything and all in her maternal heart and loving, universally, everyone. We found in her all our glory, denying us nothing, not only what she was required to give us, but also what other creatures denied us, and, behaving as a magnanimous, loving mother who tears herself apart for her own children, made them all born in her sorrowful heart. Every fiber of his heart was pierced with pain at the birth of each of his children, and, at the fatal blow of the death of his Son God, the pain of this death sealed the regeneration of the lives of the new children of this sore mother. Now, a virgin Queen who loved us so much, who defended all our rights, such a tender mother who had love and suffering for all, deserves that you, our little newborn of our supreme will, love her for all. You give her everything back, and, embracing all her actions in our will, you put yours with hers, because she is inseparable from us, his glory being ours and ours being his, especially since our will brings everything together." Hearing this, I felt a little lost, and, not knowing how to do what Jesus asked of me, I begged him to give me the means to achieve it, and Jesus, repeating his words, added, "My daughter, my will has everything in her, and, being jealous, she keeps all her acts as if there were only one, in the same way she keeps those of the sovereign Queen as being hers, for the latter did everything in her. Therefore, my own will remind you of them. Now you must know that, who has done good and loved others, operating universally for God and for all, has all the rights, and it is only justice, over everything and all. By operating in universal mode, one operates in divine mode, and my Heavenly Mother was able to work in the same way as her Creator because she possessed the kingdom of our will, and having worked in our supreme will, she holds the rights to the properties she formed in our kingdom. Who else could pay her in return if not the one who lives in the same kingdom? For the universal work exists only in this kingdom, the love that loves and embraces everything, that abandons nothing. You must know that she who possesses the kingdom of my will on earth earns the right to universal glory in heaven, and innately and simply. My will embraces everything and involves everyone, and, from the one who possesses it, all the goods come out at the same time as the glory they contain. That is why, the universal glory that comes out of it, it also receives it at the same time. Do you find it negligible to possess universal glory in the heavenly homeland? So be careful, the reign of the Supreme Will is rich, pieces. They are waiting for you all, and my Mother also wants us to give her back the universal love she had for all generations. You, in the heavenly homeland, will have in return universal glory, the only inheritance of who has possessed the kingdom of my will on earth. After spending bitter days of deprivation, to restore my courage, my beloved Jesus stayed for several hours at a time. He showed himself to me at a very young age, of rare and delightful beauty, and, sitting on my bed near me, he said to me, "My daughter, I know that you cannot do without me, being for you more than your own life, and, if I did not come, you would lack the substance of life. In addition, we have many things to do together in the kingdom of the Supreme Will. Then, when you see that I do not come quickly, do not be overwhelmed, be certain that I will come, because my coming is necessary for both of us, but I have things to do with my kingdom, and, as I lead, I delight in. How can you doubt for a moment that, in a kingdom that I have so desired, he can miss the King of Triumph? So come into my arms, so that I may give you strength again." This said, he took me in his arms, hugging me very tightly against his chest, and, rocking me, he whispered to me, "Sleep, sleep on my breast, my little newborn of my will." In Jesus' arms I felt very small and did not want to sleep. Wanting to take advantage of his presence, I would have liked to say so much to him now that my beloved was near me, but, Jesus still rocking me, without realizing it, I fell asleep slowly. In my sleep I felt the beating of his heart speaking, saying, "My will," and the other replied, "I want to infuse love into the little girl of my will." In the beat my will a larger circle of light was formed, and in the beat love a smaller circle, so that the great contained the small, and during my sleep Jesus took these two circles formed by his beat, sealing them in all my being, and I felt full of strength, invigorated in his arms. How happy I was! But Jesus, holding me a little tighter against him, woke me up and said to me, "My little girl, let us take a short tour of creation, where lives the Supreme Will, which, making its separate act in everything created and triumphing over itself, magnifies and glorifies, in a perfect way, all the supreme qualities. Looking at heaven, your eye will not see limits. Wherever he looks it will always be heaven, not knowing where he begins and where he ends. Image of our being that has no beginning or end, and our will praises, glorifies in the blue sky our eternal being, having neither beginning nor end. This sky is dotted with stars, image of our being, the sky being unique, just as the divinity is a unique act, but, in the multiplicity of stars, our works add extra descending from this single act. The effects and works of this same act are innumerable, and our will magnifies and glorifies, in the stars, the effects and multiplicity of our works, containing angels, man, and all that was created. You see how good it is to live in my will, in the unity of this supreme light, knowing the meaning of everything created, praising, magnifying, glorifying the Supreme Creator with his own will in all our images contained in everything created. Look at the sun. Under the celestial vault we see a limited circle of light containing light and heat, which, descending downwards, invests the whole earth, image of the light and love of the Supreme Factor, who loves and does good to all. From the heights of his majesty, he descends down, into hearts, into hell, but tacitly, without noise, wherever he is. Oh! How our will glorifies and magnifies our eternal light, our imperishable love, and our short-sightedness. Our will whispers in the sea and, in the immensity of the waters that hide countless fish of all kinds and colors, glorifies our immensity that everything embraces, controlling everything. Our will glorifies the image of our immutability in the solidity of the mountains, the image of our righteousness in the rumble of thunder and in the brilliance of lightning, the image of our joy in the little bird that sings, trills, and chirps, the image of our love groaning in the groaning lovebird, the image of the continuous reminder made to man, in the lamb that bleats repeating, I, come to me. Our will glorifies us in the continual reminder to the creature. Everything created has a symbol, an image of our own, and our will is committed to magnifying and glorifying us in all our works. 4. Being the work of creation and fiat, it was in his interest to preserve glory for us, in things created, integrity and permanent. Now, the Supreme Will wants to give this commitment, as a legacy, to those who must live in the unity of its light, because it would not be appropriate to live in its light without identifying with the acts of the Supreme Fiat. Therefore, my little daughter, my will expects you to reproduce its same acts of everything created in everything, glorifying and thus magnifying with the Divine Will, your Creator. How can we talk about all the images contained in all of our Creator's creation? If I had to disclose them all, I would never finish. That's why, not to be too long, I talked about it a little, but it was out of obedience, not to displease Jesus. Doing my usual deeds, as usual, in the Supreme Will, I said to myself, how is it that the so many saints of the Old Testament who have distinguished themselves by the power of their miracles, such as Moses, Elijah, the many prophets and saints who succeeded each other after the coming of our Lord, became wonders of virtue, than any of them has not possessed the kingdom of the Divine Will and lived in the unity of its light? It sounds incredible. At the very moment I was asking myself the question, my sweet Jesus, coming out of me and hugging me very tightly against him, said to me, my daughter, it is true that, so far, no one has possessed the kingdom of my will, nor enjoyed all the fullness of the unity of the light it contains. If that had been the case, given that, what matters to me and glorifies me the most, and which will outright secure all divine rights, and that which will complete the work of creation and redemption, but will also bring to the creature the greatest good that exists in heaven and on earth, I would have found the way to make it known, as I did for the innumerable virtues and wonders of my saints. I would have made known the one who possessed the kingdom of my will, which is so close to my heart, that he may pass it on to others so that they may imitate the one who possessed it. Concerning the saints of the Old Testament, they were in the same conditions as Adam, for he lacked the divine repairer, who was to reunite the human with the divine will and, at the same time, pay in divine mode, the debts of the guilty man. Both the saints of the past and the contemporaries have benefited from my will. For in all that they have known, as in the miracles performed, there were screams of the power of my will bequeathed by Mo. Therefore, all my saints have lived. Who in his shadow? Who in the reflections of his light? Which is subject to its power? Who at the orders of his command? There is no holiness without my will, possessing from her the little they have known and no more. Because, the good is earned and we manage to own it when we know it. No one does not acquire property without knowing it, and assumes that he possesses it but without knowing it. For him this good is like death because he lacks the life of knowledge. Now, my will is the most important thing. Drives everything. All things, from the greatest to the smallest, feel so lost before her, that one should have from her all the knowledge beyond what one knows. Of creation, of the redemption, virtues and of all sciences. It should be a book. For each step, for each act and for everything created. The whole earth should be filled with pounds that would exceed the quantity. Things created and knowledge related to the kingdom of my will. But, where are these books? There is no book, we only know a few words about her when she should be the principle of all knowledge, of all things, being the life of everything. It should be on everything. Such as the image of the king imprinted on the currency that runs in the kingdom. such as the light of the sun that shines on each plant to give it life, such as water that quenches thirst on burning lips, such as food that satiates the hungry after a long fast. One should have known everything about knowledge about my will. If this is not the case, it means that the kingdom of my will is not known, so not possessed. Do you know perhaps some saint who is supposed to possess this reign and the unity of the light of the supreme will? Of course not. I myself didn't talk much about it. If I had wanted to talk about it at length, wanting to form it in man, as it was for the innocent Adam, being the highest point, the closest to God, coming closest to the divine likeness, the fall of Adam being too recent, they would all have been discouraged. Turning their backs on me, they would have said, if the innocent Adam nor was suspicious, nor had the constancy to live in the holiness of this kingdom, as a result of which he plunged himself and all generations in miseries, passions, and in irreparable evils, how can we be guilty, live in such a holy kingdom? It is true that he is beautiful, but he is not for us. In addition, being the culmination of my will, it was necessary. Tracks, means of transport, stairs, decent clothes, dishes adapted to be able to remain in this kingdom. My coming to earth therefore served to form all this. Every word, work, suffering, prayer, example, establishment of the sacraments, were the ways, the means of transport, so that they arrive as soon as possible. Stairs to make them climb. It can be said that I have clothed them with my humanity mixed with my blood, that they may be dressed decently in this holy kingdom of my will that the uncreated wisdom of creation decided to give man as an inheritance. I have said little about it, because when I speak, it's at the right time and according to the circumstances, during which in my word must remain enclosed the necessity and the utility of the good it contains. Instead of speaking, I made facts reserving me to speak to you, of the kingdom of my will. How could I have possessed it without having full knowledge of it? Besides, you should know that in all that I have manifested to you on him, his wonders, his possessions, what the soul must do to be able to settle there, my own will expresses the desire for man to return to my kingdom. All that I did, creation, redemption, were done so that he would come into possession of my lost kingdom. What I do is transmission links, doors so that they can enter, donations. They are laws, instructions for them to learn how to live there. It is the intelligence for them to understand and appreciate the good that they possess. All this missing, how could they have possessed this kingdom of my will? It would be as if someone wanted to move into another kingdom, to live there, without a passport, without knowing the laws, customs, or language. Poor guy! Its entrance would be inaccessible. If he were to go into fraud, he would be so uncomfortable that, on his own, he would want to come out of this kingdom of which he knows nothing. My daughter, you don't think? May it be easier, more encouraging and within the reach of human nature to enter into the kingdom of my will, after having known the reign of redemption, in which the blind, the lame, the sick can be cured. Since in this kingdom enter, neither the blind, nor the sick. On the contrary, they are all standing and in perfect health, finding, in the kingdom of redemption, all possible means and the very passport of my passion and my death, allowing them to pass into the kingdom of my will. Prompted by the sight of such a great good, they can decide to take possession of it. Be careful, therefore, not to shrink or diminish the goods of the kingdom of my will, and this is what you do when you do not manifest all that I transmit to you, knowledge being the bearer of the gift, and, if now I abound in the disclosure of its knowledge, it is as gifts, in which I establish what I want to put, more or less, in the kingdom of my will, for the greater good of him who will possess it. Being in my usual state, Jesus showed me the divine will pouring out on the earth, ordering the elements to unleash themselves against the creatures, and I trembled, seeing sometimes the waters flooding the countries, covering them almost entirely, sometimes the wind, with impetuous force, transporting and eradicating plants, trees, houses, piling them up and plunging many regions into the most sordid misery, where there were earthquakes causing countless damages. But how to describe all the misfortunes that were going to befall the earth? I saw, inside me, my ever-kind Jesus suffering in a heart-breaking way because of the offenses perpetrated by the creatures, especially in relation to the many hypocrisies hiding, under apparent benefits, poison, swords, spears, nails, to hurt him in every possible way. As if he wanted me to suffer with him, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the scale of my righteousness is full and overflowing above the creatures. Will you, as a daughter of my will, submit to the consequences of my righteousness by taking part in its punishments? For, justice being in the process of making the earth a pile of rubble, if thanks to your sufferings it is satisfied, you will spare your brothers. Whoever lives in the high kingdom of my supreme will must defend and help who is below." As he spoke, I felt overwhelmed by the aftershocks of divine justice, and, identifying with Jesus, I shared his chastisements, his wounds, his innumerable sufferings to such an extent that I no longer knew whether I was dead or still alive. To my great regret, Jesus withdrawing, my sorrows became more mixed, and I resumed to continue my long and hard exile, but still fiat. Fiat. I would have liked to have passed all this, but, obedience having imposed itself, to my great regret, I still had to allude to it, besides how to say in what state I was. To relieve me, my sweet Jesus repeated his words about his most holy will. "My daughter, come with me in the midst of creation, heaven and earth await you, they want the one who, animated by the same will that animates them and gives them life, makes resound, in all creation, the very sweet echo of the eternal love of their factor. They want your voice which, running through every created thing, animates their silent language of perennial glory and adoration for their Creator. Since all created things are linked together, one being the force of the other, the supreme will that preserves and vivifies them being one, the one who possesses it is therefore bound to them with the same strength and union. If you were not at the center of creation, they would lack, by your absence, the universal strength and the bond of inseparability. Then come into our possessions, they claim you all. I will also make you understand, at the same time, something else about the enormous gap between the holiness of who possesses the unity of the light of the kingdom of my will and the holiness of submission, of resignation and virtues." As he spoke to me, I found myself outside of myself, trying to make my I love you and worship resound on all created things, and Jesus, with all his goodness, added, "My daughter, look at the sky, the stars, the sun, the moon, the plants, the flowers, the sea, look at everything. Each thing has its distinct nature, color, smallness, and height. Each has its distinct function, one not being able to do what the other does, nor reproduce the same effects. This means that each one is the symbol of the holiness of virtues, of submission and resignation to my will. According to the virtues they practiced, they acquired a particular color, being able to define them as a red flower, or purple or white, as a plant, tree, a toil, and, according to their submission to the reflections of the supreme will, they developed in fecundity, height, beauty, but their color is unique because, my will, like the ray of the sun, gave them the color of the seed that they themselves put in their souls. While holiness, which lives in the unity of the light of my will, is the birth of this unique act of his Creator and being one in the creative hands, the rays of his will, coming out of God, invade everything producing works and effects so innumerable, that man cannot count them all. This holiness, being the birth of this unique act, will be jealously guarded by the supreme will which contains in it all the colors, various beauties, all the possible and imaginable goods. In this way, she will enclose and eclipse in her, even more than a lightning sun, all creation with its different beauties, as well as all the goods of redemption. We will see in her all the holiness, and I, bearing my love more than ever, I will put the seal of my own holiness in whom I have possessed the kingdom of my will. Do you know how your Creator will proceed regarding this holiness of life in my will? It will be like a king who has no offspring. This king has never enjoyed the affection of a child and does not feel to lavish his paternal caresses or his affectionate kisses, not finding in person his creation, his similarities, and not knowing to whom to entrust the fate of his reign. The poor always live with a thorn in his heart, surrounded by servants, people who do not look like him, who are around him not out of love, but out of self-interest, to seize wealth, glory and, perhaps, even to betray it. Now, supposes that a child is born after many years, what would not be the happiness of this king? He kisses him non-stop, caresses him, not being able to help but look at him at every moment, recognizing himself in him. From his birth, he bequeaths to him his kingdom and all his possessions, rejoicing in the fact that his kingdom will no longer be to strangers, to his servants, but to his beloved fetus. One can therefore conclude by saying that what is to the father is to the fils and vice versa. Now, whoever possesses the kingdom of my will be for us as a child born about 6,000 years later. What a joy, what a feast to see in him our image of integrity, beautiful, as it came out of our paternal womb. All caresses, kisses, gifts will be for this child, even more for, having given man, in creation, the kingdom of our will, as a special inheritance. And this kingdom having been, for so long, in the hands of strangers, servants, traitors. Seeing this fils possess it and, as such, he will give us the glory of the kingdom of our will, our legacy will be secured through him. Is it not right that we give him everything, ourselves too, containing everything and all in him? While Jesus was speaking, being concerned, I said to him, My love, is this all really possible? Then Jesus added, My daughter, do not be surprised, for the kingdom of the Supreme Will, possessing the soul, will possess an infinite, eternal divine will, containing all the goods, therefore, which possesses everything, can give us everything. What will not be our contentment, her happiness, and ours, seeing the smallness of the creature in our kingdom, continually take from us as a patroness and our own daughter, and, since all she takes from us is divine, she takes the divine and gives it back to us, she takes the infinite and gives it back to us, it takes from us immense things, light, us, returning them in turn, only taking and giving to us. We will put at his disposal all that belongs to us, so that in the kingdom of our will, given by us, there are no more foreign things, but that which is ours, thus being able to reap the fruits, glory, love, honor of the kingdom of our will. So be careful that your flight into our will is constant. At the moment when I felt invested and prey to the supreme light of the eternal will, my ever amiable Jesus showed himself in the depths of my soul, standing, holding in his hand a feather of light, writing on a dense light that looked like cloth, but was light extended in my soul, and Jesus did not stop writing at the bottom of that light. How charming it was to see do it with an ease and at an indescribable speed. Once finished, as if opening the doors of my soul, he called upon the confessor with a wave of his hand, saying to him, Come and see what I write with my own hand in the depths of this soul. I never do it on paper or canvas, being perishable, but I have fun writing in the background of the light installed in this soul by virtue of my will, my characters of light being indelible and of infinite value. When I want to share with her the truths about my will, first I begin the work by writing them deep within her, and then I speak to her by giving her glimpses of what I have written in her. That is why, when she repeats my words, she does so with few words, while in writing she goes on at length. It is my writings, of which this is not a small glimpse, that overflow with his soul, but with my expanded truth that I wrote myself in his intimacy. I was amazed and filled with unspeakable joy seeing my sweet Jesus writing in me, realizing that, with words, I cannot repeat much of what he tells me. I believe moreover that he gave me to do an essay and it is in his interest to help me write it in the way he prefers. Then, with full kindness, Jesus said to me, My daughter, put an end to your wonder because, by writing, you feel reappearing in you, like a source, the truths and the work that your Jesus did in you who, overflowing from all sides from your soul, puts order on paper and the truths written in you, sealed with characters of light. Put an end to your fears, do not limit yourself to the small glimpse of my words, and do not resist me when I want to expand, making you write on paper, what I wrote with so much love in your soul. How many times you force me to use strength, to take me against you so that you do not hesitate to write what I want. Let me do it, it will be up to your Jesus to jail the truth everywhere. 1. As I melted into the holy divine will, I saw in me my sweet Jesus with his arms raised preventing divine justice from pouring out upon creatures, putting me in the same position as him, making me do what he was doing, but the creatures seemed to incite divine justice to strike at them. Then, Jesus, tired, lowering his arms, said to me, 2. My daughter, how treacherous humanity is. But, it is only justice and necessary, that after having tolerated so much, I free myself from all these old things that occupy creation because, being rotten, they infect the new things, the new shoots. I am tired that the creation, remains, which I have given to man but which still belongs to me, being preserved and vivified permanently by me, be occupied by servants, ungrateful, enemies and even by those who do not recognize me. Consequently, I want to get rid of it by destroying entire regions and what feeds them. The elements will be the ministers of justice who, by investing them, will make them feel the divine power that dominates them. I want to purify the earth to prepare the abode for my children. You will always be at my side, my will being constantly your starting point even in your smallest acts. For my will wants to hold, even in the smallest things, its divine life, its beginning and its end, not tolerating that the human will makes its small incursions into its kingdom, otherwise it would lead you to often go out into the flawed reign of your will, which would belittle you, not suitable for who must live in the kingdom of my will. 3. Now, my daughter, like the sufferings of the heavenly queen, mine and my death, matured, fertilized, softened, like the sun, the fruits of the kingdom of redemption, so that all may take them, being bearers of health for the infirm, of holiness for the healthy. So your sufferings, grafted to ours, and matured in the warmth of the sun of my will ripen the fruits of the kingdom of my will, becoming so sweet and tasty that, who would taste it, could no longer adapt to the green, tasteless, and harmful fruits of the miserable and sordid reign of the human will. You must know that, the first, to form a kingdom, to bring a good, to do a job, must suffer and do more than others. He must chart the course, facilitate things, the means, prepare what should be done so that others, finding the raw materials of this work, and seeing it achieved, can imitate it. It is for this reason that I have given you a lot and give you, so that you can form the raw materials. For those who must live in the kingdom of my will. So be attentive and willing for me to give you and to do what I want with you. My sweet Jesus did not speak to me of his most holy will for several days, being rather sullen, in the action of chastising they. Ut of me he says to me, my daughter, I want to calm down, let me speak of the kingdom of my supreme will. I said, Jesus, my love and my life, if you do not reveal to me all the secrets that ISIS contains, not knowing everything, I will not be able to enjoy the fullness of the goods that this kingdom possesses, nor give you in return the love or the goods that you hide, feeling unhappy to me because, in all that you possess in her, will not sink my I love you, which, even if small, is that of your little girl whom you love so much. Jesus, using the same word as me, said to me, my little girl, you say it yourself how necessary knowledge is, if it is for you, it is all the more so for others. Now you must know that, in order to form the kingdom of redemption, the one who rose most in suffering was my mother, even though, apparently, she did not experience the same pains as other creatures, except for my death, which was for her maternal heart the fatal and heart-breaking blow, more than any very painful death. But, possessing the unity of the light of my will, this light brought to his pierced heart, not only the 7 swords of which the Church speaks, Rene's tools, the swords, the spears, the stings of all the faults and sufferings of the creatures, martyring, in a heart-breaking way, his mothering heart. And that's not all. This light also brought him my sorrows, my humiliations, my torments, my thorns, my nails, the most intimate pains of my heart. My mother's heart was the true sun, and even seeing only the light, it contains all the goods and effects that the earth receives and possesses. One could say that the earth is enclosed in the sun. From the sovereign queen one could only see the physical aspect, but the light of my Supreme will enclosed all possible and imaginable sufferings. As much as his sorrows were intimate and unknown, they were precious and powerful for the divine heart to obtain the desired Redeemer, descending into the hearts of creatures, even better than sunlight, to conquer them and bind them to the kingdom of redemption. The Church knows very little about the sorrows of the Sovereign Celestial, only those apparent. That is why 7 swords were counted, but if she had known that her mother heart was the refuge, the depository of all sufferings, since the light brought him everything, sparing him in no way, she would never have spoken of 7, but of millions of swords. Especially in the case of intimate sorrows of which only God knows the intensity. This is the reason why she was constituted, by her own right, Queen of Martyrs and all sorrows. Creatures know how to give weight, value to external sorrows, but do not know how to estimate the inner ones. To form in my mother, first the kingdom of my will and then that of redemption, all these sorrows were not necessary. She, being free of faults, the inheritance of pain was not for her. His legacy was the reign of my will. But in order to be able to give the creatures the kingdom of redemption, she had to submit to so many sorrows. Thus the fruits of redemption matured in the kingdom of my will that we possess, my mother and I. There is no beautiful, good, and useful thing that does not come out of my will. My humanity came united to the Sovereign Queen. She remained hidden in me in my sufferings, my sorrows, and that is why little was known of her. But concerning my humanity, it was necessary to vent what I have done, suffered, loved. If nothing had been disclosed, I would never have been able to form the kingdom of redemption. The knowledge of my sorrows and my love have been the magnet, the spur, the incitement, the light to encourage souls to come and take the remedies, the goods that ISIS contains. The fact of knowing how much their faults, their salvation costs me is the chain that binds them to me and prevents new faults. If, on the other hand, they had known nothing of my sorrows and my death, not knowing how much their salvation cost me, no one would have cared to love me and save his soul. So you see how necessary it is to reveal the facts and sufferings of the one who has formed in himself a universal good to give it to others. 5. My daughter, it was essential to make known who was the one and how much it cost them to form the kingdom of redemption. As much as it is necessary that we speak of the one that my paternal goodness chooses. Firstly, to form in it the reign of the supreme Fiat, and then, to communicate the beginning of the transmission to others. As was done for the redemption that was first formed between my heavenly mother and me and, subsequently, divulged to creatures. This will be the case with the Fiat Supreme. It is therefore very important that people know how much the kingdom of my will costs me. So that man may return again to his lost kingdom, I must sacrifice the smallest of creatures. Hold it nailed to a bed for 40 years or more. Without air, without the fullness of sunlight that everyone enjoys. I have to make known in what way his little heart was the refuge of my sorrows and those of the creatures. How much she loved, prayed for all, defended all. How many times she exposed herself to the punishments of divine justice to defend all her brethren. Her intimate sorrows, my own privations that martyred her little heart, continually giving her a death. That she knew no other life, no other will than mine. All these penalties laid the foundations of the kingdom of my will, and, like the sun's rays, the fruits of the supreme Fiat ripened. It is therefore necessary to let it be known how much this kingdom cost you and me. Thus, from the cost, they can realize how much I desire. That they acquire it. That they can love it, appreciate it. That they aspire to live in this kingdom of my supreme will. 6. I wrote this to obey. But the effort was such that I could hardly allude to my existence. Because of my great reluctance, I feel my blood freezing in my veins. But I still keep repeating Fiat. 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 I continue my usual fusions in the holy will. Often, my sweet Jesus accompanies me in the repetition of my actions. He looks to see if anything escapes me from all that he did, both in creation and in redemption. With all his kindness he reminds me of it, so that I put in it even a little I love you, a thank you, an adoration. He tells me that it is necessary to recognize how far his will has extended the limits of the kingdom of his will out of love for the creature. 2. That she can walk there and rejoice in it, and that through her love, she can acquire a more stable possession. All heaven as earth seeing it always present in this kingdom. They may recognize that the kingdom of my will has already delivered its heiress, and that she loves him and is happy to possess him. 2. Being immersed in this eternal will, I live. The open heart of Jesus. A ray of light coming out at each of its beats end. At its end was printed a Fiat. The heartbeat being continuous, the rays followed one another, one after the other to no end. They invaded heaven and earth and Fiat was imprinted in each of them. These rays were not only coming out of his heart, but also with his eyes. At every glance. As soon as he spoke. With every movement of his hands and feet, all carrying in glory and triumph the supreme Fiat. Looking at Jesus was an enchantment. He was beautiful, merging into those rays of light that came out of his adorable person, but the one who put sumptuousness, majesty, wealth, glory, beauty, was Fiat. His light overshadowed me, and I would have stood before Jesus for centuries, without saying anything, if he had not put an end to the silence, telling myself. 3. My daughter, it was my humanity that gave perfect glory and complete honor to my will. I conceive, the kingdom of the supreme will within me, at the center of this heart. Because man had lost him, and there was no hope of recovering him, my humanity redeemed him at the cost of intimate and unheard of suffering. My humanity gave him back all the honors due to him and all the glory that the creature had taken from him, to return him again to the creature. The kingdom of my will was thus formed within my humanity. As a result, everything that formed in her and came out of it, bore the imprint of Fiat. Every thought, look, sigh, beat, every drop of my blood, everything bore the seal of the Fiat of my supreme kingdom. It brought me so much glory, beautifying me, that heaven and earth remained below and as if in the shadows in relation to me. For my divine will is above everything, putting everything below her, like a stool. Throughout the past centuries, I looked to whom to entrust this kingdom, and I was like a pregnant mother, who suffers and laments not being able to give birth, although she wants to. The poor mother, what is she suffering? She cannot enjoy the fruit of her womb. Especially since, the pregnancy being at term, the delivery is not done, its existence is always in danger. I was, for centuries, more than a pregnant mother. How much I have suffered! What a pain to see in danger the interests of my glory of both creation and redemption. Especially since I held this kingdom as a secret, hidden in my heart. Not being able to manifest it made me suffer even more. I did not see in the creatures, the true dispositions for this childbirth. For they had not taken all the benefits of the kingdom of redemption. So I could not take the risk of giving them the kingdom of my will, which contains even greater benefits. Especially since the goods of the redemption will serve as a dowry, as an antidote, so that, entering the kingdom of my will, they cannot reproduce the same fall as Adam. Not only was this property not taken, but it was even damaged and trampled on. So how could this birth of my kingdom in my humanity take place? So I was content to moan, to suffer, to wait, even more than a mother, so as not to jeopardize the dear childbirth of my kingdom. I groaned, wanting to take it out to give it to the creature and secure the interests of creation and redemption that were in danger. For as long as man does not return to the reign of the supreme will, our interests in his will always be precarious. Man outside of our will is considered to be a disorder in our creative work. A discordant note that disturbs the perfect harmony of the holiness of our works. Therefore, I watched the centuries go by waiting for my little newborn in the kingdom of my will. I surrounded him with all the goods of the redemption for the security of the kingdom of my will. As a sorrowful mother who has suffered so much, I entrust to you this childbirth and the fate of my kingdom. My humanity is not the only one to want this childbirth that costs me an earlier, to happen, but also all creation is pregnant with my will and groans. She wants to give it to creatures to restore the kingdom of their God in the midst of creatures. Creation is like a veil that hides my will like a fruit. The creatures take the veil and repel the fruit it contains. The sun is filled with my will. Creatures take on the effects of light which, like a veil, hides my will. They take the goods it produces. They then reject my will, do not recognize it and do not allow themselves to be dominated by it. Although they take the natural goods of the sun, they reject the goods of the soul. The kingdom of my will which reigns in the sun and would like to give itself to them. Oh! As my will groans in the sun, wanting to give birth from the heights of its sphere, to reign in the midst of creatures. The sky is filled with my will, looking at the creatures with its eyes of light, which are the stars. They want to receive her to see her reign among them. The sea is filled with my will, which can be heard with its shattering waves, which the waters hide under a veil. And man uses the sea to catch his fish, not caring for my will, making it groan in the viscera of the waters as a repressed childbirth. All the elements are also filled with my will. The wind, the fire, the flower, the whole earth. These are all veils that hide it. So who will do this liberating act and relieve my humanity? Who will tear these veils that hide so many created things? Who will recognize, in all things, the bearer of my will and, doing him the honors due to him, will make her reign in his soul, giving him possession and subjugation? So be careful, my daughter. Give this pleasure to your Jesus who has suffered so much so far to bring this fruit out of my supreme kingdom. With me, the whole of creation, in one act, will tear the veils depositing in you the fruit of my will that they hide. 1. My poor mind was thinking of what had just been written, and my sweet Jesus continued on the same subject, telling me. 2. My daughter, then you see why, in coming to earth, I have not given the kingdom of my will, nor made it known. I wanted to put the creature, once again, to the test. By giving her things less important than those she had in creation. Remedies and goods to cure it. 4. At the time of his creation, man was not sick but healthy and holy, being able to live very well in the kingdom of my will. But, evading the supreme will, he fell ill. And I came to earth as a heavenly doctor to see if he accepted the remedies, the medicines for his disease. After having proved himself, I would have surprised him by manifesting the kingdom of my will that I held ready for him in my humanity. 3. Those who think that our immense goodness and infinite wisdom would have left man in the goods of the redemption alone without raising him again to his primordial state created by us, are mistaken. 4. In this case, our creation would not have reached its finality. Therefore, it would have been deprived of its full effect, which has no reason to be in the works of a God. At most, we would have let the centuries pass by making, sometimes a gift, sometimes another, or by entrusting him with a small property, and then another more important. Like a father who wants to leave his properties to his children. But, they waste his property too much, and, despite everything, he is still determined to leave them his properties. He thus finds another process, he no longer gives them large sums, giving little at a time, penny after penny and, seeing that the children keep this little, he increases, gradually, the small sums. In this way, they are able to recognize the Father's love and appreciate the goods he entrusts to them. This they did not do before with the large sums. This serves to strengthen them by teaching them how to keep the goods received. The Father, having thus trained them, confirms his decision by giving his properties to the children. This is what paternal goodness is doing. At the time of creation, it put man in the opulence of goods without any restriction but only to put him to the test on things that cost him almost nothing. Doing an act of his will contrary to mine, he wasted all these goods. But my love for him did not cease. More than a father, I set out to give him little by little and, first, to heal him. By having little, we sometimes pay more attention than when we have great things. Because, if you own large properties and waste, there is always something left to take. But, if we squander the little we have, we stay on an empty stomach. My decision to give the kingdom of my will to man remains unchanged. Man changes, God does not change. Now it is easier because the goods of the redemption have paved the way, showing the gifts of my love for man. How much I loved him, not only through Fiat, but by giving him life. Even if Fiat costs me more than my own humanity, being divine, immense, and eternal. While my humanity is human, limited, having had a beginning. Human minds do not know fully the meaning of Fiat, its value, its power, and what it can accomplish. They let themselves be won more by what I did and suffered coming to deliver them, without knowing that, under my sorrows and at my death, the Fiat was hiding, which gave life to my sufferings. Now, if I had wanted to manifest the kingdom of my will both by coming to earth and before the goods of redemption were recognized and, in large part, possessed by creatures, my greatest saints would have been frightened, thinking and saying, Adam, innocent and holy, could not live or persevere in this endless kingdom of light and divine holiness, how could we? And, you first, how many times have you not tormented yourself? Trembling, before the immense goods and divine holiness of the supreme Fiat kingdom, you wanted to withdraw by saying to me, Jesus, choose another creature, I am incapable of it. It was not the suffering that frightened you, quite the contrary, because often you prayed to me, encouraged me to crack down on you. So, my paternal goodness, as for a second mother, in whose womb I buried my conception, preparing and forming it so that ISIS would not be afraid, when the opportune moment came, in this very act in which I was to conceive myself, I let her know through the angel, if first of all she trembled and was disturbed. She quickly felt reassured, being accustomed to living with her God, in the light and before His holiness. I did the same with you. For very long years you were not aware of the fact that it is in you that I wanted to form this supreme kingdom, preparing you, forming you, enclosing me in you, in the depths of your soul. Once everything was done, the secret was revealed to you, and I told you of your special mission by asking you, formally, if you agreed to live in my will. Seeing trembling and fearful, I reassured you by saying, why are you worried? Have you not already lived so far with me, in the kingdom of my will? Once reassured, you felt more and more comfortable occupying it, while I reveled in pushing, evermore, the limits of my kingdom, which was established, to which the creature could take possession of. This kingdom, but, its limits being interminable, it is incapable of embracing them all, being her, limited. For me, my love, yet my fears have not ceased completely, and, sometimes, I am really frightened because I am so afraid of becoming a second Adam. 5. Jesus, my daughter, fear nothing, you are more helped than Adam was, you have the help of a humanized God and all His works and sorrows for your protection, your support and your procession, which He did not have. Why then do you worry? Rather, be vigilant to the holiness that is appropriate to live in this heavenly kingdom, to your future happiness. For, living in Him, you only need one look, to hear a single word from me to understand His blessings, while those who are the outside, we can just say that they are aware of the existence of this kingdom of my will, but not of what ISIS contains, and which is important for us to understand it. They can only grasp the letters of His alphabet, will. 1. Finding myself abandoned, as usual, in the supreme will, I saw my ever-kind silent Jesus, contemplating all creation, all His works, as if captivated before their splendor, their holiness, their multiplicity and greatness. Admiring them with Jesus, I felt a deep silence, understanding many things, although everything remained at the bottom of the intelligence, without any words. How nice it was to find myself in this deep silence with Jesus. That being the case, my dear beloved, the sweetness of my life, said to me, my dearest daughter, my word is work, my silence rest, my word is not work for me only, but also for you, and having the habit, after working, of resting in the midst of my own works which are my most cozy bed for my rest, you, having listened to my word and worked with me, we will rest together. Look, my daughter, how beautiful all creation is, it was the word of your Jesus at the realize with a fiat. But do you know what enchants me the most? It is your little I love you imprinted on all the things created, they all speak to me of your love, of the newborn of my will, I hear the harmonious echo of all the creation that speaks to me of you, oh! What a delight, that I am happy to see that my fiat in creation and the one I have taught you hold hands, intertwine and, fulfilling my will, allow me to rest. But I do not want to rest alone, I want with me the one who allows my rest so that she can relax too, so that we can enjoy, together, the fruits of our work. Look, it does not seem more beautiful to you all the creation and all the works of the redemption with your I love you, your adoration, and your will transfused into mine, which puts life in the middle of the celestial spheres. In these same spheres, as well as in my works, there is no longer, as before, neither loneliness nor this funeral silence, but there is the little girl of my will, who keeps company, who makes her voice heard, who loves, adores, prays, and who, keeping her rights, that my will has given her, possesses everything and, when there is an owner, there is no more loneliness or grave presence. And now, after having spoken to you a lot, I am silent, for rest is necessary for me as for you so that we may again resume my word continuing my work and yours. By resting, I contemplate all my works, my love arises in me and by reflecting and delighting, I conceive in me other images resembling me and my will comes out as a triumph of my love and as the favorite generation of my supreme fiat. It means that by resting, I give life to the children of my will, all adorn them to me, giving birth to them in my word and giving them development, beauty, height, and my word, training them to become the worthy children of the supreme fiat. My daughter, each of my words therefore corresponds to a gift from me, and if I call you to rest, it is so that you may contemplate my gift and, by being satisfied and loving it, you bring out of you other gifts, similar to those I have given you. By taking them out they will form together the generation of children of the supreme fiat of which we will be so happy. After waiting and sighing for Jesus coming for a long time, I thought, what am I going to do if the one who forms my life leaves me alone and abandoned? Could I live? If I live, I now understand that one does not die of one's sorrows. If that were the case, after having been so deprived of him I will already be dead. At most they cause the sensation of death but they do not give it, it will be to live as maintained under a press, crushed, because the power of death is held only by the supreme will. At the same time that I was asking myself all these questions, my adorable Jesus moved in me and I saw him holding in his hands a small golden chain, having fun passing it from him to me bonding together, and with all his paternal love and goodness, he said to me, having fun passing it from him to me bonding together, and with all his paternal love and goodness. He said to me, my daughter, why are you afraid that I will leave you? I cannot tolerate this fear, you must know that the conditions in which I have put you, the sea of my will flowing inside and outside you, in which you have voluntarily exhibited yourself, without being forced, have pushed the limits so much that neither you nor I could find the way out. If you want to leave me, you will not find the way and, as long as you turn, it will always be within the endless limits of my will, because, in addition, your actions in her have closed all the exits to you. I could not leave you, either, even if I wanted to, for I would not know where to go to get out of the limits of my will, being everywhere, and, wherever I am, I would always find myself with you. I act with you as a person who owns a great dwelling and, loving someone inferior to him, by mutual agreement, the first guards her and the other leaves, the house being large, it extends and turns in her dwelling, the second, the loser complains about it, but, wrongly, because, if the house belongs to her, can she abandon it? We do not abandon the things that belong to us, therefore, either she will return home immediately, or she is in one of the apartments of her large house. If I have given you my will as a dwelling, how can I leave you and separate from it? In spite of my power, on this I am powerless since inseparable from my will, which means that, extending within my limits, you lose sight of me, but I do not leave you for all that, and, walking within my limits, you will find me there. Then, instead of worrying, wait for me, and when you least expect it, you will find me all tightly pressed against you. As I continued my usual deeds in the Supreme Will, I saw, in my mind, all the order that must be made to reign in her, what to do and how far we can go, finally, all that Jesus taught me, and I thought, how can creatures do all this? If I, drawing from the source, can neither do everything, leaving behind many things, nor reach the height of which Jesus speaks, what will happen to those who will draw from my little fountain? Then Jesus, moving in me, said to me, My daughter, you do not use or take advantage of all that is in creation. There are also things that you do not know, but if they are not used to you, they serve others. If you do not enjoy them, nor know them, others will enjoy and know them, and even if the creatures do not take everything, they all serve for my great glory and to make known my power, my majesty, my great love and the multiplicity of the many things created, showing my wisdom, the value of the divine craftsman, so dressed that there is nothing he cannot do. Now, if many things came out of the creation of the world to be utils to nature, to be the mirror in which man, reflecting himself in it, had to recognize his Creator, and all the things created had to be so many ways to return to the paternal bosom from which he came out, it is all the more necessary to vent even more of the kingdom of my will, so that it may become the life of the soul and the center where God must have his throne. The multiplicity of things that I have given you to know, serves to show that there is nothing more important, more holy, more immense, more powerful, more beneficial than the divine will, and which possesses the virtue of giving life more than it. All other things, though good and holy, are relegated to the background. My divine will always has the first place, and, without it, there can be no life. Thus, the many knowledge concerning my will serve him as glory and triumph, and will be, for creatures, so many ways to find life and receive it, and its height and immensity will allow creatures to never stop, making them constantly walk to reach him, as much as possible, the multiplicity of knowledge serving the freedom of each, to take the ones they want. For every knowledge contains life, and by tearing the veil apart, they will find within, as queen, the life of my will. That is why, according to what they take and do, all the more his life will grow in them. Hasten, therefore, to manifest the values, the infinite riches that she possesses, so that the heaven of my will may be more beautiful, attractive, and majestic than the sky of creation, so that, delighted by its beauty and the goods it contains, they may all sigh to come and live in the kingdom of my will. I continue my habitual abandonment in the supreme will, and as I come, my ever-kind Jesus said to me, My daughter, the light of the sun does not benefit everyone in the same way, it does not depend on the sun, because my works containing the universal good, bring the benefits to all without any restrictions, but creatures. Suppose that a person is in your room, it does not enjoy the brightness of the light, and if the latter is soft, he does not feel its heat either. While another is outside the house, she has more light and feels the heat of the sun. The heat purifies, disinfects the putrid air, and by breathing the purified air, it strengthens and sanitizes. Therefore, it is the second that benefits, the most, from the benefits that the sun brings to the earth. But a third person comes forward who settles in the point where the solar rays beat the surface of the earth, and he feels invested by them, he feels himself burned by the heat of the sun. The brilliance of the light is such that, filling his eyes, he can hardly look at the earth, feeling as if transfused into the light itself, so to speak, but, although her feet touch the earth, she feels very little of the earth and of herself, because she lives entirely for the Sunday. You see the huge difference between the first, second, and third, but a fourth advances, which flies into the sun's rays, rising to the center of its sphere, and is burned by the intensity of the heat that the sun holds in its center. The intensity of the light totally eclipses it, and, feeling helpless, it is consumed in it. This fourth can no longer look at the earth or think of herself, but she will look at the light, will feel the fire. For them things no longer exist, light and heat having replaced her life. What a difference between the third and the fourth! This does not come from the sun, but from the creatures and according to their exposure to sunlight. Now, the sun represents my will which, more than it, sends its rays to convert those who want to live in his kingdom, in light and love. The metaphor of these four people represents the four levels of life in my will. Concerning the first, it can be said that she does not live in her kingdom but she lives only in the light that the sun of my will spreads on all since my kingdom, she is outside her limits, taking advantage only of the dim light that spreads everywhere. Her nature, her weaknesses and her passions surround her like a house, making the air infected and putrid and, breathing it, she lives sick, without having the strength to do good and resigned, supporting as best as possible, the encounters of life, for the light of my will, although sweet, always brings its benefits. The second is the metaphor of the one who takes her first steps within the limits of the reign of the supreme will and who enjoys, not only more light, but also heat, therefore the air she breathes is pure and extinguishes her passions, she does good regularly, enduring her sorrows with patience and love but, having taken only a few steps within the limits, she still looks at the earth feeling the weight of human nature. While the third, being the metaphor of the one who went beyond the limits of this kingdom, the light is such and so dazzling that it makes her forget everything, everything has changed in nature, herself, her sorrows, the good, the virtues, the light eclipses it, transforms it, letting it vaguely see from a distance what no longer belongs to it. The fourth is the happiest because it is the metaphor of the one who not only lives in my kingdom, but she has acquired it, undergoing the total consumption in the supreme sun of my will, the eclipse of light being so dense that she herself becomes light and heat, being able to look only at light and fire and everything is converted, for her, in light and love. My kingdom therefore has different levels, depending on what the creatures want to take from its possessions, and the first will be nudges, ways to get to the end. For you, in addition, having to make it known, it is imperative that you live in the last level. I walked, as usual, in the kingdom of the supreme will, and, arriving at the moment when the divine will was acting in the humanity of our Lord, I saw his tears, his sighs, his groans and all that he did, invested by the light of his will and his rays were beaded by the tears of Jesus, filled with his sighs, invested with his plaintive groans. And lovers. Creation being impregnated and invested with the supreme will, its rays of sun, infiltrating everywhere, put its tears on every created thing, everything was touched by his sighs, his love and everything groaned with Jesus. Then my sweet Jesus, coming out of me and pressing his head against my forehead, said to me, "My daughter, the first man, in sinning, lost a divine will and my humanity, united to the eternal word, so he had to sacrifice in everything and for everything, the human will of my humanity to recover this divine will in order to give it back to the creature. My humanity did not even breathe a breath of life into his human will, keeping it only to sacrifice it and to pay for the freedom that man had granted himself by rejecting, with such ingratitude, this supreme will, losing her, all her possessions were annihilated, her happiness, her domination, her holiness, everything failed. If man had lost a human thing given by God, an angel, a saint could have returned it to him, but having lost a divine will, only another man with God could give it back to him. Now, if I had come to earth to redeem him, it would have taken only a drop of my blood, a small suffering to save him, but, having come not only to save him but also to give him back my lost will, this divine will wanted to descend into all my sufferings, tears, sighs and groans, into all that I did and suffered in order to recover, again, domination in all and over all human acts, thus forming, once again, his kingdom in the midst of creatures. When little child I cried, ranted, groaned, my divine will, more than a solar ray, invested all the creation with my tears, my moans and sighs so that, the stars, the sun, the blue sky, the sea, the little flower, all wept, groaned, verged and sighed, the divine will that was in me being the same one that reigned over all creation and, being of the same nature, the stars wept, the blue sky groaned, the sun sprang up, the sea sighed. The light of my will echoed all created things and, repeating my act, they kept their Creator company. Oh! If you knew what an assault received the Divine Majesty upon hearing my tears, moans and sighs throughout creation. All things created, animated by my will, prostrate at the feet of the Divine Throne. Deafened him with their groans, drew him with their tears, pitying him with their sighs and prayers, and my sorrows, reverberating in them, forced him to yield the keys of heaven, imploring, once again, the kingdom of the divine will on earth. My heavenly Father, pity and tenderized by his own will, who wept, groaned, prayed, and pained in all his works, yielded the keys, giving back his kingdom, but putting it, so that he would be safe, in my humanity, so that he could give it back, at the right time, to the human family. That is why it was imperative that I act and descend into the order of human actions, for my divine will had to take its dominion by replacing the order of his divine will in all the acts of creatures. So you see how much this kingdom cost me, after how many sorrows I could redeem it. That is why I love it so much, wanting to establish it, at any cost, in the midst of creatures. But tell me, my love, if all that you did was invested by the unity of the light of the Supreme Will, she being one, we can neither separate nor divide her in her acts, therefore, creation is no longer alone, she keeps company with your acts, your love, your groans, so there's not that grave silence you told me about last time. Jesus, in his goodness, added, my daughter, you must know that as long as my humanity remained on earth, as was the case of the Sovereign Queen, there was no solitude or sepulchralness in creation, for by virtue of the light of the divine will, which was everywhere, it spread like the light and, spreading in everything, she multiplied in all created things, my acts spreading everywhere, for the will is one. The proof is that creation gave signs in this direction at my birth, but even more so at my death, to the point of obscuring the sun, splitting the Kalu, shaking the earth, as if all were crying their Creator, their King, the one who had kept them in joy, breaking their loneliness and the silence of the grave, and, all feeling the bitterness of such great deprivation, they gave signs of pain and weeping, finding themselves again in the dual of loneliness and silence. I, starting from the earth, there was no longer the one who emitted the voice in the light of my will, who, forming the echo, made creation speaking and operative. It is a bit like some metal boxes that, with a trick, contain a voice or a song, and the box speaks, sings, cries, laughs. It happens thanks to the echo of the voice that spoke, but if we remove the ingenuity that produces this song, the box remains silent. Especially since I did not come to earth for creation, but for man, and therefore, all that I did, sorrows, prayers, groans, sighs, I wanted to leave them, more than a new creation, for the good of souls, for all I did by virtue of my creative power was to save man. Creation was also made for man, in which he was to be the king of all created things, and, evading my divine will, man lost the regime, the domination, not being able to form any law in the kingdom of creation, which is usual in a king possessing a kingdom, for, having lost the unity of the light of my will, he found himself unable to govern, no longer having the strength to dominate, his laws becoming obsolete. Creation was for him like a people who rebelled against the king and made him his suffering. My humanity was immediately recognized, as king, by all creation, which felt in me the strength of the union of one will, but I leaving, she was again deprived of king and closed in her silence, waiting for the one who, in the kingdom of my will, would emit her voice so that it would resonate in her. Do you know who is the one who will once again bring joy to all creation, who will form its echo giving it back its voice? It is you, my daughter, who will take over the domination, the regime in the kingdom of my will, so be attentive and your flight in my will continues. Eagerly waiting for my beloved, the life of my life, not seeing him coming I thought, that his absence is painful to bear. Ah! Jesus no longer loves me, since not only is he finished with his caresses, his kisses, his great demonstrations of love which he filled me in abundance, but his kind and delightful presence is also waiting more and more. O God, what sorrow, what incessant martyrdom! What a life, without air, without breathing! My Jesus, have mercy on me, on your little exile. As I said to myself this and something else, my ever-kind Jesus came out of me and, pressing his hands on my chest, he said to me, "My daughter, you are mistaken in saying that I no longer love you as before. You must know that my kisses, caresses, demonstrations of love, were the culmination of my love and, unable to contain it in me, I showed it to you with loving gestures, since between you and me there was not much to do. I was having fun with you with many signs and akin stratagems, but it served to prepare you for the great work that was to take place between you and me, and when we work, we do not have time to have fun, but love does not cease, it is 100-fold, strengthened and sealed. Now, my daughter, having shown you the culmination of my contained love, I want to begin to give you what I held in me, communicating to you the great secret of the kingdom of my will, giving you the goods it contains. When one reveals secrets of a certain importance, this being the most important in the whole history of creation, one puts aside distractions, kisses, caresses, especially since work, in the reign of the supreme will, is overabundant and the most immense that can exist in the history of the world. The fact of sharing my secret with you goes beyond all the loves gathered, for in secret one commits one's own life and possessions, in secrecy there is trust, expectation. Do you find it ridiculous that your Jesus trusts in you, that you are the object of his hope? But not just any trust and hope, the confidence to entrust to you the kingdom of my will, the hope that you can secure his rights, that you make him known. Having entrusted to you the secret of my will, it becomes the essential part of the divine life and I cannot give you anything greater than this. How then can you say that I love you less than before? Rather, you should say that this is the most important work required of you and me in the kingdom of my will. You must know that I am always busy and absorbed in my work in you. At times I enlarge your capacity, to others I teach you, sometimes I come to work with you, from time to time I replace you, finally, I am always busy and this means that I love you more and more, but with a stronger and more substantial love. I spend my days, my hours, in the nightmare of the very trying absences of my sweet Jesus. Oh! How painful it is to go from light to darkness, and the moment we think we can enjoy the light, now it flees, the space of a flash, and we find ourselves in the dark even worse than before. Now, while I felt the weight of the deprivation of the light of my sweet Jesus, unable to take it any more, my dear life, my immense good moved in me and then I said to him, Jesus, how much you leave me. Without you, I don't know where I am. And he, with all his goodness, said to me, my daughter, how don't you know where you are? Are you not in my will? The house of my will is great, if you are not on one floor, you are on another, since it has 4 levels, the first is the bottom of the earth that is, the sea, the earth, the plants, the flowers, the mountains, and all that exists in the bottom of the universe. She dominates and rules everywhere, and, always having her place as queen, she has control of everything. The second floor represents the sun, the stars, the spheres. The third, the blue sky. The fourth is my homeland as well as that of the saints. On each of these floors, my will and queen occupies the place of honor, so, at any one you find yourself, be sure to be in my will. Walking in the lower part of the universe, you will find her in the sea, associating with her in what she does, in her way of loving, her glory and her power. She awaits you on the mountains, in the valleys, the meadows in bloom, everywhere, to keep her company, watching that you do not forget anything, and that you repeat her deeds well. After your little tour on the first floor, go to the second, there, you will see her waiting for you with majesty in the sun, so that her light and warmth transform you, making you lose what you are and teaching you to love and glorify in the same way that a divine will loves and glorifies. So, walk in our house, in the works of your Creator, for He awaits you everywhere, to teach you His ways of doing things, so that you may repeat what my will does in all created things, thus being sure that He is always in the supreme will, and, in addition, you will find me constantly with you and, even if you do not see me, know that I am inseparable from my will and my works, therefore, you being in her, I will be with you and you will be with me. Immediately he disappeared, as fast as lightning and, having left me in the darkness even worse than before, I resumed my actions in the supreme will. In doing so I begged him to come back to his little girl, telling her, "My Jesus, please. By virtue of your own will, spreading and filling all creation. Your own will begs you to return to your little newborn. She prays to you in every floor, in the blue of the sky. So that you hurry to join the one who cannot live without you. She begs you in the sea, in her raging waves, in her sweet whisper. To quickly return to your little exile. My love, don't you hear? My voice in your will that resonates in all created things. All creation that prays, begs, sighs, weeps. That you may return to the little girl of your will? You don't let yourself. Not to feel sorry for all these voices. Nor these sighs push you to fly away. Jesus, you don't know. That it is your will that prays to you, and if you do not listen to it, is it not likely to fall? I believe you cannot ignore him." The moment I said this and many others, my sweet Jesus moved within me. By transforming myself completely into him and by telling me of his sorrows which were already so numerous. Then, as wanting to relieve himself, he showed himself, his usual feather of light in his hand, saying to me, "My daughter, let's leave everything aside and let us talk about the reign of the supreme will that is so close to my heart. Don't you see that I am constantly writing, in the depths of your soul, its values, its heavenly laws, its power, its divine wonders, its delightful beauty, its infinite joys, order and perfect harmony? Who reigns in this reign of the divine Fiat? First I make the preparations, forming in you all its properties. After, I speak to you. Thus, by feeling them in you, you will be the spokesman of my will, its messenger, its telegraph, and the trumpet that alerts passers-by with a resounding sound. My teachings concerning the kingdom of my will be such as electric fills of which, once granted and well prepared, a single fit is enough to give light to entire provinces and villes. The strength of electricity, faster than the wind, brings light to public and private places. The teachings of my will be the fills. The strength of electricity will be the Fiat itself. This will form, with astonishing speed, the light that will allow to move away the night of human will end. The darkness of passions. Oh! How beautiful will be the light of my will! Seeing it, they will put the apparatuses in souls to grant the fills of the teachings, in order to enjoy and receive the power of the light contained in the electricity of my supreme will. Do you want to see how it works? Take a look. I take a fill of my teachings granted to your soul and you speak in the fill saying, "I love you, I adore you, I bless you." What you want, and look. I say I love you. This I love you turned into characters of light, and the electric force of the Supreme will multiplied it so that this I love you of light traveled through the whole vault of heaven, fixed himself in the sun, in every atoll, penetrated into the heavens, fixed himself in each saint, forming his crown of light at the feet of the divine throne, entering into the bosom of the Supreme Majesty, finally where the divine will was, forming its electric light everywhere. Jesus, repeating his words. My daughter, you saw. Which force holds the electricity of the Fiat Supreme and how is it spreading everywhere? The electricity of the earth diffuses, at most, at the bottom, not having the power to reach the stars. The force of my electricity diffuses down, up, into hearts, anywhere. When the funds are granted, how quickly enchanting she will chart her way among the creatures. Being in my usual state, I felt completely abandoned in the arms of Jesus who, moving in me, said to me, 2. My daughter. The more the soul identifies with me, all the more I can give her and she can take from me. It happens as between the sea and the small stream, separated from it by a single wall. So much so that, if it were removed, the sea and the stream would become one sea. However, if the sea overflows, the small stream, being very close, receives water from the sea. Its deafening waves rise, and as they descend they pour into the small stream. The water of the sea is in filter through the cracks of the wall, which means that the small stream constantly receives the water of the sea. As this stream is small, by swelling, it gives back to the sea the water received. And so on. This can happen only because the small stream is near the sea. If, on the other hand, he were far from it, the sea could not give him anything or receive anything from him. The distance does not even allow him to know his existence. At the same time as he spoke, he showed me the concrete act of the sea and the little stream in my mind, and resumed saying, "My daughter, the sea represents God, the stream is the soul. The wall that separates them is human nature that distinguishes God from creature. Overflows, waves, which are constantly rising. And who cause the spill into the small stream are my divine will, who wants to give so much to the creature. It ensures that the small stream, filling and swelling, overflowing, forms its waves inflated by the wind of the supreme will, goes back into the divine sea, to fill up again so that it can be said, I lead the same life as the sea. Although small, I do what she does. I overflow, form my waves, I rise, trying to give back to the sea what it gives me. This means that, the soul that identifies with me and allows himself to be dominated by my will, is the repeater of divine acts. Her love, her adorations, her prayers, everything she does, is the culmination received by God. She can say, it is your love that loves you, your adorations that adore you, your prayers that pray to you. It is your will which invests me, makes me do the things you do, that I may return them to you as yours." Jesus fell silent, but as if caught up in an irresistible fit of love, he added, "Oh, power of my will, how great you are! You are the only one who can bring together the largest, the highest with the smallest being, the lowest, by forming a single being. You are the only one to possess the virtue of emptying the creature of everything that does not belong to him in order to be able to form in him, thanks to your reflections, this eternal sun which, filling with its rays heaven and earth, will merge with the sun of the Supreme Majesty. You are the only one to possess this virtue that communicates the supreme force, thus allowing the creature, thanks to your strength, to rise to this unique act of the Creator God. Ah! My daughter, the creature who does not live in the unity of my will, losing the single strength, remains as if disunited from this force that fills heaven and earth and supports the whole universe as if it were a small feather. Now, when the soul does not allow itself to be dominated by my will, it loses its unique strength in all its actions. So all his actions, not coming out of a single force, remain divided among themselves. Divided love, the separate action, disconnected prayer. All the acts of the creature are divided. Therefore, they are impoverished, petty, extinct. Patience is poor. Charity is weak. Obedience is lame. Humility is blind. Prayer is silent. The sacrifice is lifeless, without vigor. For when my will is lacking, there is no longer the one force which brings everything together, which gives the same strength to each act of the creature. This is the reason why not only do they remain divided among themselves, but, vitiated by human nature, each of them keeps its own defect. This is what happened to Adam. By evading the supreme will, he lost the unique strength of his Creator, remaining with its limited human strength. He encountered pitfalls in his actions, at the same time as the force deployed weakened him. It was never the same for every action performed. Il touche du doigt la pauvreté de ses actions qui aident de force inégale. Non seulement elles étaient divisées, mais chacune d'elles avait un défaut. Ce fut pour elle pour un riche seigneur qui possède un propriété très étendue. Asterisk tant que celle-ci en appartient à un seul patron. He leads great train, makes great expenses, having at his command a bunch of servants and Thanks to his huge rents, he always makes new acquisitions. But suppose he shares this property with other heirs. Its strength is no longer the same. It can no longer exhibit itself as before, nor make other acquisitions. He must limit his expenses, his servants are few. Of its greatness, of its nobility, only traces remain. This is what happened to Adam. Evading my will, he lost the unique strength of his Creator and, at the same time, its nobility, its domination, no longer having the strength to show off by doing good. This happens for those who are not completely abandoned in the arms of my will. For, with her, the force of good becomes second nature and poverty no longer exists. The absences of my sweet Jesus are getting longer and longer. Oh! How much he makes me sigh his return. Like the hours, the days seem centuries without him. Centuries of nights, not days. While I waited impatiently for his return, he came out of me like a lightning bolt and, clutching me against him, he said to me, "My daughter, man was created by God with three powers, memory, intellect, will. In order to be able to be in connection with the divine persons of the sacrosanct Trinity. These were the ways to rise to God, such as gateways, parts, to form the perpetual abode of the creature in God and of God in the creature. These are the royal ways of one and the other, golden gates, that God put in the depths of the soul, so that the supreme sovereignty of the divine majesty may enter. The safe and unshakable room where God had to make his heavenly stay. My will, in order to be able to form his kingdom in the intimacy of the soul, wants these three powers. Data to the creature, that she may rise to the likeness of her Creator, be in order with the Father, the Apostle, and the Holy Spirit. My will would not go beyond its domains. If these three powers of the soul were not in order with God, can reign happily and according to his nature. For, being in order with God, these three powers would put order in themselves and outside of them. The kingdom of the will of God and that of the creature would not be divided, but would form a single kingdom. So it would be one area and one regime. Especially since my will cannot reign where there is no order and harmony, an inseparable quality and indispensable property of the divine persons. The soul can never have order within it and be in harmony with its Creator if it does not keep its three powers open, ready to receive the ordered qualities and harmonized properties of God. Thus my will find the divine harmonies and the supreme order of the divine kingdom and the human kingdom. It forms only one by reigning there with its full domination. Ah! My daughter, what a mess in the three powers of the human soul! It can be said that they have closed the door in our faces, by barricading the ways to prevent us from passing and cut off communications with us. While it was the greatest gift we gave to the soul in creating it. These three powers were to serve, to understand the one who had created it, to grow in its likeness and, once his will is transfused into that of his Creator, to give him the right to make her reign. That's why the supreme will cannot reign in the soul. If these three powers, intellect, memory, and will do not hold hands, to be able to return to the purpose of its creation. So pray that they will return to the order and harmony of their Creators so that my supreme will may reign triumphantly. My poor heart swims in a sea of bitterness caused by the absence of my sweet Jesus who often comes like a fleeting lightning bolt. In the clarity of this flash, I see the poor world, its great misfortunes. The links that nations forge among themselves to trigger wars and revolutions. Attracting such punishments from heaven, to the point of making entire populations and populations disappear. Oh! God, how great is human blindness! Sound kind presence having fainted as quickly as a lightning bolt. I find myself in the dark even worse than before. With the concern of my poor brothers scattered in the painful exile of life. As if that were not enough to fill my poor heart with intense bitterness. Another thing was grafted. This suffocated my unfortunate existence in its raging waves that carry away my miserable soul. This was the news of the imminent edition of the writings concerning the most holy will of God, approved and formally authorized by our Monsignor Archbishop. But that's not all. Which dealt the fatal blow to my poor soul. In addition to the publication about the divine will, having resigned myself to it, for the glory of God, after the many insistences of our Lord and my superiors, unable to oppose the will of Jesus, it was that we decided to publish the order of Jesus with me and everything he tells me, on other virtues and circumstances, about which, being for me too painful, I had given and reiterated my reasons for not disclosing it. As if feeling the weight of my overwhelm, moving within me, my sweet Jesus hugged me, saying, "What is my daughter? Get up, I don't like to see you like this, instead of thanking me you sadden yourself? You should know that my supreme will may be known. I had to prepare things, put in place the means. I had to sensitize the Archbishop, using the acts of domination of my will, to which man cannot resist. I had to do one of my great wonders. Do you think it is easy to convince an Archbishop? It's very difficult. What quibbles, what difficulties! And their approval is not without restriction, due to have removed the most beautiful shades and colors, to all that my goodness has revealed with so much love. So you don't see in the Archbishop's approval the triumph of my will? And, therefore, the triumph of my glory and the great need to divulge the knowledge of the supreme will? This, in order to extinguish such as the morning dew, the ardor of passions. In order to drive out the darkness of the human will, such as the rising sun, which brings out the creatures of their lethargy. Even in doing good, they lack the life of my will. My manifestations about him have the effect of a bomb that activates the healing of wounds caused by human will. Whoever has the chance to integrate them will feel flowing in him a new life of light, grace, strength. In the full fulfillment of my will and understanding the evil effects of their will, they will hate it. Freeing himself from the overwhelming yoke of human will, to put himself under the gentle domination of mine. Ah! You don't see what I see. So let me do it and don't be saddened. You should have even insight to push the one whom I have chosen with love, appointed for this task, so that it is activated and does not waste time. My daughter, the kingdom of my will is indestructible. In the knowledge concerning her, I put so much light, grace, and attraction, that he may be victorious. When they are known, after a gentle battle fought against the human will, they will come out winners. This knowledge will serve as a very high and unshakable wall, even more than the earthly paradise, blocking entry to the infernal enemy, thus preventing her from molesting those who, defeated by her, will come to live in the kingdom of my will. So, don't worry. Let me do it. I will do everything I can to make Fiat known. While praying, I found myself outside of myself. At the same time, I saw the Reverend Father in charge of the publication of the writings concerning the most holy will of God. Our Lord was by his side, transforming all the knowledge, effects, and values of the supreme will into threads of light, sealing them in his mind, which formed a luminous crown around his head. In doing so he said to her, "My son, the mission I entrust to you is immense. It is therefore imperative that you are in the light, to understand very clearly what I am revealing. The effects produced depend on how the knowledge will be exposed, although they themselves are very clear. Since my will is the light that descends from heaven, it does not disturb or dazzle the sight of the mind but, on the contrary, it has virtue to strengthen and enlighten man's intellect. To make herself understood and loved, she installs in the depths of the soul the primary cause of its origin, the true purpose of its creation, the order between the Creator and the creature. All my words, manifestations, knowledge related to my supreme will, are all brush strokes, so that the soul may regain the likeness with its creator. Everything I said about my will served only to paving the way, form an army, to unite the chosen people, prepare the palace and the land on which to build the kingdom of my will to govern and dominate it. That is why your mission is great. But I will be your guide, and at your side, that everything may be accomplished according to my will. Then he blessed him and came back into my little soul and added, My daughter, I love my will so much and I sigh that it will be known. It is so close to my heart, that I am willing to give any to whom would dedicate themselves to making it known. Oh! How I would like this to happen as soon as possible. No. That all my rights will be returned to me. The order between God and the creature will be restored. My goods given to human generations will be whole and undivided, and the things I will receive from them will no longer be incomplete but whole. Ah! My daughter, it's a great despair to be able and willing to give, without finding who to give to. If you knew what loving attentions I surround the soul I see, willing to do his deeds in my will. Before the act begins, I cast upon it the light and virtue of my will so that it may form it. Thus invested, she transforms it into a divine act. My supreme goodness rejoices so much when I see the creature in possession of this divine act. My eternal love never tires of distributing these divine acts without limits. She must regain them, without any limit, through her love. Don't you see, don't you feel with what love I guide you, accompany you, even very often doing with you what you do? This is so that your actions have divine value. That I am pleased to see that, by virtue of my will, your divine acts are like mine. Let nothing separate your little love from mine, your adoration, your prayers from mine. For, invested by the light of the eternal will, they lose what is finished, human appearances. They acquired the infinite, the divine substance so that God and the soul together would become one. So be careful that your flight is constant. When I returned, my ever amiable Jesus tormented himself, suffered, appearing agitated because of the great offenses of the creatures. To appease him, I resumed my usual acts in the Fiat Supreme. Jesus, more relaxed and rested, said to me, My daughter, the acts in my will are more powerful than the rays of the Sunday. Looking at them naked, their light dazzles us, to the point of no longer being able to look at or distinguish anything. The power of the light of my will eclipses and delivers creatures from evil, prevent them from doing the worst things and cause offenses not to reach me. As much as the light of the sun, by its resemblance to the eternal sun of the supreme Fiat, contains all the colors whose effects are at the origin of great and innumerable benefits for human generations. The eternal sun of my will, contains in its light all the colors, the divine likenesses having infinite effects from which jal fountains of love, goodness, mercy, power, science, finally, all the divine qualities. The action in my will is so powerful and harmonious that it allows your beloved Jesus to regain his tranquility. Being as immersed in the eternal will of my adorable Jesus, I was walking through all of creation, keeping company to all the acts carried out in her by the divine will. In doing so, my immense and unique good showed himself, in my soul, listing all my deeds, and surrounding oneself with them to better appreciate them. He said to me, My daughter, I count your deeds to verify whether they have attained the number I had established, and my will containing all the divine qualities, each of your acts is in the image of a supreme quality. Look how beautiful they are, some are in the image of my wisdom, of goodness, others in that of love, strength, beauty, mercy, immutability, order, finally, of all my supreme qualities. Each of your acts has a distinct image, but, between them, they resemble each other, harmonize and hold hands making a unique act. How beautiful is the creature's way of operating in my will producing divine images. I have fun surrounding myself with these images enjoying, in her, the fruits of my qualities, allowing her to reproduce other divine images so that the Supreme Being is copied, sealed. It is so that she may reproduce my works that I want her to do my will, to live in her. Afterwards, I thought, to be deprived in this way of my sweet Jesus, make my soul die. It is as for the body when, at the death of the soul, its members no longer have life, become inert and have no more value. My little soul is thus without Jesus, emptied of life. Without him there is no more movement, no more warmth, and suffering is untenable, indescribable, and incomparable to any other suffering. Ah! My Heavenly Mother did not have to endure this pain, and, her holiness making her inseparable from Jesus, she was never deprived of him. As I was making this reflection, my beloved Jesus moved within me, telling me, "My daughter, you are mistaken, my absence is not a separation, but a mortal suffering, as you have said so well, and this pain has the virtue, not of separating, but, on the contrary, of consolidating and making stronger and more stable, the bonds of the inseparable union with me. Whenever the soul is separated from me, I am reborn in her to a new life of knowledge, to a new love, beautifying it, enriching and reviving it to a new divine life. It's just that it is so. The soul suffering from mortal punishments, is therefore replaced by a new divine life. For if this were not the case, I would be defeated by the love of the creature, and it cannot be. It is not true that the Sovereign Queen was never deprived of me, though inseparable, and the greatness of her holiness was not an advantage but rather a prejudice. Time and again I have left her in a state of pure faith, being the mother of all suffering and of all living beings. To become the Queen of Martyrs and Sovereign Queen of all suffering, she had to leave her sorrow in pure faith, and this prepared her to become the depository of my teachings, the treasure of the sacraments and all the benefits of my redemption. For being deprived of me is the greatest sorrow, confers on the soul the merit of becoming a depository. The most priceless gifts of his Creator, of his highest knowledge and secrets. How many times have I done it for you? After depriving you of me, I have manifested to you the highest knowledge concerning my will, making you custodian, not only of his knowledge, but also of my own will. The Sovereign Queen, being Mother, must possess all states of mind, and therefore the state of pure faith too. To be able to communicate this unshakable faith to his children, who makes them put their blood and their lives at stake to defend and attest to it. Without possessing this gift of faith, how could she have given it to her children? After saying this he disappeared, and even though in my mind strange and disproportionate things were trotting, I was trying to do my deeds in the adorable will of God, but, in doing so, I thought, if life in the Supreme Kingdom requires so much attention and sacrifice, those who will want to live in this holy kingdom will be very few. Then, returning, my sweet Jesus said to me, he who is called to fulfill a mission must not only embrace all the members, but must support them, dominate them, becoming the life of each one, and, even if each member acts separately, he has his role to play. He who is entrusted with a mission, embracing everything that is appropriate for the completion of the burden entrusted to him, suffering and loving for all, he prepares food, life, lessons, functions, according to the abilities of those who will follow him in his mission. This is what is primordial for you, which must form the tree with all the fullness of the branches and the multiplicity of the fruits. It will not be necessary for whom will be only branch or fruit, his task being to remain incorporated into the tree to receive the vital humors that he contains. That is, let myself be dominated by my will. To know it. Receiving her as her own life. Never yielding to his own will, but by letting the divine life live in him so that it may reign and dominate like a queen. So, my daughter, the one who is in charge, must suffer. By doing alone what others do together. This is what I did, being the leader of the redemption, I did everything out of love for all, giving them life and saving them all. And the Immaculate Virgin, since Mother and Queen of all, what was her suffering? With her immense love, what did she not do for the creatures? In love as well as in suffering, no one can claim to have equaled us. But, having been above all, the Sovereign Queen and I, we contained all graces and all goods. We possessed strength, domination, heaven and earth obeyed our signs, trembling before our power and holiness. The redeemed took our crumbs, ate our fruits, healed themselves with our remedies, strengthened themselves with our examples, learned our lessons, were resurrected at the cost of our lives, and if they were glorified, it was by virtue of our glory, but it is we who hold the power. The living source of all good springs from us, so much so that, if the saved move away from us, they lose everything while becoming sick and poorer again than before. That is what it means to be a leader. It is true that one suffers and works enormously, preparing the good for all, but everything one possesses surpasses everything and everyone. There is such a difference between who is at the head of a mission and who is a member. Comparing them, one could say that the leader is the sun and the member the little light. That is why I have repeated to you several times that your mission is immense, because it is not only a question of personal holiness, but also of embracing everything and all to prepare the kingdom of my will for human generations. Continuing my actions in the supreme will, these same acts turned into light, forming a dazzling horizon of light with silver clouds, and, wherever it penetrated, everything became light with the power, the strength to empty everything, to fill everything with its resplendent light. And Jesus added, "My daughter, there is nothing that penetrates more than light. It spreads everywhere with a charming speed, bringing its benefits to all those she invests. It does not deprive anyone of its benefits, neither land, water, a plant, or anything else. Its nature is to enlighten and do good. She does not forget anyone, giving everyone her kiss of light and the good she possesses. My will is more than light. It spreads everywhere, bringing good. The acts performed in her form a golden and silver atmosphere, having the virtue of emptying the darkness of the night of human will. By its beneficial light, it deposits the kiss of the eternal will by encouraging creatures to come and live in the reign of the supreme Fiat. Each of your acts, performed in her, brings forth a new horizon in the human intellect, making her desire the light of the good she possesses. My daughter, to prepare this kingdom it is necessary, work, heavenly laws full of love. No law of fear, punishment, condemnation will have access to it. The laws of love of my will be friendly, filial. In the reciprocal love between the Creator and the creature. Fears, condemnations will have neither force nor life. The few possible sufferings would only be sorrows of triumph and glory. So be careful. Because it is to make known a celestial kingdom. To divulge its secrets, prerogatives, and property. To incite souls to love Him, desire Him, and make them possess Him. I remembered all the acts of our Lord to unite with Him, but also to find in them all His most holy will, in order to identify with her and make a unique act with mine, wanting to conceive with Jesus, to be born, to groan, to weep, to suffer, to pray, to shed my blood with His and to die with Him. Now, while I was in this feeling, He moved in me, making me understand that He was in my heart, and, raising His arms to hug me against Him, He said to me, "My daughter, my whole life was a unique act from the eternal if, in my humanity. Externally, we live the succession of my acts, conceive, born, grow, work, walk, suffer, die. Within my humanity, my divinity, the eternal Word unites with my soul, formed of my life a single act. In fact, the succession of external acts that we saw in her was the culmination of the single act, which, overflowing to the outside, formed the succession of my outer life. While inside, at the same time as I was conceived, I was born, wept, groaned, walked, worked, spoke. I was preaching the evangelize. I instituted the sacraments. I was suffering and I was crucified. So what was seen outside of my humanity, little by little, degree by degree, was inside only one act, long and continuous and which always continues. Thus, starting from the unique act of Jehovah at the moment of my conception, I was eternally in a state of being conceived, of being born, of moaning, of crying, at last all that I did. For everything that comes out of God and is in God does not undergo any mutation, increase, or decrease. The act, once accomplished, he remains with the fullness of life, which has no end. Who can give life to all provided that they want it? My will maintained and kept everything in place. All my life, as well as the life of the Sunday, ensuring that its light, heat, and effects do not decrease or increase. Just as it preserves the extension of the sky with all its stars, without modifying it or making it lose even a single star. And many other things created by me. In doing so, my supreme will maintains life to all the acts of my humanity, without losing a single breath. Now, my will, where it reigns, does not know how to perform separate acts, its nature being a single act, even if its effects are multiple. That is why she calls the soul she dominates to union with her one act, so that she may find all the goods and effects that only the one act of a God can possess. So make sure to remain united to this unique act of the Lord. If you want to find in place all creation, redemption. For it is in Him that you will find the extent of my sufferings, of my steps, of my continual crucifixion. You will be able to find everything, my will losing nothing. In her, by identifying yourself with my actions, you will reap the fruit of my whole life. If this were not the case, there would not be a great difference between the way I operate and that of my saints. While my action was a unique act, the difference between mine and theirs is the same. That between the sun and the small flame, between the sea and the drop of water, between the expanse of heaven and a small hole. The power of my unique act is the only one. To be able to give oneself to all. To embrace everything. And, by giving, she never loses anything. Being in my usual state, my ever amiable Jesus showed me the Reverend Father who was going to take care of the publication of the writings concerning the adorable will of God, and, standing beside him, Jesus said to him, "My Phils, this is the title you will give to the book that speaks of my will, the kingdom of my divine will in the midst of creatures. The book of heaven." The reminder. Creatures in order, in their place, and for the purpose for which they were created by God. You see, I want the very title to correspond to the great work of my will. I want the creature to understand that the place that God has assigned to it is in my will, and, as long as it has not returned to it, it will be without place, without purpose, without order, like an intruder in creation, having no future. It will be on the street, without peace, without inheritance. Then, pitying her, I will not cease to repeat to her, "Come back to your place, return to order, come and seek your inheritance, live in your house." Why do you want to live in an unknown house, to occupy land that does not belong to you? Not being yours, you are unhappy, becoming the servant and the laughing stock of all created things. All that I have created, being in its place, is in order and in perfect harmony with all the goods that God has given. You are the only one who wants to be unhappy voluntarily, so, return to your place. This is where I call you and wait for you. Therefore, whoever lends himself or herself to make my will known, will be my spokesman, and I will entrust to him the secrets of his kingdom. Then he showed creation, all created things being in the place God has chosen for them, in perfect order and complete harmony between them and the supreme will that maintains their existence of integrity, beautiful, fresh and always new, and order brings common happiness, universal strength to all. What an enchantment to see the order, the harmony of all creation, and Jesus, taking up his words, added, "My daughter, how beautiful our works are! They are our permanent honor and glory, they are all in their place. Everything created fulfills its function perfectly. Only man is our dishonor in our creative work. For, having evaded our will, he walks upside down and with his feet in the air. What a mess! It is off-putting. In doing so, he crawls on the ground squirming, transforming, his eyes cannot look very far, and he does not have the possibility to move to discover things, to defend himself if the enemy is behind him, nor to go too far. Far because, the poor, he is obliged to drag himself on his head, the fact of walking being the function of the feet, that of the head to dominate. The true and perfect fall of man and the disorder of the human family, are due to his choice to follow his human will. That is why I want people to know my will so much, so that he returns to his place. No longer dragging himself on his head, but walking with his feet. No longer causing his dishonor and mine but restoring his honor and mine. Look, don't you find them ugly, these creatures walking upside down? Don't you also feel pain when you see them so messy? Looking, I could see upside down and feet in the air. Jesus disappeared and I remained watching this so unpleasant spectacle of human generations, praying with all my heart that his will be known. My spirit is constantly at the supreme center of the eternal will, and if sometimes I think of something else, Jesus calls my attention to cross the endless sea of his most holy will. Having effectively allowed me to be distracted, my sweet Jesus, jealous, hugged me, saying to me, "My daughter, I always want you in my will, for she possesses the nature of good. True good is eternal, having no beginning or end. When he has a beginning and a term, he is full of bitterness, fear, anxiety, and even disillusionment, making him unhappy. Often we pass from wealth to misery, from luck to bad luck, from health to disease, because goods with a beginning are unstable, transient, obsolete, and end in the end of nothingness. My supreme will possesses the nature of the true good, which has no beginning or end, therefore always being the same, full, stable, not being subject to any mutation. All the acts of the soul formed in her, acquires the nature of the true good having. Were fulfilled in a stable and not moving will, which contains eternal and unlimited goods. Your love, your prayer, your thanks, and all that you do take place in an eternal beginning and acquire the fullness of the nature of the good end, therefore, your prayer reaps the full value and the complete fruit. You yourself cannot understand where the fruits and benefits of your prayer will extend, so it will go around eternity, giving itself to all, while always being full of its effects. Your love acquires the nature of true love, indestructible, which does not diminish or cease, which loves for all, giving itself to all, while keeping the fullness of the good of the nature of true love and all the rest. The creative force of my will communicates its own nature to all that enters it, not tolerating any act dissimilar to its own. This means that the acts of the creature enter into the impenetrable ways of God, the innumerable effects of which cannot be known. All that is unlimited remains incomprehensible to the created minds. 4. Not possessing the force of an unlimited act, all divine things and what enters into my will, become for them unfathomable and impenetrable. You see the advantage of working in my will. At what level she raises the creature. In what way the nature of the good is returned to him, as it came out of the bosom of his Creator. While what is achieved outside my will, while being the good, cannot be qualified as a true good. First because he lacks the divine food, his light, then because these goods are dissimilar to mine by removing from the soul the likeness of the divine image. Human action is stripped of the most beautiful, the greatest value. It gives works, empty of substance, life, value, like lifeless statues. Of work without pay, which tire the strongest members. Oh! The big difference between working in my will and outside of it. So be careful. Do not give me pain, to see in you, an act deprived of my likeness. After disappearing for a short while, he returned worried because of the offenses received. He wanted to take refuge in me to take some rest. Then I said to him, "My love, I have many things to tell you, to define between you and me. I want to ask you to make your will known so that his kingdom may have its full triumph. But if you rest, I can't tell you anything. I must be silent to let you rest." Jesus, interrupting me, with unspeakable tenderness hugged me very tightly against him and, kissing me, he said to me, "My daughter, how beautiful is this prayer on your lips asking for the triumph of the reign of the supreme will. It echoes my own prayer, my sighs, all my sorrows. Right now, I want to see what title you want to give to the writings about my will." That said, he took the book in his hands and began to read what was written on August 27th. He remained thoughtful as he read, as if in a contemplative state, and I dared not say anything when I heard his heart beat so hard, as if he was bursting. Then he held the book against him, saying, "I bless the title with all my heart, and all the words concerning my will." And, raising his right hand, he spoke the words of blessing and disappeared. As usual, I did my deeds and my little tricks in the holy divine will. I am just walking through the dear inheritance that my sweet Jesus has given me, in which there is so much to do and learn that nor my little life of exile, nor the whole eternity, would not be enough to accomplish my tasks in this immense legacy without limits. The more we advance, the more we discover, we learn new things. Even if, sometimes, we see them without understanding them. This is where Jesus comes in with his explanations. Otherwise, we look at them but we do not know how to talk about them. As I did my deeds in his adorable will, my ever-kind Jesus surprised me, and he said to me, "My daughter, look at the number of things that we came out in creation with our fiat. For the sake of man's nature and all that our will had decided to create. Nothing was missing. Now, having established what to go out in creation, and nothing was forgotten, it was the same with regard to the good of souls. What we created was such that he surpassed, 1,000 times, all the goods that we see in creation. But, as well, those who were to serve for the good of nature, that those serving for the good of the soul, remained deposited in our will. For, the things that belong to us, we do not entrust them to anyone, we are aware that she alone would keep them honest and beautiful, as they came out of our divine womb. Especially since it alone holds the conservative and multiplying force which, by giving, loses nothing, holding them in the place we chose. There are so many things in my will that I want to give to the creatures, but they must come and seek them in their kingdom. As much as human nature could never have shared the goods of creation, by not wanting to live under the sky, nor have a place on earth where it would have been surrounded by the things I have created. As much the soul, if she does not come to live under the heaven of my will, among the goods that our paternal goodness came out to make her happy, to beautify her, to enrich her, will never be able to share these goods, being for her foreign and unknown. Especially since each soul would have been a distinct sky that our supreme will would have had fun adorning with a sun brighter, stars more splendid than those of creation, one more beautiful than the other. Look at the huge difference. For human nature there is a sun for all, while for souls, there is a sun for each of them, a clean sky, a fountain that springs up constantly, a fire that never goes out, a divine air that one breathes, a heavenly food that makes one grow wonderfully in the likeness of the one who created it. Oh! How many things my will prepared and decided to give to whoever wants to come and live in his kingdom, under his gentle and liberal regime. She did not want to entrust her possessions outside of him, being aware that outside, they will not be appreciated or understood. Especially since my will alone knows how to keep and keep alive his possessions. Only who lives in her, is capable to understand his celestial language, to receive his gifts, to look at its beauties and to form one life with her. On the other hand, who does not want to live in his kingdom, is unable to understand its benefits, its language. He will not be able to speak of it or adapt to the language of my kingdom, nor will he be able to look at its beauties, he will even be blinded by the powerful light that reigns there. So you see how long ago, have come out of our paternal womb, all the goods, which we must give to the children of our Fiat Supreme. Everything is ready since the birth of creation. We will not give up despite the delay. Still waiting, and if the creature puts his will as a stool to ours to let it dominate, we will bring her in by opening the doors for her. For it was the human will that closed the doors to ours, opening them to miseries, weaknesses, passions. It was neither memory nor intelligence that opposed their creator, even if they participated in it. But the human will was the first. It broke all ties, relations with such a holy will. Especially since good or evil is enclosed in her, the regime, the domination belonged to her. Don, cum la volant dans le bien avec ecu, tout equa. El perdi l'ordre, son origine, devant l'aide. Ce fut la volonté humaine qui affronta l'homme, qu'il lui fit perdre tout ses biais. Voilà pourquoi j'ai versé volonté, pour lui donner l'homme, en lui restituant tous les biais perdus. Inzi ma fille, fais attention à. Do not leave room for your will if you want mine to reign in you. After he fell silent, grieved by the extent of the evil caused by the human will in the creatures to the point of distorting his beautiful image that was infused into them at the time of their creation, and, sighing, he added, My daughter, the human will paralyzes the life of my soul, because, without my will, the divine life cannot circulate in the soul, this life that more than the blood maintains the movement, the vigor, the perfect use of all the mental faculties so as to make her grow healthy and holy, to be able to see in her our likeness. How many souls paralyzed by the lack of my will! What a pitiful sight to see almost all human generations paralyzed in the soul, and, consequently, irrational, blind to the good, deaf to the truth, mute to teach it, inert before holy works, immobile on the way to heaven because, the human will, preventing the circulation of my will, creates general paralysis in the souls of creatures. It is safe for the body, most of whose diseases, those of paralysis in particular, are due to poor blood circulation. When the blood circulates well, man is vigorous, solid, has no discomfort, but as soon as the irregularity of circulation sets in, health problems begin, weaknesses, tuberculosis, and if the circulation becomes really irregular, one remains paralyzed because, the blood that does not circulate, does not flow fast enough in the veins, causes the great evils of human nature. What would they not do the creatures if they knew that there is a cure for this blood irregularity, or would they not go to get it and thus avoid any problems? Yet, there is indeed the remedy of my will to avoid harm to the soul, so that it is not paralyzed before the good, to grow strong, vigorous in holiness, but who takes it? However, it is free. They don't even have to go far to have it, she is always ready to give herself and become the regular life of the creature. What a pain, my daughter! Immediately after he disappeared, identifying myself completely with my sweet Jesus, I prayed to him, with all my heart, to watch my soul so that nothing but his will could enter it. At the same time, my immense good, the sweetness of my life, moved within me and said to me, My daughter, the fact of desiring a good, of wanting to know it, purges the soul, preparing the intelligence to understand it, its memory to remember it, and its will feels its appetite open in order to obtain it, to make it his food and his life, pushing God to give her this good and to make it known. In fact, the desire for a good, to know it, is comparable to the appetite for food and, thanks to it, one feels the taste, one eats with pleasure, being satisfied with having taken this food and hoping to be able to taste it again. If, on the other hand, one lacks appetite, this same food so appreciated by one person, will be nauseating for another, which can almost cause suffering. The desire of the soul is such as appetite, and I, seeing that the desire for my things is comparable to its taste, to the point of making food and life, I give abundantly, never tiring to give. On the other hand, he who does not desire it, lacking appetite, he will feel nausea towards my things and, as the Gospel says, he will be given to the one who possesses and he will be taken away the little he possesses from the one who does not appreciate my possessions, my truths, the heavenly things. Just sentence for the one who does not desire, does not appreciate, does not want to know anything about the things that belong to me, and, if he has something small, it is right that it be taken away from him to give it to those who have many. After that, having identified with the divine holy will and being in its immense light, I felt its divine rays penetrate me to the point of becoming its own light. Then, coming out of me, Jesus said to me, My daughter, how beautiful, penetrating, communicative, transformative the light of my will is. It is more than a sun, which, touching the earth, freely gives the effects contained in its light, not being prayed for, but, spontaneously, as well as its light fills the surface of the earth, giving to everything he encounters, what he holds, sweetness and flavor to the fruit, color and fragrance to the flower, to plants' development, giving to all things the effects and goods he holds. He makes no differences, it is enough that his light touches them, penetrates them, warms them to accomplish his work. My will is more than a sun, provided that the soul exposes itself to its life-giving rays, setting aside the darkness and night of its human will. Its light springs up and invests the soul, penetrating into its most intimate fibers, to drive away the shadows and atoms of the human will. As soon as its light touches it, the soul receives it, it communicates all the effects it contains, because my will, coming out of the Supreme Being, contains all the qualities of the divine nature, and, by investing it, it brings it goodness, love, power, firmness, mercy, and all the divine qualities, not in a superficial way, but real, transmuting into human nature all its qualities in such a way that the soul will feel in it, as its own, the nature of true goodness, power, meekness, mercy and all supreme qualities. Only my will holds the power to convert its virtues in nature, but only in the one who allows himself to be invaded by its light, its warmth, keeping away from him the darkness of his own will, true and perfect night of the creature. I was overwhelmed, almost lifeless, by the absence of my sweet Jesus, and the suffering being always renewed and as piercing, formed new wounds, making my poor soul bleed with pain. While I was in the nightmare of the pain of his deprivation, my beloved Jesus moved within me, hugging me against his most holy heart and telling me, "My daughter, our daughter, the daughter of the Heavenly Mother, the daughter of angels and saints, the daughter of the sun, the stars, the sea, finally you are the daughter of all, they are all your fathers and you are the daughter of all. You see how extensive your paternity is and how long your filiation is. Instead of being overwhelmed, you should rejoice in thinking that they are all fathers to you and you are their daughter to all. Only she who lives in my will has the right to such innumerable fatherhoods and to such a long filiation, to be loved by all with paternal love, because all recognize in you their own daughter and the created things being all invested by my will, where she triumphant and domineering reign, they see in you the same will that inhabits them, considering you the daughter of their viscera. The bonds that bind you together far exceed the natural bonds between father and daughter. Do you want to know who is not a father to you? Those who do not make my will reign in them have no right over you, just as you have no duty to them, as for things that do not belong to you. But do you know what it means to possess such a great fatherhood and such a long filiation? It means to be bound, by bonds of righteousness, to all the riches, glory, honor, privileges possessed by such a broad fatherhood, and, therefore, being my daughter, your Jesus gives you all the goods of the redemption. As our daughter, you remain endowed with all the goods of the sacrosanct Trinity. As the daughter of the Sovereign Queen, you inherit her sorrows, her works, her love and all her maternal merits. As daughters of angels and saints, they compete to offer you their possessions, like the daughter of the sky, the stars, the sun, the sea, and all created things. They feel honored having finally the heiress daughter. My own will reigning in them, with its endless light, it forms the writing of the whole creation, all feeling the joy of being able to bequeath their inheritance because, by giving, they no longer feel silent but fruitful, and fruitfulness brings joy, companionship, harmony, glory, repetition of life itself. How many fathers and mothers are unhappy, although rich, because they have no children? Since sterilite brings, by itself, isolation, sadness, lack of support and happiness, and if they give the impression of being happy, they have in their hearts the thorn of sterilite that tarnishes their pleasures. Your multiple fatherhoods and your long filiation are a source of joy for all, and even more so for my will which, by locating itself, reigns in you by constituting you as a daughter of all the things created by her. Thus, feeling all supported by you, they are happy to be able to give what they have. Your oppression is therefore not justified, being in the midst of so much goods, happiness, and all those who protect you, defend you and love you as their real daughter. I then abandoned myself in the arms of Jesus and in the current of the divine will by doing my usual deeds, and Jesus, returning, said to me, "My daughter, my will preserves the soul in its origin and in its principle, which is God, integrates the divine image in the depths of it, enclosed in the intellect, memory, and will, and, as long as the soul lets my will reign in it, everything is linked, everything is related between the Creator and the creature. Even better, she lives by reflecting herself in the Supreme Majesty, our growing likeness in her, and this is what makes us say that she is our daughter. While the human will makes its origin known, making it fall from its principle, the intellect, the memory, the will remain in the dark, the divine image is distorted and unrecognizable, cuts all divine bonds and relationships. The human will makes the soul live to the reflections of all passions and, as a result, it becomes ugly and daughter of the infernal enemy who tries to sculpt his bad image. His own will is only a source of misfortune, devastating all goods and producing only evil. My blessed Jesus then took me out of my body, showing me how his image in creatures had been distorted, so unrecognizable and ugly to frighten him. The holiness of Jesus' gaze hated to look at them. But the compassion of his heart, so holy, impelled him to have mercy on the works of his hands, distorted, so ugly by their fault. At the moment when Jesus was at the height of his despair, by seeing its image thus transformed, the offenses received were such that, unable to bear more, he passed from his state of kindness to the state of vigilante. Threatening punishments, earthquakes, water and fire were directed at peoples to destroy both the men and the vills. Having begged him to spare the people, Jesus, bringing me back into my body, and he told me of his sorrows. I was going to resume my flight in the supreme will to make my usual visit to the kingdom of the divine will, to stretch out within its limits, echoing my I love you, my adoration, my thank you for everything created. In doing so, I thought, if God is everywhere, what is the point of taking flight in the divine will, rising to the height of heaven, before the Supreme Majesty, bearing, as in my womb, all the human wills of the generations, doing, for every rebellious will, my act of submission, love, abandonment, so that the divine will may win and come to reign on earth, dominant and triumphant among creatures? So if she is everywhere, I can do it from here. While I was thinking about this, my sweet Jesus, moving in me, and he said to me, my daughter, look at the sun, its light descending filling the whole earth, but the sun always remains up there, under the vault of the sky, majestic in its sphere, mastering and dominating everything and all with its light, but, while not descending, he provides the same effects, communicates the same goods through his rays, as if he were moving himself from the height of his sphere. Especially since, if the sun descended from its height, the earth being much smaller and the creatures unable to support such a powerful light, it would burn, exterminating everything by its light and heat. But, since all things created by me contain the likeness of the viscera of the mercy of their Creator, the sun remains at the top, emanating its full rays of goodness, love, and benefits to the little land. Now, if the sun acts in this way, image of the true light of the divine sun, all the more so God, my Majesty, true Sun of light, justice, and love, does not move from the height of his throne, but always remains in his place, stable, in his celestial palace, emanating, more than a sun, its endless rays carrying its effects, of its benefits, and communicating its own life to those who want to receive it. What he does not do by personally descending, he does through the emanation of his endless rays, bilocalizing himself in them, giving his life and possessions to human generations. Now, my daughter, given your condition as a creature, your function in the mission of the Supreme Fiat, it is up to you to ascend on those same rays emanated by the Supreme Majesty, presenting yourself before her by performing your task within the Eternal Sun, throwing you into the principle from which you came out, and taking, as much as possible to the creature, the fullness of my will to know it and manifest it to others. Now, you must know what are the bonds of identification between the divine will and the human. That is why I love so much and wish, with the right of creation, fatherhood, love, and justice, that the human will give way to mine and, throwing itself into its arms like a little child, be supported, nourished and dominated by it. The Supreme Entity, in creating man, brought in my will, although our attributes participated in it later and naturally, but, the Supreme Will was the primordial act on which the whole life of creation was based, man including man, becoming the life of all, dominating everything, appropriating everything, for everything came out of her, and it was right that everything belonged to him. My will, even more than a sun, scattered its rays and, animating human nature with their tip, formed the will in the creature. So do you see what the will looks like in human generations? Countless and multiple spikes of rays, like sparks in creatures, to form the will in them, without detaching these sparks of the ray, jailizing from the center of the sun of the Supreme Will. All human generations revolve around this sun because each creature contains the tip of a ray of this eternal sun of my will. Now, what was not the affront to this sun by seeing the outline of these rays, whose tip forms the will of each creature, converted, transmuted into darkness, into human nature, ignoring the light, the domination, the life of this sun which gave its will with so much love, so that his own and that of creatures become one, thus being able to form in them the divine life. Can there be a stronger, more stable, and indivisible link between the center of the sun and its rays? The light is indivisible, and if it could divide, the separate part would wander and turn into darkness. Between the divine will and the human, the union of identification is such that it can be compared to that between the sun and the solar ray, between heat and light. Wouldn't the sun have the right to dominate its rays, receive their submission, forming its realm of light on its own solar contour? The same is true of my will. When the creature evades her, it is as if she no longer has any reign, power, subjects. She feels that what belongs to her is being stolen. Every act independent of his will is a tear, a flight carried out in his light, therefore, seeing his light stolen converted into darkness. She groans like a mother from whom the fruit of her viscera would have been torn off, not to give her life, but to kill her. The losses suffered by my will, if the creature does not remain united at its center, not living from the will of its light, are divine losses and of inestimable value. Ugliness, its acquired evils, are incalculable and indescribable, my will not having its kingdom in creatures, and they, by being despoiled, without inheritance, having no right to any good. There is therefore no more important, greater thing that establishes the equilibra, the order, the harmony, the likeness between the Creator and the creatures, than my will. This is the reason that drives me to show what the divine will and the human will consist of, so that peace may be made, so that she may have her kingdom and be returned to the creatures all their lost possessions. I was thinking of the immense power, of all those benefits that the holy divine will contains in it. What peace, what happiness! We do not need orders to work. Nature feeling in it such a force in the good that it cannot help but do with it. What happiness! To feel transformed into goodness, holiness, strength. To have the same nature. This means that in the reign of the Supreme Will, there will be no laws, all will be love. Nature will be converted into divine law, which will make it want to do what the Supreme Fiat wants it to do. While I was in my reflections, my ever-kind Jesus, in his usual light coming out of his mind, said to me, "My daughter, all I tell you about my will are gifts from me. Knowledge is not enough. One must possess the good that this knowledge contains. If it wasn't, you'd be unhappy. For the fact of knowing a good without possessing it is always a suffering. I don't know how to do things by halves. First, put the soul in condition. I expand his capacity, then I give the knowledge and the good that goes with it. As knowledge about it is divine, nature is endowed with the same likeness as divine nature. Better than a girl, she does not expect order. She feels honored to do what the Father wants. Laws, orders are for servants, slaves, rebels. In the reign of the Supreme Fiat, there will be no servants, no slaves, no rebels. But only one will, that of God and that of the creature, and life will be one. This is also why I speak a lot about my will. To be able to distribute even more donations, not only to you, but to whoever wants to come and live in my kingdom. That he lacks nothing, that he needs nothing, possessing in himself the source of goods. It would not be worthy of the God that I am. So great, powerful, rich, magnanimous, to constitute the kingdom of my will. If I did not endow those who must live there with the prerogatives and qualities that my own will possesses. You should know that all things came out of this one act of God, too. Everything must come back in this single act, which is not succeeded by any other act. Only he who leaves everything to live only in my will, can return to this one act. For all that the soul does alive in her, is transformed into light. All his actions are naturally incorporated and identified in the eternal light of the Son of my will, thus becoming a unique act with her. On the other hand, in whom operates outside of her, we only see the material of the work, not the light. That is why it cannot be incorporated into the light of God's one act. So we necessarily see that it does not belong to us. Everything that is not done by virtue of the divine fiat, God does not recognize. Suppose you want to reunite light and darkness, copper and gold, stones and earth. Could one distinguish, with clarity, the light of darkness, copper from gold, the stones of the earth, being separate materials from each other? But if I gather together light with light, darkness with darkness, gold with gold, you cannot differentiate or separate the light before the light after, the darkness before and after, the mass of gold before that of after. The same is true of my will. Everything she does in the creature is light. It is therefore not surprising that it is incorporated into the unique act of eternal light. Therefore, I could not do him greater grace in these tumultuous times and vertiginous race in evil, by offering him to offer him the reign of the supreme fiat. I give the proof by preparing it in you, with as much knowledge and gifts so that nothing is missing from the triumph of my will. So, pay attention to this kingdom that I deposit in you. Being concerned, after holy obedience imposed on me, not to omit any words coming out of the mouth of Jesus, while I often tend to leave them aside. Being convinced that some intimate things, some let off steam of Jesus in my little soul, it is not necessary to write them down, to put them on paper. I preferred that they remain in the secret of the heart. I prayed that he would give me the grace to obey. Jesus, moving in me, said to me, "My daughter, if the one who guides and directs you imposes this obedience on you, it is because he has understood that it is I who speak to you and the value of each of my words. My word is light and full of life. Whoever possesses life can give it. My word has creative force in it. Only one of my words can create countless lives of grace, love, light, life of my will and souls. You yourself cannot understand the long way that any of my words can go. Whoever has hearing will hear it. Whoever has heart will remain wounded. The one who guides you is quite right to impose this obedience on you. Ah! You can't know how much I support him, I surround him in reading my writings and yours about my will, so that he may understand all the strength, truths and of the immense good they contain. He, rubbing shoulders with my will, by virtue of the light he feels, he sends you this obedience. So be attentive, and I will help you, by making you facile what seems difficult to you. Know that I have a big heart, which suffers and sighs to do the reign of the supreme fiat, the large goods it contains and the great benefits that will benefit those who own it. My heart that shelters him is about to burst, so much I desire him to come to life. Don't you want to relieve me by helping me to give birth, so that my heart ceases to suffer and sigh painfully? You will do this by disclosing what I manifest to you about my will, for in doing so you allow me to open the way, to prepare the place where the kingdom of my will be born. Not manifesting what I tell you, you block these paths and my heart will be even bigger. Let me do it, follow me, and don't worry. Forming the kingdom of the divine will in the soul is the means to transmit in her what the humanity of Jesus possesses. The moment I think that my ever-kind Jesus will arrive and I will no longer be separated from it, now he leaves as suddenly as a flash and I find myself without the one who forms the life of my existence, in the delusional expectation of the one who gives birth to the Son in my poor soul. As I was delirious, in search of his return, fearing that he had left me, he suddenly came back and said to me, "My daughter, don't you want to persuade yourself that I can't leave you? If your union with me were bound, formed, sealed on bases other than my will, you might be afraid. But, as long as it is bound, recorded, signed on the eternal basis of my will, the eternal not being subject to mutation, your whole being, your desires, your affections, even your most intimate fibers are bound with eternal bonds, my will flowing in them, to give them life and form them with the divine and eternal substance that she possesses. Is it possible to interrupt eternity, to change a God, to separate the Supreme Being from His will? All this is inseparable, indivisible. All that my will unites, enters into the eternal order and becomes inseparable from me. If this were not the case, all that my will did in you, its labor, its foundation, its own manifestations would have been only a game, a superficial thing, a way of speaking, and not a reality. So do not be afraid that I may leave you because it is not productive and does not belong to my will, she being firmness and indissoluble bond. It is out of place, for those who possess my will for life, to take care of something else, when you should only be concerned with expanding the limits of his kingdom so that he may triumph, form in you, thus being able to pass it on to the poor generations who are struggling and letting themselves be carried away in the current of the abyss. Punishments are also necessary, serving to prepare the ground for the supreme Fiat reign to be formed in the midst of the human family. Many lives, obstructing the triumph of my kingdom, will disappear from the face of the earth, there will be punishments leading to destruction, the creatures themselves will cause it, destroying each other, but this must not worry you, pray, rather, that it will happen for the triumph of the reign of the supreme Fiat. 3. After saying that he disappeared, I thus resumed my usual little tricks in the supreme will, her light reminding me of all that she had done both in creation and in redemption. The divine will, bilocalized in each act done in them, awaited my little visit to each of her acts, so that her little daughter would keep her company, although it was only a brief visit, where she dominated and reigned as queen. Oh! How many acts, my little I love you, my petty adoration, my gratitude, my thank you, my submission, and, his acts being innumerable, I could never reach them all. Now, having arrived at the acts of redemption, I saw my sweet Jesus, a child, but so small that I could have put him in my womb. How beautiful it was to see him, so cute, graceful and so small, walking, sitting, putting himself in my little soul like a majesty, administering to me his life, his breath, his deeds, making sure that I take everything. But I saw him as a little child and, at the same time, crucified. The tension of his limbs was such that one could count his bones, his nerves, one by one. If the child was enclosed in my chest, Jesus crucified spread out in all my limbs possessing all the parcels of my body of his adorable person and I felt his life more than mine. After spending a few moments in this position with him, Jesus said to me, "For, my daughter, my humanity possesses the kingdom of my will, so much so that my whole life depended on her, and, as a result, I had the intelligence of the supreme will, her gaze, her breath, her way of doing things, her steps, her movement, and the beating of her eternal heart. This is how I formed the supreme Fiat kingdom in my humanity, his life, his possessions. So you see what it means to form his kingdom in you? I must transmit to you what my humanity possesses, which will administer to you its thought, its gaze, its breath, and all that I possess for the formation of this kingdom. You see how much I love him, I put at his disposal all my life, my sorrows, my death, as a foundation, guard, defense, support. All that is in me will serve to maintain in full force the triumph and absolute dominion of my will. Then, do not be surprised to see the various stages of my age and my works repeated in you, sometimes as a child, sometimes young, sometimes crucified. The kingdom of my will dwells in you. My whole life is going inside and outside of you to keep and defend my kingdom. So be careful. When you let yourself be invaded by fear, think that you are not alone. That my whole life is there to help you form my kingdom in you. Continue your constant flight into the unity of the supreme light of the divine will. This is where I await you. To make you the surprises of the return and give you my teachings. 1. Following my usual turn in the supreme will, I began to pray to the good Jesus. In the name of his creation and redemption. In the name of all, from the first to the last man. In the name of the sovereign queen and all that she did and suffered. So that the Fiat Supreme was known and its reign was established in full triumph and domination. In doing so I thought to myself, if Jesus wants and loves so much that his kingdom is established in the midst of creatures, why does he want, and insist very much, that we pray? He can give it without there being continuous acts. My sweet Jesus, moving in me, said to me. 2. My daughter, my supreme being possesses the perfect equilibra, even giving the creatures my thanks, my gifts, much more in the one concerning the reign of the supreme Fiat, which is the greatest gift that I had already given to man at the beginning of creation and that he refused. Do you think that it is nothing but to put at his disposal a divine will with all its goods, and not for an hour, but for the whole of life? The Creator who deposits in the creature his adorable will, to be able to share his likeness, his beauty, his oceans of infinite riches, joys, endless happiness. Just by possessing our will the creature could acquire the rights of association, resemblance and all the goods of his Creator. Without it, no association is possible. If she manages to take something, it is only small wilting, crumbs of our endless goods. Such a great gift, such an immense happiness, the right to divine likeness through the acquisition of the nobility of our filiation which was rejected. Do you think it is easy, for divine sovereignty, to give this reign of the supreme Fiat? Without being asked to do so? Without anyone caring to receive it? It would be a repetition of what happened in the earthly paradise and, perhaps, even worse. Moreover, our justice would necessarily oppose it. Therefore, all that I make you do. The endless towers in the supreme will. Your unceasing prayers that my will may reign. The sacrifice of your life for so many years without being either in heaven or on earth. With the sole purpose that my kingdom comes. These are all supports that I advance to my justice so that it yields its rights and, by equating itself with all our attributes, it finds it fair that the reign of the supreme Fiat be restored to the human generations. This happened at the moment of the redemption. If our righteousness had not found the prayers, the sighs, the tears, the penances of the patriarchs, prophets, and all the good of the Old Testament, and, in addition, a virgin queen, possessing the integrity of our will, taking everything to heart with so many insistent prayers, having the task of the satisfaction of the human race, our righteousness would never have consented to the descent of our sighing Redeemer into the midst of creatures. Categorically refusing my coming to earth. When it comes to maintaining the equilibra of our Supreme Being, there is nothing to do. Who prayed, until now? With interest, insistence. Sacrificing his own life for the supreme Fiat reign to come upon the triumphant and dominant land? No one. It is true that the Church has only recited Our Father since I came to earth, in which it is asked, Thy kingdom come, let your will be done on earth as in heaven. But, in uttering these words, who thinks of what he is reciting? The importance of this request lies in my will and the creatures recite it, without understanding, without interest in what they are asking. My daughter, living on earth everything is hidden, secret, everything seems mysterious, and, if we know something, it is so negligible that man always finds fault with all that I do in my works through the veils of creatures, saying, why was this blessing, this knowledge not given before, in the time of so many saints? In eternity there will be no secrets, I will reveal everything, showing things in my works with justice. For the Supreme Majesty could never have given what she wanted so much in the creature. there were not sufficient acts. It is also true that it is my grace that allows the creature to do everything it does, but my grace wants to find, at the same time, the support of the creature's dispositions and goodwill. So, to restore my kingdom of my will on earth, the deeds of the creature must be sufficient. That my kingdom may not remain in the air, but descend, forming through the acts performed by the creature itself, to be able to obtain such a great good. This is the reason why I push you to go around all our works, creation and redemption, so that you put aside your deeds, your I love you, your adoration, your gratitude, your thank you, on all our works. I have done it with you many times and, finally, after your little turn in our will, for your refrain that we have enjoyed so much. Supreme Majesty, your little girl comes to you, on your paternal knees. Ask you that all may know your fiat, your kingdom. I ask you for the triumph of your will so that she may dominate and reign over all. I am not the only one to ask you, but with me, all your works and your own will. It is therefore in the name of all that I ask you, I beg your fiat. If you knew how much our Supreme Being is touched by this chorus. We hear the prayers of all our works, the supplications of our own will, heaven and earth are kneeling asking us for the kingdom of my eternal will. So, if you want, go on, in order to form the number of acts necessary to obtain what you so insistently aspire to. 1. After writing for more than 4 hours, exhausted, having begun to pray as usual in his most holy will, my sweet Jesus came out of me and, clutching me tenderly, he said to me, 2. My daughter, you are tired, rest in my arms. How much does the reign of the Supreme Fiat cost you and me, while all the other creatures sleep at night, have fun, some, even managing to offend me? For you and me there is no rest, neither is the night you busy writing and I watching you, blowing you the words, the teachings concerning the reign of the Supreme Will. Watching you write, so that you can continue without getting tired. I support you in my arms so that you write what I want. Giving all the teachings, prerogatives, privileges, holiness, and infinite riches that my kingdom possesses. If you knew how much you love you and how much I rejoice to see you sacrifice your own sleep, as well as yourself, for the love of my fiat who loves so much to make himself known to human generations. It costs us a lot, it's true, my daughter, and, to reward you, once you're done writing, I make you rest on my broken heart by pain and love, by the pain of the fact that my kingdom is not known, and by love because I want to make it known, so that you, feeling my pain and the fire burning me, you sacrifice yourself completely, without sparing yourself anything, for the triumph of my will. While I was in the arms of Jesus, the immense light of the divine will, filling heaven and earth, called me to do my tricks in her and perform my usual deeds, echoing my I love you, my worship in all creation, in order to have the company of her little girl in every created thing in which she reigns and dominates. Then my Jesus said to me, my daughter, what light, what power, what glory acquires the act performed by the creature in my will. These acts are brighter than the sun whose light eclipses the stars and fills the whole earth carrying its kiss, its warmth, its beneficial effects on all things, and the nature of the light consisting in the fact of expanding, it does nothing but give the goods it possesses to anyone who wants it. The sun is the symbol of all acts performed in my will. Once the act is formed, my will administers the light to it to form the sun that rises above, for the nature of the sun is to remain at the top, otherwise it could not lavish its benefits, the things that remain below being always delimited, individual, in relation to time, places, not being, nor knowing how to produce universal goods. This sun, formed by my will and by the act of the creature, rising to the throne of his God, forms the true eclipse. He eclipses heaven, the saints, the angels, the length of its rays takes the earth in hand, its beneficial light brings to heaven glory, joy, happiness, and to the earth the light of truths, the flight from darkness, the pain of fault, the disillusionment of things that pass. The sun is unique, but its light contains all the colors and effects to give life to the earth. Thus there is the act and, in it, the son of my will whose benefits and effects are innumerable. As a result, the reign of the supreme Fiat will be a reign of light, glory, and triumph. The night of sin will not enter him, he will be daylight all the time, his dazzling rays will be so powerful that they will triumph over the abyss where poor humanity has sunk. That is why, time and again, I have repeated to you. The fact of having entrusted to you my divine will, is an immense task, and, by making it known, you will secure its rights so little known to the human generations whose future benefits will be grandiose and, you and I, we will be doubly happy to have contributed to the formation of this kingdom. Thinking back to what had just been reported, I thought. My beloved Jesus says marvelous things about this holy kingdom of the supreme will, but apparently from the outside one sees nothing of these magnificent things. If one could see the wonders, the innumerable goods, his own beauty, the face of the earth would change and, in human veins, flow pure, holy, noble blood, transforming one's own nature into holiness, joy, and eternal peace. Then Jesus, coming out of me, said to me, "My daughter, this supreme Fiat reign must first have good foundations. To be trained, mature between you and me, and then be transmitted to the creatures." This is what happened between the Virgin and me. Initially I formed myself in her, growing in his womb, and feeding me in his bosom, we lived together. To train the two of us, one on one, as if there were no one else, the kingdom of redemption, and then were transmitted to the creatures. My life and the fruits of redemption contained in my own life. It will be the same for the Fiat Supreme. We'll do it to the two of us, one on one, and, once formed, it is I who will take care of transmitting it to the creatures. We do a best job by being alone. In the secrecy of the silence of two people who really love what they do. When he is formed, he can be manifested more easily and offered to others. So, let me do it and don't worry.